The day Shin Qinghua betrayed me. I was down on one knee on the concrete floor, 3 fingers on my left hand snapped off at the stump, blood still oozing out. That serum was something I'd borrowed from the shelter next door last month, snapping ties with them in the process. 2 vials. One went to her when a zombie clawed her. The other I'd saved to keep myself alive. Shin Qinghua, where's my serum? She flicked her hair back and said nothing. My heart sank. Behind her, that guy best friend of hers, Lu Feng, was clutching an empty syringe. You've got a strong constitution. Just hang in there. I'll send people to find more meds tomorrow. Hang in there. I roared, black blood spilling from the corner of my mouth. You tell me how the fuck I'm supposed to hang in there. Lu Feng scrambled forward, playing the pitiful card. Yuan, it's all my fault. I'm too weak. I made Qinghua take a hit from that zombie for me. Shin Qinghua yanked him behind her. Lin Yuan, what are you yelling for? I'm the leader here. I decide how the serum gets distributed. Afeng doesn't have powers. He needs it more than you do. You're my husband. Shouldn't you give it up for him? Give it up for him? I coughed out another mouthful of black blood, spattering it across her spotless white down jacket. If I hadn't risked my life scavenging supplies and shielding you from zombies, you two would have been zombie chow ages ago. Before I could finish, searing pain tore through my abdomen. The last thing I saw was her wiping the blade clean with a look of disgust, then turning to walk toward Lu Feng. Announce it. Lin Yuan turned. I put him down myself. Qinghua, I told you we should have just left Yuan behind. You're just too kind for your own good. Ding. Extreme emotional fluctuation detected in host. Loading Apocalypse beauty system. Huh. I bolted upright, gasping, and instinctively reached for the knife at my waist. Nothing there. White walls. The sharp sting of disinfectant. And 4 needles still stuck in the back of my hand. The TV was playing the noon news. Abnormal acid rainfall reported across multiple regions worldwide. Experts say there's no cause for concern. I sat frozen for half a minute, then looked down at my 2 perfectly intact hands. I'd been reborn. Back to 3 months before the apocalypse hit. The memories started clicking into place. Yesterday afternoon, I'd gone to drop off some documents for Shin Qinghua. My brakes failed and I hit a guardrail. Mild concussion. Spent the night in the hospital. I picked up my phone. The pinned chat had just one message from her, sent half an hour ago. Got a deal to close. I'll swing by to see you later. A deal? I sneered. In my last life, on this exact day, I lay alone in that hospital for 2 days. It was only after I got discharged that I found out she'd rented out an entire nightclub to welcome Lu Feng home from overseas and diverted $5 million from the company to buy him a limited edition watch. Back then I was blind. I chose to swallow it, thinking my tolerance would win her back. What I got in return was a blade through the gut. Shin Qinghua, Lu Feng. I turned the 2 names over in my mouth. Apocalypse beauty system successfully bound. Host, Lin Yuan. Constitution, 12. Adult male average, 10. Spirit, 15. A system? In the apocalypse, I'd seen monsters that controlled zombie hordes, seen espers who conjured ice out of thin air. A few extra voices in my head weren't even close to the strangest thing. Host may bind with women rated above 85 in appearance. Raising affinity earns rewards. Once affinity hits critical thresholds, the host receives stat boosts, power synchronization, and other rewards. The word power made my pupils contract. In my last life, I'd only awakened a C-rank ability, Constitution enhancement, and I was helpless against higher-tier espers. But now, as long as I bound with those powerhouse women who dominated the last apocalypse, I could have countless top-tier powers. The Frost Empress who froze an entire city. The Valkyrie who tore through zombie tides with her bare hands. Knock knock. The door opened. A heavily made-up nurse came in carrying an 4 bag, mincing over in small steps, her perfume flooding my nostrils. You're awake. Mr. Lin, let me change your meds. Disgust flashed in my eyes. In the apocalypse, anyone who got this close, this eagerly, was after either your food or your life. Snap. I grabbed her wrist. The nurse's lashes fluttered. Mr. Lin, this is a hospital. It wouldn't look good if someone saw. Ding. Target's appearance rating is below 85. Recommend seeking higher-tier beauty. So the system was picky about looks. I shoved her away. She landed hard on her backside, still holding the 4 bag up in the air. I couldn't be bothered with a disposable pawn like her. I pulled out the 4 needle, climbed out of bed barefoot, threw on my shirt, and grabbed my phone to call Shin Qinghua. It rang for half a minute before she picked up. The receiver blasted deafening music and the laughter of men and women. What is it? I'm busy. Actually, good thing you called. There's something I need to tell you. Take a month off starting tomorrow. I'll get someone to cover your work. In my last life, I bought that garbage and went off to recover in the States. Before I'd even beaten the jet lag, the board called me back to put out a fire, and when I got back, she chewed me out for not giving Lu Feng his chance. Get to Central City Hospital within 30 minutes, I said flatly. The other end went silent. She never expected that doormat, husband of hers, to talk to her like that. Lin Yuan, what's your problem now? The doctor said you just scraped some skin. Can't you act like an adult for once? Then Lu Feng's smooth voice leaked through the phone. Qingwei, is that Yuan? If he needs you, go ahead and head back. It's my birthday, but I've got everyone here. Don't let it strain things between you two. Even if it'll leave a little emptiness in my heart without you. Shen Qingyue's voice went soft instantly. It's fine, Alfeng. Today's all about you. I'm not going anywhere. Then she covered the mouthpiece and muttered, I'm busy. Hanging up. You don't have to come, I said, tapping the railing at the foot of the bed. But I'll report the 5 million you funneled from the South City project to the board. The music went dead silent. She'd stepped out of the private room. Her voice shot up. Are you threatening me? You think I won't call a board meeting tomorrow and have you removed? The company was hers on paper. She was the CEO, the business prodigy, the face of it all. But every core operation was run by me. Her name was just stamped on top. As long as I stayed, there was no way the board could remove me. You've got 29 minutes left. I hung up. Ding. Target Shen Qingyue, appearance 91, affinity minus 10%. Current affinity, minus 20%. 3 years of marriage, and my starting affinity was in the negatives. Negative was fine by me. I never intended to show her any mercy anyway. I walked to the bathroom and splashed cold water on my face. Freezing, but real. Mr. Lin, The nurse was still crouched on the floor, clutching the bloody needle, staring blankly at me. I peeled 1,000 out of my wallet and threw it in her face. Get to work. 5 minutes later. Bam. The hospital room door flew open with a kick. Shen Qingyue stormed in on 10-centimeter heels, wearing a black evening gown, her makeup flawless. In the past, I would have found her stunning. Now, all I could smell was the sharp reek of men's cologne. Lin Yuan, what the hell do you want? You're in the hospital, not on your deathbed, and you had to drag me away from important business just to see you. She flung her Hermes bag at me. I raised my hand to deflect it. The metal clasp scraped across my arm, leaving a stinging cut. The bag hit the floor, lipstick and compact powder scattering everywhere. I looked down and slowly smoothed the crease of my pants, an old habit of mine from a past life, right before killing someone. Discussing a project? With Lu Feng. Her expression shifted. You had me followed? Feng just got back to the country. Of course I had to be there for him. Do you really have to be this petty, assuming everyone's as filthy-minded as you? She walked to the couch across from me and sat down, crossing her legs, chin slightly raised. You used the company to blackmail me back here, didn't you? Fine, I'm here. Happy now? Lin Yuan, this is so childish. I didn't respond. I pulled open the nightstand drawer, took out 2 documents, and tossed them onto the coffee table. Slap. Divorce agreement. Equity transfer and asset division agreement. What's this supposed to mean? Her head snapped up. In 3 years of marriage, I'd never so much as raised my voice to her. I leaned back against the headboard, lacing my fingers together. Exactly what it says. She gripped the documents, and after a moment let out a cold snort, as if she'd figured it out. Lin Yuan, do you think I can't survive without you? Let me tell you. I can, and so can Feng. He just showed me his financing plan. Even Director Li said it's more ambitious than anything you came up with back in the day. This company should have replaced a conservative like you ages ago. You think waving a divorce in my face will make me cave? In her eyes, I was just a jealous man craving attention. Perfect, then. I pointed at the agreement. I want 1 billion in cash. The company's shares, the fixed assets, even the villa, all yours. Sign it and I'm gone. Her eyes went wide. 1 billion. Are you insane? Where am I supposed to get that kind of money? That's your problem. I sat up. Or you can refuse. I took out my phone, dialed, and hit speaker. Mr. Lin, what can I do for you? I stared at her as I spoke. Old Zhang, prepare to file suit. Apply for asset preservation, freeze all assets on both sides, and initiate divorce proceedings. Petition the court to liquidate and auction off the shares. Her face turned ashen. You wouldn't dare. Once it went to litigation, the company would be dragged in and every project would grind to a halt. After the cooling off period, at auction, I could pull in 1.2 billion just from my shares alone, not counting real estate. The lawyer hesitated for a beat, then immediately replied, Understood. I can file with the court by this afternoon at the earliest. Wait. She lunged for the phone, but her heel caught on the lipstick and her ankle twisted. She crashed into the edge of the bed in a graceless heap. Bam! She went pale with pain, her carefully styled hair now a mess. I flipped the phone face down on the cabinet. Think it through before you talk. Her chest heaved violently as she glared at me, searching for any sign of a bluff. But there was none. My expression sent a chill through her. Fine, but don't you dare regret it. You're the one who wanted out today. She limped out of the room and made frantic calls in the hallway. Mr. Zhang, I'm putting up my Shangshan villa as collateral. Release the funds now. Brotherly, get me the maximum bridge loan you can. 3% daily interest? Fine, I'll sign. Director Wong, don't lecture me about procedure. I need the money right now. I lay back and listened quietly. She'd agree. For the sake of her precious business prodigy pride, she'd hand-deliver the money to me herself. I knew her too well. If I tried to sell the shares myself, she, as majority shareholder and my wife, would tie me up in endless disputes. And right now, the one thing I couldn't afford to lose was time. So I'd set a price that looked like I was getting shortchanged, but one she could just barely scrape together if she gritted her teeth. Lu phone called again from outside. Qingwei still not done? Everyone's waiting for you to cut the cake. Don't fight with Brother Yuan, okay? He's not well, but a man as magnanimous as him wouldn't get angry, right? Phone. Things are a little hectic at the company. You all go ahead and eat. Her tone turned so tender it was like she'd become a different person. Half an hour later, she pushed the door open, eyes red-rimmed, hair disheveled, but her back still ramrod straight. The money, you'll get it. But remember this. Once you take it, don't ever think about setting foot in Jiangxing again. She dug a pen out of her bag and signed the agreement with vicious force, pressing so hard she nearly tore through the paper. I picked up my copy and checked it word by word. Once I confirmed everything was in order, I slid the tablet across to her. A few minutes later, your account ending in 6866 has received a transfer of 1 billion yen. Pleasure doing business. I stood, smoothed out my pants, and turned to leave. Lin Yuan, she shouted after me. Don't come crawling back, crying to me later. I didn't stop. I waved a hand without turning around. Let's hope you're still this confident 3 months from now. Ding. Target Shun Qingwei. Appearance 91. Favorability minus 10%. Current favorability minus 30%. The hallway reeked of disinfectant. That smell used to turn my stomach. Now it felt impossibly fresh. 1 billion in cash. My first stockpile of Doomsday ammunition secured. I wanted nothing more than to turn around and strangle her right now. But I couldn't. Order hadn't collapsed yet. And if the authorities put me on their radar, I wouldn't be able to make a single move. Top priority, build a Doomsday fortress. Second, amass a mountain of supplies. And last, most important of all, use the system to get ahead of those superpowered queens before anyone else could. I headed to the first floor to check out. In the lobby, people lined up, numbers were called, bills were paid, receipts were printed. The old world was still running like clockwork. Except no one knew it had only 3 months left to live. I stood at the very back of the crowd. Suddenly a man shoved his way to the window. I know your director. Handle mine first. The nurse frowned. It doesn't matter who you know. Everyone waits in line. Are you deaf or something? I'm in a hurry. If you don't take care of me first, nobody behind me is getting served either. He slammed his hand on the counter, his voice growing louder. The whole line froze. I glanced at my phone. I was in a hurry too. Bam! I drove a kick into the small of his back. The man went flying and hit the floor face first. The lobby went dead silent. He lay sprawled out, snarling. Who the hell just kicked me? I looked down at him from above. Good dogs don't block the road. His face flushed red, and he scrambled up ready to curse. But the moment his eyes met mine, the profanity died in his throat. At 6'1", my gaze was cold enough to freeze, like I'd tear him apart bone by bone if he said one more word. Nobody around dared step forward, but a flicker of satisfaction crept into their eyes. The nurse let out a breath of relief too. I ignored all of it. My eyes swept past him, landing on the outstanding physician's wall of honor by the wall. Behind the glass display was a headshot. The woman in the photo was stunningly beautiful, and the cold in her eyes cut right through the picture, even from behind her gold-rimmed glasses. Su Mushiwa, the youngest attending physician in the emergency department at Jiangxing Central Hospital. And in my past life, the S-rank Esper, the Frost Empress. She once single-handedly froze tens of thousands of zombies on the Jiangxing Bridge. A pity her pride ran too deep. She refused to align with any faction, and in the end she fought alone until she burned out and died. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed from the end of the hallway. A woman in a white coat strode over with a chart folder in hand. Tall, with shoulder-length hair and delicate features. The moment she appeared, everyone who'd been whispering fell silent, and a few nurses instinctively cleared a path. Disrupt the order again and go to a psych ward. We can't help you here. The line-cutting man shrank his neck and shut up. The woman from the photo had stepped into reality. Su Mushiwa noticed my open stare, but didn't care. She'd seen plenty of men like me. The patient in VIP 3 has acute gastroenteritis. The deputy director asked me to add the order. Handle the registration when you're done. She brushed past me, ripped a page from the chart folder and shoved it at the nurse, then turned to leave. I didn't chase after her. In my past life, countless men wanted Su Mushiwa, even the kept boy types, and every one of them got rejected by the Frost Empress. Some even ended up skewered by her ice spears. Deputy Director, Gastroenteritis, Central Hospital. The keywords collided in my mind, and a piece of news that once shook all of Jiangxing surfaced. The mayor's only son hid his medical history, was misdiagnosed with gastroenteritis by the hospital's deputy director, and died on the spot. I watched her tall figure walk away. The mayor's son doesn't have simple gastroenteritis. He's hiding his medical history. Su Mushua whipped her head around. VIP3 did house the mayor's only son, but the patient's identity was strictly confidential. Who are you? What gives you the right to comment on a diagnosis? Believe it or not, your call. But keep treating him for gastroenteritis within 4 drip, and he'll be dead within half an hour. With that, I turned away and paid her no more attention. To catch fish, you bait the spot first. Su Mushua stood frozen in place, her expression unchanged, but her grip on the chart folder tightened. She didn't believe the ravings of a stranger. Yet that phrase, hiding his medical history, hit the exact landmine every ER doctor dreads. She hesitated only 2 seconds before turning and rushing toward the inpatient ward. The elevator was stuck on the 15th floor and wouldn't come down. The elderly people waiting had already started cursing. She decisively pushed through the fire exit and sprinted up to the 13th floor in one go, the hem of her white coat soaked through with sweat. Just as she rounded the corner, the patients in shock were losing his heartbeat. A special care nurse's terrified scream came from the room. The deputy director had left for a meeting after giving orders, leaving behind only an intern with strong connections. Defibrillator. Grab the defibrillator now. The intern's voice was shaking. Stop. Su Mushua slammed the door open and shouted him down. The red warning light on the monitor was blinding, the alarm blaring. That phrase, dead within half an hour, flashed through her mind. Stop all volume expansion IVs. Do not defibrillate. But the deputy director said, I'll take responsibility if anything happens. Get him to a contrast CT right now. Move. 15 minutes later, in radiology, several doctors stared at the CT images, scalps prickling. The arterial lining had already torn, blood was surging wildly into the false lumen, and it could rupture at any moment. If we'd kept the 4 going or defibrillated just now, this man would already be stone dead. The head of cardiothoracic surgery wiped away a cold sweat. Dr. Su, your eyes are sharp as a hawk's. Su Mushua leaned against the wall, her shirt clinging to her back. She said nothing. All she could see in her mind was that man's cold, ruthless gaze. 10 minutes later, she went down to the nurse's station, but I was long gone. That man who was discharged earlier, what was his name? The nurse tapped at the keyboard. His name's Lin Yuan. Minor concussion from a car accident. Su Mushua pulled out her phone and saved my number. That man hadn't just saved the mayor's son. He'd indirectly saved her career too. Who exactly was he? Ding. Target Su Mushua, appearance 90. Favorability plus 2%. Current favorability, 2%. That afternoon in Jiangxing, I drove straight to the most famous old-style hot pot restaurant. Yesterday's car accident had nearly cost a life, and the 4S dealership manager was so shaken he had a same model George Barton off-roader delivered overnight for me, his big client, to get around in the meantime. The hot pot place was buzzing with noise. I picked up a piece of beef tripe, swirled it a few times in the red oil, and popped it straight into my mouth. Scalding. Fiery. In the apocalypse, a meal like this could buy you a pretty young wife, even one who already had a man. As for whether she'd betray you, well, that's another story. Having lived through the end of the world, I ate with a fierce, ravenous edge that drew sideways glances from the people around me. As I ate, I ran through a mental checklist. The seed with Su Mushua was already planted. With someone like the Frost Empress, pushing too hard only backfires. Next, more important than any woman, was a fortress. I'd given the villa to Shin Qinghua. That place had terrible terrain and was too densely populated, completely unsuitable as an apocalypse fortress. Food, medicine, weapons, energy, water purification systems. The workload was absurdly massive. There was no way I could handle every detail myself. After all, I still had espers to intercept. I set down my chopsticks, took a sip of sour plum juice, the cold cutting through the heat, and opened my phone's contact list. 3 years of marriage had left my social circle revolving almost entirely around Xinqinghua. My connections were either transactional or tangled up with my ex-wife in ways I couldn't explain. If I absolutely had to find someone both capable and trustworthy, a petite figure surfaced in my mind. Su Xianwan, my secretary for the past 2 years. Under 5'3", with an innocent, doll-like face. Timid, socially anxious at work. Scold her once, and she'd hang her head and pick at her fingers for ages. But when it came to the job, she obeyed my orders with an almost instinctive devotion. More importantly, in my past life, she'd proven herself with her life. When the apocalypse broke out, I was trapped at the company. Everyone scattered and ran for themselves. Only she stayed, clinging to me no matter what. In the end, to cover my escape, that normally. A girl who screams at the sight of a cockroach actually picked up a shard of broken glass, slashed her own wrist, and ran in the opposite direction. Her face was streaked with tears, but she was still shouting, "Mr. Lin, run." Remembering that scene, something finally stirred behind my eyes. Faint, but real. I pressed her name. The phone rang for a long time before it connected. "Hello, Mr. Lin." The background was chaotic. I could faintly make out, "Get out. Security. Don't touch me." "Where are you?" "Mr. Lin, I'm at the company." As it turned out, 10 minutes earlier, Shun Qinghua had returned to the company to go after my people. As my secretary, Su Xianwan was the first target, fired on the spot under a fabricated charge of leaking company secrets, now being driven out by security, not even allowed to take her belongings. The look on my face was a stark contrast to the steam rising from the hot pot in front of me. I stood up, tossed down a few hundred-yuan bills without waiting for change, and strode out of the restaurant. Xinghua Group headquarters, first floor lobby. To make the eviction easier, every turnstile had been thrown open. Security Chief Wang Chong stood in the middle of the crowd, leather shoes polished to a shine, wearing the smug look of a man drunk on borrowed authority. Su Xianwan had been shoved to the ground. She wasn't clutching her purse. She was hugging a storage box to her chest for dear life. Inside were the project files I'd annotated over time. Employees crowded around to watch the show. The same co-workers who used to call her Sis Wan, at every turn, had all fallen silent. Some stared down at their phones, some pretended to look elsewhere, and a few were secretly holding up their phones to film it. Not a single one stepped forward. Wang Chong sighed, putting on a show of reluctance. "Secretary Su, we don't want this to get ugly either. But you know Lin Yuan pulled out the funds. Now nobody knows where this month's paychecks are coming from. As his #1 lapdog, you should be grateful Ms. Shun isn't making you pay it back. That's mercy." Su Xianwan knelt on the floor, shoulders trembling in the cold draft, both hands still clamped around the box. "You're lying." Her eyes were red, but her voice was harder than usual. "Mr. Lin built this company with his own hands. Without him, you'll all run it into the ground sooner or later." The lobby went quiet for a beat. A few employees' expressions changed. The words were too true, true enough to sting. Wang Chong's face darkened. Remembering Shun Qingyue's instructions, he steeled himself and walked over to her. "Loyal, aren't you? What? You think he's still coming back to save you? Fine. Let's see how long that loyalty lasts." The moment the words left his mouth, he raised his leather shoe and stomped down hard on the back of her hand. "Ah!" Su Xianwan screamed in pain, tears bursting out at once. The box dropped, and the files scattered across the floor. She watched the papers get trampled and dirted, and cried even harder. When she reached to gather them, Wang Chong kicked them away. "Ms. Shun's orders. Non-employees can't stay on company grounds. Anyone who helps her is going against the company." Several security guards immediately moved in, roughly seizing her arms and dragging her toward the exit. Her face went pale with pain. Even though she was shaking with fear, she found strength from somewhere, lowered her head, and bit down on a guard's wrist. "Damn it! You part dog or something." The guard flew into a rage and raised his hand. Bam! An explosive crash tore through the entire lobby. The company's 2-meter-tall tempered glass doors were smashed apart by an SUV plowing straight through them. Glass shards sprayed out like a downpour, scattering across the floor. Hot air poured in through the gaping doorway. Everyone in the lobby froze. Amid the wreckage, I stepped out of the vehicle, boots crunching over the shattered glass. "My people, you think you're fit to lay a hand on them?" The guards who'd been so arrogant a moment ago all stopped dead the instant they met my eyes. Wang Chong swallowed hard and forced himself forward to save face. Lin Yuan, you're not even." Bam! I didn't waste words. I lifted my leg and drove a front kick straight into him. Wang Chong stumbled backward, knocked over 2 large vases, and curled up on the floor clutching his stomach, twitching. I drew my foot back, a flash of self-mockery in my mind. Too weak. If I'd been the me from my past life, the one who'd awakened physical enhancement, that kick would have cracked 3 of his ribs. The onlooking employees shrank back, necks pulled in. I'd always been the most approachable of the executives. They'd never seen this violent side of me. Stepping over the debris, I walked up to Su Xianwan where she sat crumpled on the ground. The girl tilted her face up, tear tracks not yet dried on her fair cheeks. Her black skirt suit was covered in dust, and there was a tear ripped down the black stockings on her leg. A faint scent of jasmine drifted in the air, the shampoo she always used. I bent down, ignoring the eyes of the dozens of people around us, slid one arm behind the crook of her knees, and swept her up, all 90-some pounds of her, into my arms. "Ah," she gasped, and the sudden weightlessness made her instinctively throw her arms around my neck. The moment her palm pressed against the back of my neck, She felt the muscle tensed beneath the skin and the steady, powerful heartbeat in my chest. An absurd thought surfaced. Mr. Lin's already divorced. So doing this, I'm not really the other woman, right? I turned, carrying her toward the black SUV still lodged in the door frame. The glass had scraped a good deal of paint off the front end, making it look even more menacing. I set her in the passenger seat and walked around to the driver's side. Just before getting in, my steps paused, and my gaze swept across the employees in the lobby. Tell Shin Qingyue she brought this on herself. Vroom, vroom, vroom. The SUV backed out, tires grinding over the sea of shattered glass, and roared away. Only then did anyone dare come forward to help the still groaning Wang Chong up off the floor. Top floor CEO's office. Crash. An expensive coffee cup was hurled to the ground, dark brown liquid splashing everywhere. After hearing her secretary's report, Shin Qingyue shook with fury. Call the police. Call them right now. He deliberately destroyed company property, disturbing the peace. She'd planned to touch up her makeup and go find Lu Feng to make up for the birthday party that had been interrupted, and while she was at it, vent to her male best friend about how heartless I was. Instead, that lunatic drove a car straight through the company's front doors and have the security department pull the surveillance footage and send it to the media. I want him ruined. The secretary's hands were trembling as she reached to dial when the office door was suddenly flung open. The company's legal counsel rushed in, drenched in sweat. Ms. Shun, the board, they're calling an emergency video conference. Lin Yuan blasted out to every board member the fact that you embezzled $5 million in company funds to buy a watch. The board is demanding you appear and explain yourself immediately. What? Shin Qingyue's whole body swayed violently. Called them. That bastard actually went back on his word. Didn't he say it was over once the divorce papers were signed? Still unwilling to let it go, she pointed downstairs and screamed. He smashed the company's front doors. Have him arrested first. Ms. Shun, the legal counsel began hesitantly. Right before he drove over here, property management received an order confirmation. A German security firm is shipping us a top-grade bulletproof glass door worth 800,000 yuan. Qian Lin Yuan already paid for it. He's still down there with property management, and he registered himself as an authorized removal worker. His voice grew quieter and quieter. We're even required by policy to pay him 500 yuan in removal labor fees. Silence. In the vast office, only the faint whir of the central AC remained. Shin Qingyue felt the room spin. Buy a new door. Register as the removal worker. Pay 500 yuan out of pocket. Every single step, I'd calculated to the death, all to grind Shin Qingyue's IQ into the dirt. On the other end, Shin Qingyue grabbed her phone to call and curse me out. This bastard, with the vilest word she knew. But all that came through the receiver was a cold, robotic female voice. Sorry, the number you have dialed is currently unavailable. She'd been blocked. Crack. The latest model phone hit the wall, the screen shattering into pieces. On the ring road overpass, I steered one-handed as the black SUV glided smoothly through traffic. In the passenger seat, Su Xianwan clutched her seatbelt and finally worked up the courage. Mr. Lin, what about all those documents? Where are we going next? Are you starting your own company? My tone was as casual as if I were discussing dinner. 1. Xinhui Group has nothing more to do with me. 2. I'm building a Doomsday fortress. 3. In 3 months, the apocalypse hits the whole world. Any normal person hearing the apocalypse would immediately suggest I check into a psych ward. But she didn't. After a brief blank, she quickly latched onto the core information relevant to her. Mr. Lin doesn't want the company. Mr. Lin wants to build a fortress. As for the apocalypse, for a severe social recluse like her, PUA'd daily, ostracized, bullied even by her roommates, this crap world ending sounded just fine. Back in the lobby, I was the only one who stood in front of her, kicking the security captain aside like a dog. She gripped the torn stockings on her knee, and as if she'd made some kind of decision, turned to face me. So in your Doomsday fortress, Mr. Lin, could you leave me the tiniest, smallest room? I eat very little, and I can cook, do laundry, clean. I can do any kind of work. Looking at her, I remembered how, in my past life, she'd charged headlong into the horde of the undead to cover my escape. For once, I smiled. You'll be the head steward of this fortress. Design your own room, as big as you want. The words had barely left my mouth. Ding. Target Su Xianwan. Appearance 87. Favorability plus 5%. Current favorability 35%. Favorability crossed the threshold. Gained 50% of target's base attributes. Target Constitution 8. Spirit 12. Host Lin Yuan. Constitution 16 plus 4. Spirit 21 plus 6. Ability none. Boom. A warm current exploded from my heart. surging into every limb. The lingering grogginess from the car crash vanished completely. I gripped the wheel, feeling the power inside me. In a bit, head to the western suburbs. Buy out that Hongfa meat processing plant, underground cold storage included. Lowball the deposit, offer whatever you want on the balance, payable in 3 months. Su Xianwan straightened up. Mr. Lin, a contract like that is very risky. Then, remembering those 2 words, apocalypse, her voice trailed off. Understood. Right then, the phone I tossed on the center console lit up. A text from an unknown number. Short. This is Su Mushiwa. I'd like to treat you to a meal, to say thank you. The Ice Empress. She'd taken the bait. Steering one-handed, I replied, 5 p.m. You pick the place. Sent. Locked the screen, tossed it back into the compartment. I glanced sideways at the passenger seat. Su Xianwan was curled up in her seat like a cat caught in the rain, both hands twisting anxiously. The black stockings at her upper thigh had torn open, the skin startlingly white, the edges still stained with dried streaks of blood. My brow tightened. The apocalypse was coming soon. By then, fists would be the only passport. But before the storm broke, appearances were still the best armor. My people can be scared, can be weak, but they can't look shabby. Virum. The car cut sharply into another lane, horns blaring behind us. 20 minutes later, the underground parking garage of Jiangqing's mixed mall. Out. Oh okay, Mr. Lin. She scrambled to unbuckle, and stepping out, instinctively tugged at her torn stockings to cover up, only making the tear worse. I didn't wait for her, heading straight for the elevators. She jogged after me, head down. The atrium lighting on the ground floor was dazzling, luxury, perfume mingling with the smell of coffee. In my past life, this place was one of Jiangqing's early zombie outbreak, mass graves. Countless people trapped at the revolving doors, torn apart layer by the horde. Now, the revolving doors still spun leisurely, influencers in crop tops strolling past with milk teas in hand. Ordinary people saw goddesses everywhere. All I saw were system alerts flashing nonstop. Target appearance detected less than 85. Target appearance detected less than 85. The system's taste sentenced 90% of the mall's factory-made faces to death. Face blank, I mentally crossed a few backups off my list. Meat Tank War Queen, Sumo Princess. Better none than the wrong one. I led her straight to the Chanel counter. The counter girl caught sight of the tear on Su Xianwan's thigh. Her smile froze for less than a second before returning. 8 years in this business, she'd seen every rich person's quirk. But a few of the wealthy ladies nearby drifted their gazes over, and Su Xianwan flushed red under the scrutiny, her toes inching backward. I checked my phone, still over an hour before dinner with Su Mushiwa. I raised a hand toward the wall of new fall arrivals. Pick something, then looked down at my supply data. Su Xianwan saw the string of zeros on the price tag. Her fingers barely brushed the fabric before shrinking back. Mr. Lin, this is too expensive. Maybe. There's a Uniqlo up ahead. Without looking up, I pulled a pure black metal card from my pocket and slapped it down on the counter. The counter girl's hand, reaching for a hanger, stopped dead. She recognized that card from the corporate training manual. The manual specifically noted, when a cardholder walks in, you don't ask about their budget. Ask and you're fired. Her professional smile instantly clicked up to maximum wattage. She bent forward, her voice soft. Sir, what style are you looking for? Head to toe, a complete outfit, whatever fits her best. She won't know how to pick. You handle it. The saleswoman glanced at Su Xianwan, petite, fair-skinned, timid. With a look like hers, the cardinal sin was trying too hard. The cleaner the presentation, the more lethal it became. She quickly returned with a dogwood pink blazer paired with white silk, then tore open a fresh pack of high-end black stockings. This way, miss. Su Xianwan shot me a nervous glance, and seeing that I had no intention of explaining anything, she scooped up the clothes and hurried into the fitting room. 10 minutes later, the door opened. The whole store went silent, as if someone had hit the mute button. Even my gaze paused for a beat. The dogwood pink blazer cinched in at an impossibly slim waist, the fresh black stockings hugging her perfectly straight legs. A clean bandage was stuck over one knee, which somehow only made her more endearing. That timid expression paired with the sharp, elegant suit. Innocence pushed to the extreme became a different kind of weapon entirely. Su Xianwan stared at her own reflection, her fingertips trembling. She'd never imagined she could stand under the lights like this, not with her head down, not being looked down on, but poised and dignified, like a completely different person. At that moment, a shrill laugh cut in from the doorway. Well, Su Xianwan, I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me. A heavily made-up woman sashayed in, her arm hooked around a bald, pudgy man. She lifted her sunglasses, her gaze sweeping from Su Xianwan's new clothes all the way down to her toes, her smile equal parts sour and venomous. What happened to your leg? You've got a scrape and you're wearing stockings? If you stain them, you can't return them, you know. You pinched every penny back in college, and now that you've graduated, you're still degrading yourself like this? This is Chanel. Honey, I think you walked into the wrong store. There's a Uniqlo around the corner. That's more your speed. Su Xianwan went rigid. Zhaoya, her class monitor for all 4 years of college, the one who loved to publicly shred her part-time job resumes and steal her financial aid. Zhaoya always said someone with her poverty-stricken luck was meant to crawl in the mud for the rest of her life. But now, Su Xianwan was wearing an outfit Zhaoya herself couldn't bring herself to buy, standing beside a man younger, more handsome, and far more commanding than Zhaoya's sugar daddy. Zhaoya's eyes locked onto her waistline, then swept across my face, before finally settling back on the fat man beside her. The strap of her handbag was clenched so tightly it had warped. Why should this spineless little pushover get to turn her life around? She reached out to grab Su Xianwan's collar. This fabric, TSK. Take it off. I want to try this on. The saleswoman stepped forward, her smile still in place, but her tone hardening. I'm sorry, miss, but this outfit already belongs to this. I told you to strip it off her. Zhaoya's voice rose. My man is a VIP of Yintian City. He dropped 200 grand here last month. The kind who gets a VIP parking spot, got it? And with that she yanked hard. Su Xianwan clutched the clothes, her face deathly pale, a sob creeping into her voice. Stop pulling. I'll take it off, okay? Just stop. The next second, I laid my hand on her shoulder, steady and firm, and pulled her behind me. I didn't even look at Zhaoya. My eyes were still fixed on the commodities data scrolling across my phone. But to the fat businessman, that indifference read as weakness. The pudgy man's eyes drifted over Su Xianwan's stocking-clad legs. Then he casually tossed out a gold bank card. Little lady, what future is there hanging around a pretty boy like this? Come have dinner with Big Brother. Whatever you want, I'll buy it. As he spoke, he gave Zhaoya's rear a squeeze, grinning greasily. The saleswoman glanced down at the gold card, then at the black metal card on the counter, her expression turning subtle, like watching someone brandish a bronze sword to pick a fight with a nuclear warhead. I finally spoke, my voice devoid of any emotion. Ring it up. She wears this out. Everything else in her size. Pack it all up. I'll send someone to collect it in a couple of days. Right away, sir. The saleswoman immediately picked up the black card. The POS machine read the card. Beep. And the receipt paper spooled out sheet after sheet. The saleswoman's voice brightened half a note. That'll be 1 million for 157,000 yuan total. Here's your card, sir. The air went dead silent. The smile on the fat businessman's face froze first, then drained away bit by bit. 1.45 million. Just swiped. No hesitation. Zhaoya still hadn't caught on. She shrieked. Brother, what are you spacing out for? This broke loser is obviously using a fake card. Hurry up and make them. The fat man didn't hear the rest. His mind went blank with a buzz. Because he'd finally gotten a clear look at my face. Half an hour ago, the Jiangxing Business Tycoons group chat had already blown up. A video of an SUV smashing through the front entrance of the Xinhua Group building had been shared hundreds of times. The man in the video, coolly smoking a cigarette amid the wreckage, was the very one standing here. The chairman had even posted a warning in bold red text. No one in Jiangxing is to cross Lin Yuan. Whoever does gets driven out of the entire Jiangxing business world. Sweat instantly soaked through the fat man's shirt. And he'd just turned around and offered his own face up for the slaughter. Brother, say something already. Zhaoya was still yelling. Crack. A slap landed, and Zhaoya went flying sideways with a scream, knocking over a perfume counter and sending glass shattering across the floor. She clutched her face, her eyes full of disbelief. You hit me? Shut up. The fat man's flab was quivering. You idiot. Are you trying to get me killed? Ignoring the shattered glass all over the floor, he bowed toward me at a full 90 degrees. Mr. Lin, I'm so sorry. I didn't know it was you. This wretched woman's got a filthy mouth. She deserved it. I'll drag her out of here right now. His voice shook, and he didn't dare lift his head. He grabbed a fistful of Zhaoya's hair and dragged her toward the exit like a dead dog. Move. You tired of living, or what? Zhaoya lost one of her high heels. Her face bloodied as she was hauled out of the store, unable to even string a full curse together. The store fell quiet again. Su Xianwan stood behind me, staring at the shattered glass on the floor, then at my back, a sour ache rising in her chest. From college until now, she'd been trampled by Zhaoya too many times, and every time all she could do was endure it, because she had no money, no backing, no one to say a single word in her defense. But today, I hadn't even raised my voice. I'd just swiped a card, and Zhaoya had been sent flying by the very man she'd counted on as her backer. This was what power was. This was what it felt like to have someone standing in front of you, shielding you. Ding. Target Su Xianwan. Beauty rating 87. Affinity plus 3%. Current affinity 38%. I pocketed the black card and gave my sleeve a shake. Now that you're changed, let's get to work. Su Xiaowan's legs snapped straight, her pretty face flushing red. Instinctively, she bent over as if reporting for duty. Yes, Mr. Lin. If I botch the meatpacking plant deal, I'll offer myself up to you as collateral on the spot. The moment the words left her mouth, she froze in place, her face flushing, red to the tips of my ears. Great. Just great. Why does this sound a lot like what Zhao Yi used to do to me? The black SUV rolled to a stop in the Western Industrial District. The faded, peeling letters spelling out Hongfa Meat Processing Plant looked patchy in the evening sun, and the wind carried a lingering, inescapable stench of raw meat. I left the engine running and turned to look at her. Negotiate whatever price you want, but the balance doesn't get paid until 3 months from now. Remember, from this moment on, you speak for me. If the sky falls, I'll be the one holding it up. Su Xiaowan stared at me, dazed. Her old bosses used to hand out assignments with lines like, screw this up and you'll be sorry. It was exactly this meek, take-it-lying-down nature that got her assigned as my secretary in the first place. I was too capable, but every project's results ended up credited to Shun Qingyue's name. Nobody wanted to work under me, since there was no chance of earning credit or getting promoted. Now here I was, saying, if the sky falls, I'll hold it up. She just nodded hard and pushed the door open. Her new leather shoes still pinched a little. Watching my car turn around and drive off, kicking up a trail of dust, she smoothed her skirt suit and tucked her loose hair behind her ear. When she lifted her head again, her eyes already burned with the light of the apocalypse steward. An hour later, downtown Jiangcheng, at an elegant, upscale Western restaurant. I pushed through the door, and the smell of butter hit me. A server came forward to greet me. I ignored him and walked straight to the seat by the window. Su Muxiue was sitting there. She'd taken off her white coat and changed into a pale blue dress, her shoulder-length hair perfectly in place. Her cold, striking aura kept every man who wanted to hit on her at a distance. Been waiting long. I dropped into the seat casually and leaned back. Not really. She glanced up with a polite smile. Mr. Lin, your concussion's recovering pretty fast. Her tone was clinical, like she was making a diagnosis. I didn't take the bait and raised a hand to call the server over. 1 filet medium. I closed the menu and looked at her. Dr. Su isn't a fan of anything bloody, so bring her a plate of pasta. I don't like pasta, she said, frowning. High carbs help ease overstimulation of the sympathetic nervous system. I looked her dead in the eye. Your head wants meat, but your stomach needs starch right now. She pressed her lips together but didn't argue. I'm curious, she said, leaning forward slightly. Mr. Lin, or should I say, the Lin madman who just walked away with $1 billion in cash. Wait 1 month and you could get 20% more, maybe even more than that. Why the rush? I spread my napkin across my lap and spoke slowly. You're asking all these detailed questions, and you dressed up this nicely too. Dr. Su, are you trying to set up a date with a freshly divorced guy like me? The curveball caught her completely off guard. She sat there stunned for a solid 3 seconds. A date? She was 28, and her family was pushing hard. She'd been arranged into countless eligible bachelor meetups. Every one of those men chose his words carefully, but this guy in front of her, younger than she was, clearly couldn't care less whether she got mad. She pushed down that odd flicker in her chest, tightened her fingers around her glass, and steered the conversation back, her voice cooling a few degrees. Mr. Lin is joking. I came today for one thing only. How did you know the patient in VIP 3 didn't have ordinary gastroenteritis? That was the real reason she'd asked me here. The question had been eating at her all afternoon. Dr. Su, you've seen countless people die in the ICU. But have you ever seen someone come back from the dead? She scoffed. I'm a firm believer in materialism. The steak and pasta arrived. I ignored her, picked up my knife and fork, and started cutting into the steak on my own, metal clinking against the porcelain plate. There's a slight loss of control in your right hand when you hold the knife. Your muscle strength and nerve control don't match up. Seeing I wasn't going to say anything, she went on. Forget me needing starch. You're the one who needs a neurology follow-up. Could be an after effect of the car accident. I swallowed the beef, wiped my mouth with the napkin, and stared into those probing eyes of hers. Suddenly, I turned serious. It's got nothing to do with the accident. I clawed my way back from hell. Her brow furrowed, her chest rising and falling. I cut off another piece, the knife and fork clinking, like some brute who didn't know a thing about table manners. Watching her fight the urge to blow up, held back only by her upbringing, I finally set the utensils down with a sigh. Dr. Su, if one day you run into trouble that even a scalpel can't fix, or when the world ends, you can give me a call. Then I flagged down the server. Check, please. Ding. Target Su Mushue's affinity -2%, currently at 0%. Walking out of the restaurant, I fished out a lighter. Before my rebirth, I'd long since been forced to quit smoking. That stuff was a luxury in the apocalypse. Two people could break into a fight over a single cigarette, but on the ground. My thumb flicked the lighter cap open. Click. The metal casing gave a muffled crack in my hand. The whole lighter split down the middle, shards digging into my palm, the smell of lighter fluid seeping out between my fingers. That was exactly why I'd left after only a couple of bites. I'd underestimated the power boost from Su Xianwan's 50% attribute bonus. My constitution had jumped from 12 to 16, and my strength already far surpassed a normal person's. But my reflexes and fine motor control were still stuck at their old level, like a 3-year-old swinging a heavy sledgehammer. The more targets I win over from here on, the harder the attributes stack, and the worse this problem gets. Today I couldn't even control a knife well enough to cut steak. I needed a coach. A top-tier coach who could get me to master this new strength as fast as possible and turn every ounce of force into lethal power. A figure surfaced in my mind. Sharp red short hair, a sweat-soaked, form-fitting workout outfit, a savage silhouette tearing mutant beasts apart with her bare hands in the middle of a zombie horde. One of Jiangxing's 3 S-rank espers in my past life, on par with the Frost Empress, revered by survivors as the Valkyrie. Qin Yuma. I remembered it clearly. Before the apocalypse hit, this future Valkyrie was just a star female trainer at the Aology fitness chain. A gold digger who was desperate to claw her way into high society, racking up massive online loans just to package herself. Jiangsheng, 7 in the evening. The Aology fitness chain, deliberately set up beneath high-end office towers, a money pit built to harvest elite white-collar workers. I pushed through the door, still wearing the same casual outfit I'd been discharged in, completely out of place among the men and women in name-brand athletic wear, all reeking of protein powder mixed with cologne. Hello, sir. Is this your first time here? We have a trial class. Only $199 for a single session. 2 male salesmen in tight, quick-dry shirts, their pecs practically bursting through, lit up and flanked me on both sides with fake smiles. I didn't even glance at them and headed straight for the weight section. Sir, you can't just wander in without a membership. The tall, burly guy saw me ignoring him. His face darkened, and he threw his thick arm across the aisle. I brushed it aside with one hand. He tried to hold his ground, but suddenly felt a force like a charging bull slam into him. All 200 pounds of him stumbled, staggering back 3 or 4 steps before landing flat on his, but on a yoga ball. The whole gym went dead silent. Every pair of eyes turned toward us. The big guy clutched his arm, disbelief written all over his face. He'd been taken out in a single move by this lean, skinny guy? I frowned. Still can't control my strength. Ignoring the silence, I let my gaze cut through the crowd and lock onto the far end of the weight section. A woman. Her short red hair, soaked with sweat, clung to the pale skin of her neck. Her black skin-tight athletic wear traced every curve, not an ounce of fat, all coiled explosive power. Qin Yuma knelt on one knee, fingertips pressed into the calf of a plump, wealthy woman. Her voice carried a magnetic pull. Sis Zhang, finish this set of stretches and the lines will really pop. At that socialite gathering tonight, you'll be the center of attention, guaranteed. The wealthy woman flushed red under her hands, gazing dreamily at that spirited, striking face, even reaching to touch her sweat-dampened red hair. Little Qin, your technique is so much better than those disgusting men. How about tonight, you come over to my place? A flicker of revulsion crossed Qin Yuma's eyes, but she deftly dodged the hand and flashed a practiced, flirtatious smirk. I strode in. The few security guards who tried to stop me got knocked aside. Who let you in here? Get out. Qin Yuma shot to her feet, her almond-shaped eyes filled with frost. She hated nothing more than men barging into her territory. The wealthy woman shrieked too. Where'd this wild man come from? Security. I didn't even glance at her. I spat out a single cold word. Scram. A murderous aura, like something crawling out of a pile of corpses, swept across the room in an instant. The woman fell silent on the spot, grabbed her bag, and half crawled, half ran out the door. Are you fucking insane? Qin Yuma had a fiery temper, and on top of that, I'd just scared off her cash cow. For the next 3 months, I'm booking all your classes, I said flatly. One condition. You come whenever I call. She froze for a second, then laughed in pure exasperation. She'd seen plenty of rich playboys who thought a little money entitled them to chase after her. I don't take male clients, especially not the kind looking for special services. Get lost. Qin Yuma, drop the act, I said, staring straight at her. Playing devoted every single day for these fat pigs, just to pay off your loan sharks. Doesn't it make you sick? Her face went white in an instant. Her most hidden shame, the enormous debt she'd racked up to maintain her independent woman image, had just been called out like it was nothing. How could he possibly know? What she didn't know was that in her past life, after awakening an S-rank ability, she'd turned wild, often draping herself over beautiful women while spilling all her dirty history. She told me these secrets herself. I need to see your professional skills, I continued. I'm hiring a trainer, not a decoration. The only things Chin Yuma took more pride in than her face were the muscle and strength she'd carved out through sweat, blood, and tears. And here I was, reducing all of it to merchandise that needed inspecting. What the hell would a scrawny little weakling like you know? I'm one of Olympia's top 10 trainers of the year. One of my students took 3rd place in the Asian Women's Kickboxing Championship last year. I need to prove myself to you? You're not even worth it. She crossed her arms, making her full chest even more striking. My private sessions run $500 an hour for women, $5,000 for men. Want to book 3 months? Fine, cough up $500,000 first. Or drop your pants and let everyone see whether you've even got the equipment. The onlookers snickered under their breath. $5,000 an hour, blatant highway robbery. Even Olympic-level trainers topped out at $3,000. But I didn't so much as raise an eyebrow. Payment QR code. I didn't even bother to haggle. The mockery on her face deepened. She figured I was just putting on airs to save face. She pulled out her phone one-handed, propped her elbow against the back of her wrist, and lazily held up the QR code. A faint scent of shea butter drifted through the air, the lingering trace of skin lotion dissolved in sweat. I took out my phone, scanned it, and tapped a few times, fingers flying. The next second, Alipay received 1 million yuan. The crisp notification chime rang out, jarringly loud in the quiet wait section. The front desk girl's hand jerked, sending a folder crashing to the floor. Several muscle-bound men's eyes went wide, mouths gaping wide enough to fit an egg. And Chin Yuma, the mockery, the sarcasm, the contempt on her face all froze in that instant. She looked at the jealousy blazing in the eyes around her, her crossed arms dropping stiffly to her sides, the phone nearly slipping from her grip. 1 million just like that? To squeeze into high society, she'd bought designer bags to package herself, running up hundreds of thousands in online debt across every platform. A mountain crushing her, leaving her gasping for air. And now, in a way that was almost humiliating, I just flattened that mountain for her. In my mind, the system's notification chimed right on cue. Ding. Target Chin Yuma, beauty 85, favorability plus 5%. Current favorability, 5%. I put my phone away and took a step forward. At 6'1", I loomed over the 5'8" Chin Yuma, making her instinctively step back half a pace. Any more problems? The extra money is enough to refund all your other clients. She swallowed hard. For the first time, her voice trembled. What exactly do you want? Simple. I glanced at the muscles poised and ready beneath her athletic wear. Take off your clothes. Take off my clothes. Her face flushed crimson. She stepped back, clutching the neckline of her tank top, her eyes full of alarm. Money can buy sessions. It can't buy me. Chin Yuma was a famous butch in her circle, and she only went for soft, cute, pretty little girls. Seeing her would-rather-die-than-comply expression, my mouth twitched. What's going through your head? I meant change into something else before you train me. I don't want your sweat all over me. Her expression froze. So that's what he meant. She was so mortified she wanted to crawl into a hole. You wait, she forced out through gritted teeth, then spun around and stormed into the locker room. Since you're paying to get your ass kicked, I'm going to train you into the ground today, rich boy. Meanwhile, in the western suburbs, at the Hongfa meat processing plant, the manager's office was thick with cigarette smoke. Wang Hongfa, pot-bellied and self-satisfied, held a teacup and eyed Su Xianwan sideways, a young girl fresh out into the world. She wore designer clothes, but her slightly trembling hands couldn't fool an old fox like him. Little lady, it's not that I, old Wang, won't do you a favor. This plant runs entirely on imported equipment, just 5 kilometers from the highway on-ramp. Big trucks can come and go freely. The text cuts off here. No competitor of comparable scale within a 200-kilometer radius. The cold storage saves 15% on electricity, hundreds of thousands a year in power bills alone. Flat price, 60 million. Not a penny less. He'd pegged Su Xianwan as some big shots junior assistant sent to scout things out, and he was jacking up the price on purpose. Your boss doesn't have the guts to come himself? Sends a little girl to keep me company? Tell you what, let's grab dinner tonight, and we can talk about the price. In the past, faced with a greasy fat man who wouldn't even offer her a glass of water, Su Xianwan would have been too scared to speak. But now, most of the timidity had drained from her eyes. She represented Mr. Lin. She didn't haggle. She pulled out her phone, opened a PDF, and said in a slightly trembling voice, Manager Wang, your factory has posted losses for 3 straight quarters. Your 34 million bank loan is fully overdue. Pork prices have crashed the last 2 months, and your cold storage burns nearly 200,000 in electricity every month. The money in your account won't last past next month. Drag this out another 6 months, and you're looking at bankruptcy liquidation. And by then, you'd be lucky to get 30 million from anyone. The fat rolled on Wang Hongfa's face twitched, and cigarette ash dropped onto his pants. Su Xiaowan's confidence surged. I'll pay you 2 million as a letter of intent right now. Dismiss all your employees within 3 days, and I'll pay another 800,000 deposit. The remaining 40 million, she paused, will be settled in 3 months, electricity bills included. Those 100+ tons of frozen pork you can't sell in your cold storage? They're ours. Or I find another factory. Wang Hongfa slammed the table and shot to his feet. Little girl, you having fun at my expense? Pay 40 million in 3 months. Why the hell should I trust you? That pork alone is worth over 1 million. Not a ripple crossed Su Xiaowan's face. Because the bank is pulling your loan tomorrow. Because you can't even make payroll next week. Manager Wang, my boss is your only lifeline. Wang Hongfa slumped back into his chair, sweat beading on his forehead. Can you bump it up a little? Su Xiaowan grabbed her bag and turned to leave. Wait. He deflated like a punctured ball. Another 500,000. She reached the door and glanced back at him. You smoked in front of me, so I don't want to add a single cent. Wang Hongfa hurriedly stubbed out his cigarette, doused it in his tea, and plastered on a smile. 200,000, added to the final payment. Only then did Su Xiaowan nod. In truth, adding 100 million wouldn't have mattered. She just found this fat man revolting and wanted to make him squirm. Mr. Lin had made it crystal clear what the world would look like in 3 months. She could only tolerate Mr. Lin smoking in front of her. After signing the contract, she pushed open the iron door leading down to the underground cold storage. A rumble, a blast of frigid air hit her face. Before her lay a massive underground space, capable of holding 2,000 tons of supplies. Shelving stretched to the vaulted ceiling, condenser pipes crisscrossed overhead, and exhaust fans hummed at a low frequency, like a slumbering giant beast, waiting only to be fed. This would be the starting point of Mr. Lin's apocalypse fortress. She snapped a few photos and sent a text, her fingertips trembling slightly. Mr. Lin, mission accomplished. The gym, VIP training room. Qin Yuma changed into a new set of workout clothes and pointed at a heavy punching bag. Warm up. Hit it 100 times. I planted my feet casually, rolled my wrist, and threw a heavy punch. Bam! The bag flew off like a cannon shot, sailing over 3 meters before slamming hard into the wall. Qin Yuma had seen boxing champions. She'd trained brutal fighters from underground rings. But my punch had no kinetic chain whatsoever. It was pure brute muscle, and I hadn't even used half my strength. I shook out my tingling wrist and frowned. My strength is growing too fast. My nerve response and muscle control can't keep up. I looked at her. She'd been standing there frozen stiff. Your job is to teach me to control every single muscle perfectly, to turn every ounce of power into the most efficient kill. Training began. Qin Yuma quickly slipped into her element. Wrong exertion. Tighten your core. Drive from your waist and abs, not brute force. She had to physically correct every movement, feeling out where my power came from. But every point of contact made her heart pound. My body was scorching like a furnace, and that thick, masculine scent kept crashing over her. To her horror, she realized her mouth had gone dry. Ding. Target Qin Yuma, beauty 85, affection plus 2%. Current affection, 7%. I noticed her breathing had gone ragged and teased offhandedly. Coach Qin, your heart's racing. Try to stay professional. She was mortified beyond words, unable to muster a single retort. Just then my phone rang. It was Su Xiaowan. Mr. Lin, I secured the cold storage. Her voice carried the excitement of someone eager for praise, then quickly turned timid. I got kicked out of the company apartment. I've got nowhere to go. I was wondering where our apocalypse fortress is going to be, so I can rent a place nearby. Only then did I remember. I'd given the villa to Shen Qinghua. I was now a homeless drifter myself. Until the fortress was built, I really did need somewhere to land. I turned to look at Qin Yuma, still panting hard, drenched in fragrant sweat, and asked abruptly, "Where do you live?" She blanked, then instinctively rattled off her address. West District, Rose Garden Complex, Building 3. I nodded and gave the order into the phone. Go to Rose Garden Complex, Building 3. Rent a big apartment. The two of us will make do sharing a place for the next few months. On the other end, Su Xiaowan's brain short-circuited. Sharing a place? And she'd just clearly heard another woman panting heavily. Was Mr. Lin building a harem? Her face flushed red enough to bleed. I hung up, completely oblivious to how much nonsense my loyal little secretary had spun up in her head. My eyes fixed on the TV news mounted on the wall. Breaking news. Around 7 o'clock this evening, a rare, highly acidic hailstorm struck the northern district of Jiangxing. My pupils contracted slightly. In my past life, the first highly acidic hailstorm appeared a full month from now. This time it was 30 days early. I needed to pick up the pace. 2 hours later, the training room was in shambles. The heavy bag had been beaten to pieces, cotton stuffing scattered across the floor. Chin Yuma sat collapsed on the yoga mat, soaked in sweat, staring intently at me. The man whose breathing hadn't even changed. 2 hours of high-intensity training, and she'd pulled out every trick she had. She locked my wrist with a joint technique. It was like grappling rebar. She low-swept the back of my knee, and the recoil left her own calf numb. I pinned her shoulder with one hand, and she couldn't rise from her half-kneeling position. A tremor mixed with fear and fervor ran up her spine, straight to the top of her head. I rolled my shoulders, joints cracking. From that last max power exertion, my casual outfit's underarms and back were text cuts off. The stitches on the punching bag had burst open, looking almost comical. I stepped into the shower and rinsed off. When I came out wrapped in a towel, Chin Yuma had finished washing up too, leaning against the wall. Go buy me a few sets of clothes, I said, toweling my wet hair. A flat command. Her fiery temper flared, ready to snap back. Having a top-ranked coach run errands? But when she met my gaze, those calm eyes seemed to hold the crushing weight of a battlefield piled with corpses. She remembered the text confirming that $1 million deposit, the punching bag she'd seen destroyed, that inhuman body of mine. This, Valkyrie, actually forced out a few dry words. What size? You're a top coach and you can't even eyeball a client's measurements? I said, then ignored her, picking up my phone to call Su Xianwan. When the call connected, Su Xianwan was standing at the entrance of the rose garden, the night breeze giving her a chill. Mr. Lin, I walked around, but all the agents have gone home. Her voice was flustered. I glanced at the clock. 9:30. I frowned. Too late. Did you bring your ID? Huh? Yeah, I did. She blinked. Find a hotel nearby, send me the address, and make do for the night. Click. The call ended. Su Xianwan stood frozen, clutching her phone. Make do for the night? At a hotel? That woman's panting she'd overheard this afternoon looped endlessly in her mind. Mr. Lin had broken things off with his ex-wife for her, or so she believed, smashed through the company's front doors, given her trust and responsibility she'd never had before, and now he wanted her to repay him and prove her loyalty in another way. Boom. Her face flushed so red it was practically bleeding. Was this the price of becoming his confidant? Scenes from every palace intrigue drama flashed wildly through her head. She headed toward the hotel. Passing a 24-hour convenience store, some invisible force made her stop. A ridiculous thought popped up. Even if she had to do that, she should be professional about it, not accidentally get pregnant and ruin Mr. Lin's grand plans. Face burning, she rushed into the store, too embarrassed to look at the clerk, and with trembling hands grabbed the most expensive box of condoms off the shelf. At checkout, she kept her head down low. Want a bag? The clerk asked, watching her blush and shake. She nodded frantically, like a kid caught red-handed. Gym locker room. Ding. Target Su Xianwan. Attractiveness 87. Affinity plus 5%. Current affinity 43%. I paused, thoroughly baffled. This girl's affinity was climbing with zero logic. But whatever, as long as it kept going up. I needed an obedient, efficient steward for the apocalypse. 10 minutes later, Chin Yuma came back carrying a few menswear shopping bags, tossing them in front of me, her face sour like I owed her millions. Sir, half the stores were about to close. I busted my ass to get these. I gave them a glance. Mediocre taste. The veins at her temple twitched, but she didn't dare argue. I changed into the new black casual outfit, adjusted the collar, tucked away the oppressive aura from training, and let my gaze go deep and still again. Without another look at her, I walked straight out of the gym, got into the SUV, and drove toward the location Su Xianwan had sent. Rose Hotel, first floor lobby. The moment I walked in, I saw Su Xianwan curled up on a couch in the corner. The little secretary was clutching her canvas bag for dear life, head down, body trembling slightly, looking every bit like she was ready to be taken. I frowned, chalking it up to nerves around the big boss. I walked straight to the front desk and tapped the counter. 2 executive suites, door to door. Of course, sir. At the word two, Su Xianwan, who'd had her eyes squeezed shut, bracing for fate's judgment, snapped them open. Two rooms. She was completely dumbfounded. In her utter shock, the canvas bag slipped from her arms and hit the floor with a thud, mouth gaping open. That box of condoms she'd bought with the resolve of the doomed slid out, gliding a full meter across the smooth marble floor before coming to a perfect stop right at the tip of my shoe. The gold D logo on the packaging gleamed under the crystal chandelier. The front desk girl's hands paused for a second mid-checkout. She kept her smile, but her eyes betrayed her love of gossip. Su Xianwan wished she could drop dead on the spot, praying for a bolt of lightning to strike her down. I slowly looked down at the eye-catching little box by my foot and raised an eyebrow. Just as I was about to speak, BZZT, BZZT, BZZT. The phone in my pocket buzzed like crazy. I pulled it out. An unknown number on the screen. I swiped to answer. The next second, Shen Qingyue's frantic, near-hysterical scream exploded from the receiver, faintly audible across the entire lobby. Lin Yuan. You bastard. What the hell do you want? On the other end, Shen Qingyue was screaming like a madwoman. I didn't so much as raise an eyebrow. I just held the phone away and calmly spoke 4 words into the receiver. You brought this on yourself. Then I hung up and blacklisted the number in one smooth motion. The hotel lobby was dead quiet. The front desk girl still hadn't recovered from that hysterical shrieking. Bringing a cute girl, who'd come with her own condoms, to book a room as revenge against his ex? This plot was insane. I looked down at the little gold box by my foot. Without bending over, I flicked it with my toe, sending it arcing perfectly into a trash can 3 meters away. Toss out that garbage in your head, I said, glancing at the still petrified Su Xianwan. Get some sleep. There's work tomorrow. Su Xianwan felt like she'd been pardoned. Color flooded back into her deathly pale face, and she practically fled to the front desk to check in, not daring to look at me again, yet feeling, inexplicably, a little let down. Shen Qingyue held her dead phone, frozen in place. For 3 years, all she'd had to do was crook a finger, and the man she'd trampled underfoot would come crawling back like a dog. But this time, all she got were 4 words. She let out a piercing shriek, so terrifying it made the cleaning lady next to her snatch her phone back and run. Just moments ago, she'd lived through the darkest few hours of her life. After Lin Yuan's car smashed through the company's front doors, board video conferences came one after another. Several senior executives who used to greet her with smiles turned on her in an instant. The bank has already issued risk warnings on all 3 of our projects with the City Investment Group. You embezzled $5 million in company funds to buy a man a watch. If this gets out, the stock hits the daily limit down tomorrow. Get on damage control, now. Ms. Shun, if Lin Yuan were still here, a rookie mistake like this would never have happened. Proud and arrogant, Shen Qingyue had been backed into a corner. Gritting her teeth, she signed a make-or-break agreement in front of everyone, guaranteeing that with Lu Feng on board, she'd stabilize the situation within 6 months. If she failed, she'd automatically forfeit her position as CEO. That $5 million watch. Just a down payment for Lu Feng, that business prodigy. For years, Lu Feng had told her his overseas connections and expertise far surpassed Lin Yuan's. That once he took over, he'd lead her to new heights of glory. After signing, she rushed on an empty stomach to the KTV, hoping to find some comfort at Lu Feng's birthday party. But the private room door was ajar. She'd said earlier she had company matters to handle. No one expected her to come back. Through the crack in the door, she saw something that made her blood run cold. That Feng she'd imagined as gentle, refined, and brilliant was wrapped around some barely dressed, sexy female influencer, hands roaming freely, whispering in her ear while his friends cheered them on with drinks. Boom. Hadn't Feng said he was saving himself for her? Hadn't he said he had no interest in anyone but her? That theirs was a purely platonic love? She wanted to storm in and tear their faces apart. But she couldn't. She'd just signed that make-or-break agreement, and her only lifeline was Lu Feng's talent. She didn't even dare let him know she'd seen any of this. Like a clown, Shen Qingyue fled in humiliation into the pitch-black emergency stairwell, crouched on the floor, borrowed a cleaning lady's phone, and dialed the number that she thought would always take her back. What she got in return was the coldest ice. It's all Lin Yuan's fault. That stupid man. Couldn't he just swallow his pride and apologize? Ding. Target Shen Qingyue. Attractiveness 91. Favorability -10%. Current favorability -40%. Early the next morning. I hadn't slept well, jolted awake by nightmares several times during the night. When I woke and found myself lying in the hotel's big bed, I finally breathed a sigh of relief. In the buffet hall, the greasy smell of frying bacon assaulted my nose. Wearing new athletic wear, I cut into the omelet on my plate. Across from me, Su Xianwan sat with 2 dark circles under her eyes, her milk untouched. Once you finish breakfast, go take care of this, I said, sliding a sheet of stationery across the table. It was packed with items. Premium rice, 500 tons. High-gluten flour, 500 tons. Cooking oil, 500 tons. Bottled drinking water, 10,000 cases. Dehydrated vegetables, jerky, compressed biscuits, self-heating canned meals, unlimited. Antibiotics, anti-inflammatory meds, suture kits, bandages. Clear out every pharmacy's inventory on the market. Heavy-duty diesel generator units, 20 sets. High-grade diesel fuel, 500 tons. Su Xianwan stared at the list, her scalp tingling. Mr. Lin, several major grain suppliers have already paused their orders. They say the acid hail in the northern district has escalated shipping risks. I wiped my mouth, My tone is casual, as if I were ordering afternoon tea. You still have all of Xinghui's old supplier connections. Tell them these are rush orders, with a penalty clause set at 10 times the value. Give them a full 30% down payment, so they let their guard down completely and defer the balance for 3 months. Anything that needs refrigeration goes straight to the meat processing plant. Rent a few more warehouses nearby for the rest. Understood. Su Xianwan immediately shook off her doubts and treated the list like a military order. I stood up. The supplies are yours to handle. I'm going to secure the final stronghold. Final stronghold. West Suburbs. Cloud Summit Sky Palace. Su Xianwan quickly pulled up the information. The more she read, the paler she got. She chased after me and called out to me in the lobby. Mr. Lin, that's the Jiang family's turf. The entire project isn't open to the public. It's the Jiang family's own private villa district. My footsteps didn't slow, and I didn't look back, just waved my hand carelessly. Rules are made for the weak. West Suburbs. Cloud Summit Sky Palace. The black off-road vehicle stopped at the scenic overlook at the foot of the mountain. I scanned the scene before me, an isolated peak surrounded by water on 3 sides, with a single long bridge as the only access point. Easy to defend, hard to attack. In my past life, Jiangqing's #1 refuge was built right here. With just 1 A-class ability user and 4 B-class ones, it kept nearly 1,000 survivors alive. More importantly, it was less than 2 kilometers in a straight line from the meat processing plant Su Xianwan had just acquired. I drove into the palace-like sales office. A sharp-looking sales manager in a crisp suit immediately noticed me. Good day, sir. I'm the client manager. Do you have an appointment? His smile was textbook perfect, but it carried a cold, keep your distance edge. I ignored his outstretched hand and walked straight in. A massive crystal chandelier hung in the center of the hall. My gaze fell on the scale model, locking onto the villa at the summit, the one with the largest footprint and the most extravagant design. Sky Palace #1. Show it to me. The corners of the manager's mouth curled up a bit more. I'm sorry, sir. Cloud Summit Sky Palace is invitation only. Only those recommended internally by the Jiang family are qualified to view the properties. Without an appointment, there's really no way to arrange it procedurally. If you're interested, you can register at the front desk and we'll notify you once sales open. I glanced up at him and tapped my finger on the glass cover of the scale model. Who's in charge of this development right now? Cloud Summit Sky Palace is personally managed by our young mistress, Jiang Xiaowan. I narrowed my eyes. The Jiang family's cherished daughter, a woman proud to the very core. She'd been Shun Qingyue's archrival since childhood, battling from school all the way to the business world. She'd also tried multiple times to poach me from Xinghui, each offer more generous than the last. Right in front of the manager, I pulled out my phone and dialed directly. The manager kept up his professional smile, his eyes full of mockery, putting on airs, as if a nobody like you could possibly have the young mistress's number. Probably going to pretend to call some hotline, then make up an excuse about not getting through and slink away. But the call connected after just 2 rings. A lazy female voice came through the receiver. Well, if it isn't Xinghui's great hero, the genius Lin who walked away with a $1 billion breakup fee. What's this? Finally come to your senses about leaving that idiot Shin Qingyue and ready to come work for me. I ignored her barbs and got straight to the point. I want to buy Sky Palace #1. Jiang Xiaowan paused, then let out a soft laugh. That penthouse in the middle of nowhere on top of the mountain? That was originally what my dad reserved for the mayor, but the old man thought it was too remote and swapped it for a place downtown. What's this? A homeless guy like you, buying it to become a hermit? You can buy it, she said, changing tack, but come work for the Jiang family. Not only will I sell you Sky Palace #1 to live in, I'll help you crush Shin Qingyue too. How about it? She wanted to leash me, the sharpest dog in the business world, right by her side. After all, my track record spoke for itself. After Shin Qingyue's father died, it was me who steadied Xinghui. The building he ran was on the verge of collapse. I only deal in transactions, I said calmly. 20% down? I'll wire it to you now. I want the keys today so I can start renovations. The balance gets settled in 3 months. Jiang Xiaowan actually laughed at my audacity. But on second thought, using an unsellable villa to spite her archrival didn't seem like a bad deal at all. Fine, but you have to come sign the contract with me in person. Send me the address. I hung up. Ding. Target Jiang Xiaowan. Beauty, 92. Affection plus 2%. Current affection, minus 8%. Her affection went up. Does this woman want to eat me alive? I pocketed my phone, didn't even glance at the sales manager who stood there dumbstruck, and turned to leave. Half an hour later, at the Jiang family's private club, Yunjiang Pavilion. Inside the private room, Jiang Xiaowan wore a flaming red dress, her long, straight legs crossed as she studied me with obvious interest when I pushed the door open. She was breathtakingly beautiful, with an aura that was downright predatory. She'd planned to feel me out, to probe my motives for buying the villa and my next move. But I gave her nothing to work with. I pulled out a chair, sat down, grabbed a pen, signed the contract, then pulled out my phone and made the transfer right in front of her. Your account ending in 6866 has been debited 50 million yen. The money's in. I snatched up the keycard and keys that symbolized ownership of Sky Palace Number 1, stood up, and turned to leave. The whole thing took less than a minute. This absolute indifference to her beauty, her power, and the aura she'd so carefully cultivated made Jiang Shaowan taste defeat for the first time. Ding. Target Jiang Shaowan. Beauty, 92. Affection plus 1%. Current affection, minus 7%. Stop right there. Jiang Shaowan suddenly stood and strode over to me. The moment she got close, a rose fragrance so thick it was almost suffocating washed over me. Before I could react, she raised her phone and snapped a photo of the two of us. In it, her red lips curled up, her eyes full of disdain, while I stood there expressionless, holding the contract and keys. I gave her a single glance, said nothing, and walked out the door. I didn't care about this woman's little mind games. Right now, all I wanted was to start building my fortress as fast as possible. Jiang Shaowan sent the photo to her assistant and gave an order. Let the news that Lin Yuan bought Sky Palace Number 1 accidentally leak to the financial press. Headline: Former Star Radiance Group executive strikes out on his own, with the full backing of the Jiang family. She watched the direction I'd left in, a playful smile tugging at the corner of her mouth. I drove straight to the mountaintop. Sky Palace Number 1 sprawled across 5,000 square meters, its main structure resembling a modern fortress. What pleased me even more was that it had 3 independent underground levels, originally designed as a private wine cellar, vault, and home theater for the ultra-wealthy. Steep natural rock walls surrounded it on all sides. It was practically a fortress foundation tailor-made for the apocalypse. I dialed a number from my past life memory, the boss of an underground security engineering crew. They only cared about money and never asked questions. Half an hour later, a group of tough, hardened engineers reeking of dust and gunsmoke hauled their precision equipment up to the summit. The bald, muscular man leading them looked at me and asked in a low voice, "Boss, what's the job?" I didn't waste words. I slapped the blueprints I'd drawn overnight onto the coffee table. Every wall in the house gets a half-meter-thick core of C100 blast-resistant concrete poured inside. Line the cavity with 10mm lead plating. Cut off the external power grid. I want independent geothermal and solar, plus 3 rings of high-voltage electric fencing that can fry an elephant. Rip out every ventilation fan and install only military-grade NBC filtration. The bald man tapped the blueprints. This is way too much work for 2 months. That half-meter of C100 alone. I pushed a 50 million yuan check across the table. I only care about results. Final inspection in 2 months. If you can't deliver, you'll never work in this industry again. Meanwhile, at Star Radiance Group, Shen Qingyue was being hounded to the breaking point by debt-collecting banks and a hostile board. The moment she picked up her phone, a breaking financial alert popped up on the screen. Former Star Radiance core executive Lin Yuan invests 250 million yen to take up residence at Sky Palace Number 1, escorted personally by the Jiang family's eldest daughter. The photo showed the two of them in the same frame. Shen Qingyue's mind went blank. How dare he? Just as jealousy was driving her to the brink of madness, the office door burst open and her assistant stumbled in, so flustered she could barely form words. "Miss Shen, we've got a problem. Mr. Lu Feng used the authorization you gave him earlier and transferred the company's last 20 million in liquid funds, all of it, to an overseas account." In Star Radiance Group's top-floor conference room, the atmosphere was colder than the AC. Get economic crimes investigation involved. A silver-haired director slammed a file onto the table, glaring at Lu Feng. 20 million, no procedure whatsoever, wired straight overseas. This is blatant embezzlement. Lu Feng's face went pale, but he still pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses and argued. "Everyone, that was a high-return overseas medical investment introduced by my Ivy League senior. Don't feed us that garbage." Another director pointed at the secretary. "Call the police. Let him explain high returns to them." "Stop." The conference room doors flew open and Shen Qingyue rushed in, snatching the secretary's phone and shielding Lu Feng behind her. She gritted her teeth, her nails nearly digging into her flesh. "That investment. I authorized it. High risk, high return. If anything goes wrong, I'll take full personal responsibility." Watching the utterly unhinged Shen Qingyue, the room fell dead silent. The silver-haired director took off his reading glasses, rubbed the bridge of his nose, and slowly closed his folder. Then several chairs pushed back at once as the old guard rose and filed out, not one of them sparing Shen Qingyue another glance. Back when her father died, they'd wanted to seize Star Radiance. If Lin Yuan hadn't turned the tide, this woman would have been dead 100 times over. Now, it was time to consider their next move. Shen Qingwei turned to Lu Feng. Lu Feng, there's definitely no problem with this project, right? Lu Feng smiled and reached for her hand, but she dodged. Relax, Qingwei. I'll prove it to you tomorrow. Want to grab lunch together? Shen Qingyue's face went cold as she turned and walked away. She figured those stubborn old-timers just couldn't handle anything new. She'd wait for Lu Feng to deliver results, then slap Lin Yuan across the face with her own hands. The whole farce quickly spread throughout Jiang City. In a top-tier private SBA club, Jiang Shaoan looked at the intel on her phone and laughed so hard she was trembling. Uffed. Ivy League. Heh. This is killing me. She tossed the investigation report her assistant had just handed her onto the desk. Lu Feng's so-called Ivy League degree turned out to be nothing more than a correspondence diploma from a third-rate diploma mill, bought for $200,000. Oh, Shen Qingwei. You know damn well this pretty boy is a fraud, and you're still choking down this crap to cover for him. Jiang Shaoan swirled her wine, watching the show with delight. I don't even have to lift a finger. You'll suffocate yourself with your own misery. Western suburbs. Cloud Summit Sky Palace. The thunderous roar of heavy machinery echoed across the mountaintop. Sky Palace No. 1 had become a massive construction site. Hundreds of workers toiled in 3 rotating shifts, day and night, as the entire fortress underwent a frenzied renovation with no regard for cost. I stood on the second-floor terrace, looking down at the crew, my brow slightly furrowed. I was spread too thin. From verifying the grade of the blast-resistant concrete, to the precision of the lead plating, to the installation and calibration of the NBC filtration system, every single stage needed a professional and absolutely reliable person to supervise it. Su Xianwan excelled at coordinating procurement, but she knew nothing about engineering. Qin Yuma was a top-tier combat instructor. Handing her a blueprint would be less useful than sending her to hit a punching bag. I needed a real foreman, someone with military training, who understood fortifications, and who was absolutely loyal. A name surfaced in my mind. Lu Yen, that silent, taciturn face from my past life. A retired Special Forces ace, fiercely loyal and honorable, with a will of steel. More importantly, right now, this man was here in Jiangcheng, glued to the ICU of a certain hospital because his daughter was dying. In my past life, Lu Yen was set up and ambushed by a shelter leader while trying to secure an expensive dose of medicine for his daughter. He fought to the point of exhaustion and died a horrific death in the midst of a zombie horde. This time, I wouldn't let something so foolish happen again. But the problem was, which hospital was Lu Yen at? I'd pulled some strings in the business world to find him, but the people I contacted either politely refused or wouldn't even pick up the phone. Shen Qingwei, in her capacity as CEO of Starlight, had blacklisted me completely. Anyone who helped me was making an enemy of Starlight. The evening breeze tugged at the hem of my clothes. Lu Yen should be keeping watch at the hospital right now. Hospital. My eyes flickered as I thought of that cold, aloof fish, Su Mushiwa. I dialed her number directly. It rang for a long time before she finally picked up, her cold, weary voice coming through the receiver. Hello. I got straight to the point. Dr. Su, I need you to look up a patient for me. A little girl, her father's name is Lu Yen, in the ICU of one of the hospitals. She fell silent, saying nothing. I upped the ante. In return, I'll donate $2 million to your hospital's relief fund. Ding. Target Su Mushiwa, beauty 90. Favorability -5%. Current favorability -5%. Then came her voice, cold and utterly devoid of emotion. Mr. Lin, I'm a doctor, not some information peddler who sells patients' privacy. Keep your money. Use it to buy someone else's conscience. Beep, beep, beep. Disconnected. I stared at the darkened screen, the corner of my mouth twitching. Moral bottom lines of a peaceful era, huh? Too bad in 3 months all of this would be worth nothing. I didn't hesitate. I sent Lu Yan's name straight to a private investigator, even if it meant taking a little more time. My phone lit up again. It was Su Xianwan. Boss Lin. Boss Lin. Her voice trembled with excitement. All 20 of the heavy-duty diesel generators you wanted are secured. Where should we ship them? I rubbed my temples. Sky Palace No. 1. The excitement on the other end came to an abrupt halt. A full 5 seconds passed before she stammered, sucking in a sharp breath. Sky Palace No. 1. You actually got it done. She finally understood that Boss Lin's words, rules are made for the weak, weren't empty talk, but fact. Once the shock wore off, her voice dropped to barely a whisper, trembling with the resolve of someone facing their doom. Boss Lin, I've rented the place at Rose Garden. A 3-bedroom, 2-living room, full-floor unit. The master bedroom sheets. I changed them to the pure black you like. Tonight. What time will you be back? I looked down at the bustling construction site below, my tone flat. head over first. And while you're at it, stop by the mall and pick up a few sets of men's clothes, including underwear. On the other end, Su Xianwan's face flushed all the way to the tips of her ears, her heart pounding like a drum. Buy underwear. What does Boss Lin mean by this? He's trusting me with even something like this. Could it be? Could it be he already thinks of me as being in that kind of relationship? Ding. Target Su Xianwan, beauty 87. Favorability plus 1%. Current favorability 44%. That afternoon, Jiangqing AO Li Gay Gym. Inside the VIP training room, heavy panting and dull thudding blows intertwined. Having pocketed $1 million, Qin Yuma displayed absolute professionalism. She'd turned away all her other clients and transformed into a drill sergeant from hell. Bang! I whipped a roundhouse kick into the custom kick shield. Qin Yuma braced both arms hard against the shield, but the terrifying force sent her whole body sliding half a meter, her feet scraping a black streak across the floor. She shook out her numb arms, staring at me. I wasn't even out of breath, her eyes full of shock. From kicking through the wall padding at the start, to being able to stop my force precisely at the surface of the kick shield by the end, I'd only needed one afternoon. That's it for today. I withdrew my leg and glanced at the clock. I could feel the surging power inside me gradually merging into instinct. A few more sessions, and I'd have complete control. Qin Yuma slumped to the floor in relief, gulping down water. At dusk, the setting sun dyed the streets blood red. I changed into casual clothes along with Qin Yuma, and we hailed a cab to Rose Garden. In the car, she turned her head. How do you train your explosive power? It's fiercer than a lot of heavy lifting athletes. I looked out the window. Talent. I paused. Your right leg generates 20% less power than your left. Just now, when you kicked the shield, your body instinctively leaned left. An old injury on your inner thigh? Her expression instantly went cold. Some things aren't yours to know. I didn't press further. I closed my eyes and leaned back against the seat, tapping my fingers twice on my knee. The two of us got out. The moment we entered the community's main gate, a piercing wail and a man's cursing shattered the evening calm. Li Hongda, you can't take this money. This is your daughter's tuition for next semester. By the greenery strip, a woman clung desperately to a man's leg, sobbing her heart out. She wore a homey cotton dress, her hair disheveled, yet her features were delicate, her skin luminously fair. Early 30s, with a full figure and a soft, gentle air about her. The man whose leg she clung to had a face full of savage rage. His eyes were sunken deep, and without a shred of mercy he drove his foot into the woman's shoulder. Get out of my way. I still can't pay back the money tonight. They're gonna chop my hands off. And you still want to send that money pit brat to school. The woman crumpled to the ground. The man snatched up a canvas bag and turned to leave. Stop. Walking ahead of me, Qin Yuma got a clear look at the woman's face, and rage shot straight up to the crown of her head. Wangya, her neighbor, the woman who often brought homemade dishes over to her, living alone as she did, gentle and kind-hearted. Seeing Wangya being beaten by her husband, there was no way Qin Yuma could hold back. She lunged forward and blocked Li Hongda. Put the bag down. Li Hongda's eyes were bloodshot, like a mad dog backed into a corner. You filthy bitch, mind your own business. Beat it. And with that, he threw a punch at her face. Qin Yuma's gaze went cold. Dealing with trash like this, hollowed out by booze and lust, she lifted her leg and delivered a front kick, starting late, but landing first, slamming hard into his gut. Li Hongda let out a scream and crashed onto the concrete, the canvas bag flying from his grip and rolling away. Qin Yuma was about to step in and dislocate this scumbag's arm. Don't. Wangya moaned in pain behind her. Qin Yuma froze. Li Hongda seized the chance to scramble up, bellowing venomously. You just wait. Then he fled the complex like a stray cur. Through the whole thing, I stood 3 meters away with my hands in my pockets. 1 year into the apocalypse, I'd seen things 100 times more disgusting than this. Sister Ya, are you okay? Qin Yuma brushed the dirt off her with an aching heart. Wangya clutched the recovered canvas bag tightly, tears streaming down uncontrollably, her body still trembling violently. Thank you, Xiao Qin, if it weren't for you. She choked out through her sobs. He's gone insane. He believed some friend's nonsense and went into pharmaceutical distribution. Behind my back, he mortgaged the house, took out loans from a loan shark to stockpile inventory. Then a crackdown hit. All the goods were stuck in his hands. He didn't dare sell any of it. Now the loan sharks come pounding on our door every day, and with compound interest, it's already ballooned to 2 million. I'd already started walking away, but at the words pharmaceutical distribution and crackdown, I stopped. Su Xianwan had gone out to procure supplies, and the medicine side of things was moving slowly. Large quantities of antibiotics and anti-inflammatories were strictly controlled. Through normal channels, you couldn't get more than a few boxes. And 3 months from now, in the apocalypse, the zombie virus would run rampant, water sources would be contaminated, and even a tiny scratch could trigger a fatal infection. Back then, a single box of amoxicillin was enough to buy a woman's first night. Suddenly, a piercing mechanical alarm blared inside my head. Ding. Target Su Xianwan, Beauty 87. Affinity plus 4%, currently at 50%. Affinity has broken through the critical threshold. Synchronizing target's ability. A-class spatial ability, unawakened. My expression changed. What the hell had this girl gotten up to first thing in the morning? Boom. In an instant, the blood in my body came to a boil, my skin visibly burning red hot. Ability awakening, genetic overload. This was the inevitable side effect of awakening a powerful ability. But I clearly hadn't awakened anything myself. I'd only synchronized an unawakened spatial ability, and even that triggered such a violent backlash. I braced myself hard against the solid wood coffee table before me. Crack. Several fissures spread across the tabletop where I gripped it. I bit through the tip of my tongue, using the taste of blood to cling to my last shred of reason. The mature woman's scent coming off Wang Yu was amplified infinitely in the air, becoming the deadliest aphrodisiac. Get out. I forced the words through gritted teeth. Get out of here. Wang Yu was terrified by the horrifying state I was in. As someone who'd been around, she looked at my bloodshot eyes, looked at this body of mine that seemed ready to set the air on fire. Had I been drugged with an aphrodisiac? She sank onto the leather sofa, instinctively wanting to flee. Just then, the phone in her bag buzzed. The lock screen lit up, and Li Hongda's WeChat message showed clear as day. Get the money in hand, ASAP. Quit stalling, damn it. Send it to my ICBC account. Wang Yu's face went deathly pale. So the drug had been slipped by that animal Li Hongda. The man outside the door was practically salivating, pushing his own wife to sell her body, and squatting by the door waiting to collect the cash. Their daughter's tuition sponsorship, over a decade of marriage, the last thing left on her body. In that man's eyes, it was all just figures to be converted into money. Something in Wang Yu's eyes shifted. That deadened ash caught fire, burning with a twisted light. Since you're selling me off like a whore, then I'll give you a whore to watch, and watch your fill. She didn't run. She kicked off her high heels, two crisp clacks as they hit the floor. Barefoot, step by step, she walked toward me. I clenched my teeth hard, every muscle in my body shaking violently. I absolutely loathed this feeling of losing control. Wang Yu looked at this man, burning hot, yet fighting so hard for restraint. This was what a man was. The one outside the door was just an animal. She stretched out both arms, wrapping them around my scorching neck, her soft body pressing against me. I don't want the money anymore. She rose on her toes, her red lips close to my ear, her voice carrying the thrill of revenge. I want you. Boom. My reason snapped completely. I reached around, seized her waist, and pinned her down onto the sofa. Ryup, fabric tore. The respectable housewife facade she'd taken such pride in was ripped to shreds, leaving nothing but tattered scraps of cloth. The sofa creaked violently under the strain. Her nails dug deep into the leather, leaving white streaks, sweat mixing with her heavy makeup and smearing it. And outside the door, Li Hongda pressed his ear against the cold security door. From inside came a cry that had lost all control. So familiar, yet strange and wild. A sound he'd never once heard in over 10 years of marriage. He pulled out his phone, thumb hovering over the banking app, refreshing the balance over and over, the corners of his mouth curling upward. There was no anger, only a sick, twisted anticipation. 2 hours later, the living room was in complete disarray, shredded black stockings and shirts strewn across the floor. I leaned back on the sofa, the raging energy inside me now settled. I turned my head to look at Wang Yu, curled up at the other end, tear tracks at the corners of her eyes, hair a mess, her fair skin covered in red marks, a puddle of wetness still on the sofa. I lit a cigarette I hadn't smoked in ages. The long-forgotten harshness made me cough a couple of times. To me, this was just an accidental release brought on by losing control. I didn't care. Worst case, I'd toss her out the door. Only 2% affinity, and no great power for the apocalypse either. Not worthy of following me. The dimensional space Su Xianwan had awakened, on the other hand, was a pleasant surprise. An extremely practical support ability after the apocalypse. No combat power, but it could store supplies, and time didn't even pass inside the space. In my past life, Shen Qinghua had this very ability. Ding. Intimate relations conducted under extreme moral transgression conditions. Target, Wang Yu, Beauty 88. Emotional fluctuation has reached its peak. Favorability critical hit plus 20%. Currently 22%. Favorability has broken through the critical threshold. Gained 50% of target's base stat bonus. Constitution 8, Spirit 10. Host, Lin Yuan. Constitution, 20, plus 4. Spirit, 26, plus 5. Ability, Grade A dimensional space, unawakened. The fingers holding my cigarette froze mid-air as I stared, dumbfounded, at the woman beside me. A stat gain? Or a critical hit? Rewind 2 hours. Western suburbs of Jiangxing. An old factory building. The smell of motor oil mixed with mildew. Huge patches of paint peeling off the walls. Su Xianwan sat on a battered couch, her dogwood pink suit so clean it was jarring, utterly out of place with her surroundings. She pushed the contract across the table, and then, with a sharp click, opened a black briefcase. 1 million in cash, laid out in neat stacks. The scent of fresh ink instantly overpowered the moldy stench. The landlord's eyes went wide, his back bending like his spine had been pulled out. Boss Su, you sure don't waste time. Use this place however you want. Tear the roof off, I don't care. He signed his name in a flash, terrified she'd change her mind. And the balance. 3 months from now, Su Xianwan replied flatly, tucking the contract into her bag. The smile on the landlord's face stiffened, but looking at that pile of cash, he didn't dare ask a single question more. She walked out of the factory and climbed into that wild, rugged George Barton off-roader. The cold touch of the briefcase still lingered in her palm. The image of the landlord bowing his head to sign played over and over in her mind. So all it took was standing behind Boss Lin, and even someone like her could make others bend. Boss Lin. She murmured his name, a sickly fervor flashing in her eyes as her hand drifted downward on its own. 10 minutes later. It was still a while before her scheduled arrival at the next procurement site, and since she happened to be passing Mixi Mall, she decided to pick up the full set of professional wardrobe that Boss Lin had ordered for her the day before yesterday, 1.45 million yuan's worth. Boss Lin said she needed to look presentable, so she had to maintain the most flawless image at all times. She could never embarrass him. On the first floor of Mixi Mall, foot traffic was noticeably lighter than usual. A giant electronic screen looped the midday news. With the recent surge in influenza cases, fever clinics at major hospitals are overwhelmed. The virus is mutating rapidly. Citizens are advised to limit going out. Su Xianwan's steps halted. Lin Yuan's order flashed through her mind, to stockpile antibiotics and anti-inflammatory medication at any cost. Unfortunately, no matter how hard she'd scoured, she'd only managed to secure a little over 100,000 yuan's worth of goods. Boss Lin. Had he foreseen all of this? A chill ran down her spine. She didn't dare think too deeply about it. Right now, there was only one iron law in her head. Lin Yuan's words were divine prophecy. At the Chanel counter, the sales associate who had waited on her 2 days ago recognized her at a glance and immediately abandoned the wealthy socialite she'd been showing bags to, hurrying over. Miss Su, you're here. The associate bowed to a 90-degree angle. The seasonal new arrivals you ordered are all packed and ready. The store manager also prepared an exclusive limited edition gift for you. Please accept it. A bottle of Perrier was set before her, and a dozen black shopping bags were lined up in a row. The customers around her turned to look. Envy, curiosity, and jealousy they couldn't quite hide. Su Xianwan clenched her fingers, suppressing the instinct to hunch her shoulders. She was no longer that little secretary who'd been scolded by her supervisor until she didn't dare lift her head. She was Boss Lin's person now. The list, she said. 2 words, and the associate immediately handed over a tablet. She was just about to check it when a commotion suddenly erupted outside the counter. Move. I need to see her. A disheveled woman broke past security and stumbled inside. Zhaoya. Just 2 days ago, she'd been strutting around in 6-inch heels, hanging off her sugar daddy's arm, looking down her nose and declaring that Su Xianwan wasn't worthy of setting foot in this store. Su Xianwan, she screamed. Every customer froze. Thud. Zhaoya's knees slammed into the floor as she dropped to her knees before her. I was wrong. Xianwan, I was really wrong. She wrapped her arms around Su Xianwan's leg, tears and snot smeared all over her face. Put in a word for me with your boyfriend. Beg him to let me off. Su Xianwan took half a step back and pulled her leg free. What the hell has gotten into you? Zhaoya crawled forward on her knees. That bastard froze all my bank cards and kicked me out of the villa. He's counting all the money he spent buying me bags and cars as loans. 800,000. He says if you don't forgive me, he'll make me pay off the debt for the rest of my life. Dead silence filled the counter area. Su Xianwan looked down at her, feeling no wild joy, only a calm that was almost frightening. So it wasn't that Zhaoya had ever been so superior. It was just that she herself had been too weak before, weak enough that anyone could step on her. Zhaoya panicked. The class reunion is the day after tomorrow. Just forgive me, and I'll serve you tea, carry your bags, be your dog in front of everyone. Be my dog. Su Xianwan suddenly smiled. A faint smile, but it made Zhaoya go rigid all over. Zhaoya, you're begging the wrong person. First, Boss Lin isn't my boyfriend. He's my employer. Second, she bent down slightly, looking at Zhaoya's wretched face. I'm not even qualified to own a dog yet. Zhaoya's face went ghostly pale. Su Xiaowan straightened up and told the associate, "Send everything to my car." She glanced at the spot on the floor where Zhao Ye had knelt. "And mop it while you're at it. It's dirty." "Right away, Ms. Su." She turned and walked away, Zhao Ye's broken sobbing trailing behind her. Ding. Target Su Xiaowan, Beauty 87. Favorability plus 4%, currently 50%. Favorability has broken through the critical threshold. Synchronizing target's ability. Grade A ability. Dimensional space, unawakened. Cut back to Rose Garden Apartments. The living room still reeked of debauchery. "Go wash up. There are some of my clothes in the room. Make do with them for now," I said. Wang Ye answered with a low murmur and dragged her weak, trembling legs toward the bathroom. I walked over to the entryway. With my 26 points of spirit, I'd long since sensed the breathing of the person who'd been crouching outside my door like a rat for 2 hours. The smell of cigarette smoke seeped in through the gap in the door. I gripped the handle and yanked the door open. Cigarette butts littered the floor of the stairwell. Li Hongda leaned against the corner, his phone still frozen on the banking app. Over these 2 hours, he'd raised his hand to pound on the door several times, only to force himself to pull back each time. He'd even comforted himself. Once he got the money, what young model couldn't he find? Hearing the door open, his head snapped up, his eyes bloodshot, and he lunged forward like a starving dog spotting meat. But he didn't dare glance at the gap in the door behind me. He was afraid of seeing his wife in her humiliated state, which would sting what little dignity he had left, thinner than paper, and even more afraid that he showed his anger. Me, the god of death, would make sure he didn't get a single cent. "Where's the money? Boss Lin, hurry up and give me the 5 million. He rubbed his hands together, his voice trembling. "You've had your fun, so it's time to pay up, right?" He shoved his phone in my face, the account already pulled up. 5 million, send it to this ICBC card. Right now? I need it urgently. I lowered my eyes at him. "In a hurry to pay off your debt." He swallowed hard, his eyes darting around. Yes, exactly. To pay off the debt. I'm worried those people will come after Yaya again." His voice dropped a few notches. "Of course, if you feel Yaya served you well enough, Boss Lin, we could always work something out down the line. I'm an open-minded man. As long as the money's right, everything's negotiable." I finally smiled, not a trace of warmth in it. "I'll give you 10 million. But your wife belongs to me from now on." Li Hongda stared at me hard, but he hadn't lost his mind. 10 million, just like that? You think I'm a 3-year-old? I looked at him the way you'd look at a corpse. "That apartment of yours has a market value of 2.5 million, and it's mortgaged against a loan shark's debt. I'll buy it for 10 million, and we'll sign a property sales contract." He froze. "Sign a contract? 10 million for that dump of his? You're serious?" His mind raced. A signed contract in black and white was legally binding. Even if I stiffed him 3 months later, he could take me to court. And even if I refused to honor it, he could take it to Brother Long. That 10 million contract could be used as collateral for 7 million. A guaranteed win, no downside. Just as he was calculating how to maximize his profit, the sound of footsteps came from behind me. Wang Ye walked out barefoot, wearing nothing but one of my oversized white dress shirts. The hem barely covered the top of her thighs, leaving her legs bare. Her hair was slightly disheveled, and there were glaring red marks on her neck and collarbone. Though she was a mess, the deathly gray pallor that life had beaten into her face was gone now, replaced by a long-lost flush and a newborn radiance. The moment Li Hongda saw his wife, his expression stiffened violently. I didn't turn around. I just did something on my phone. Ding. The phone in his pocket chimed. He fumbled it out and saw the text notification, 1 million deposited. His eyes went blank. I said coldly, "That 1 million is the deposit. The remaining 9 million, sign the property sales contract and it'll be settled in 3 months. He stared hard at that string of zeros, his eyes bloodshot, his throat bobbing. That flicker of humiliation that had just surfaced was crushed to dust by cold hard cash. Dignity? A wife? In the face of 1 million in cash, neither was worth a damn. Not only could he keep the loan sharks at bay, but once the 10 million came through, he could turn his fortunes around. Before leaving, he even shamelessly leaned past my shoulder and shouted into the apartment, "Serve Boss Lin well. Don't do anything to upset him." With that, he took that death warrant of a bad check and, like a stray dog given a new lease on life, bolted down the stairs without looking back. The hallway fell dead silent. I closed the door and locked it. Wang Ye walked over, trembling all over. "Mr. Lin, it was my choice to do this. Why would you give him 10 million? He doesn't deserve a cent of your money." She felt so cheap. She'd offered herself willingly, and her husband had walked away with the money from selling his wife, completely at ease. I turned around, reached out, and gripped her chin, forcing her to look up. I stared at Wang Ye, enunciating each word. "Remember this. Anything I've touched, no other man is worthy of even looking at." She shuddered. I let go, my fingertips sliding across her cheek, then leaned down to whisper in her ear. If I handed you a knife and let you finish him off yourself, would you dare? Wang Yi stared at me blankly. She'd thought that after today, she'd just be some shameful plaything kept in the dark. But right now, she felt real protection from me, and the power to take her revenge. Ding. Target Wang Yi's affinity plus 2%, currently at 24%. Wang Yi obediently nestled into my arms, her hands circling my waist. Just then, beep beep, click. The electronic lock on the front door sounded. Su Xianwan walked in carrying 2 orders of Japanese food. Boss Lin, I'm back. There's some rude guy outside, cigarette, butts all over the ground. You must be Hun. She didn't finish. Her whole body froze in the entryway. Shredded black stockings and women's clothing were scattered all over the floor, and there was that voluptuous woman, wearing my shirt, nestled in my arms. Their eyes met. The bag in Su Xianwan's hand nearly hit the floor. She'd imagined so much. She'd even bought condoms, ready to offer herself to me at any moment. And now she'd stepped out to run one errand and come back to find another woman in the house. What's more, this woman's figure and mature charm were something her pale, thin, and young self simply couldn't compete with. Su Xianwan's nose stung, and she almost cried. But it lasted only 3 seconds. The servility bred into her bones overwhelmed that little pang of jealousy, and she snapped back to reality. What was she, anyway? Just a secretary Boss Lin had pulled out of the gutter. What right did she have to be jealous? A godlike man like Boss Lin. How could there possibly be only one woman by his side? Her value was in helping Boss Lin get everything done. Su Xianwan packed away her emotions, lowered her head, and pretended not to see the mess on the floor, changed into her slippers, and called out respectfully, Boss Lin. I released Wang Yi, not a hint of awkwardness on my face, and walked over to sit down on the sofa. This is Wang Yi. I gestured to the woman beside me, then looked at Su Xianwan. This afternoon, take her to transfer that batch of antibiotics to the new warehouse. Yes. Su Xianwan immediately snapped into work mode, striding to the coffee table and pulling out documents to report. The old factory warehouse is secured. Here's the contract, final payment due in 3 months. For the self-heating hot pot and compressed biscuits we purchased, I've lined up 3 factories. The first batch of 50 tons arrives tomorrow afternoon, and I've arranged the escort security as well. Finished. She shot Wang Yi an inconspicuous glance. Wrapped in the shirt, Wang Yi keenly sensed the hostility. She touched the red marks on her neck, but said nothing. The 2 women faced off in silence. Su Xianwan gritted her teeth inwardly. What could this trophy do besides being a little older than her? She was determined to prove that she was the truly irreplaceable woman by Boss Lin's side. Go change your clothes and get to work. I had zero interest in this kind of jealous rivalry. Wang Yi nodded and headed home to change, though walking still hurt a little. For that 10 million, Li Hongda hadn't even bothered to pack his luggage. He'd moved out at lightning speed, terrified I'd change my mind. At 2 in the afternoon, Su Xianwan drove off with Wang Yi, now dressed in workout clothes, to transfer the medicine. I was alone in the apartment. Buzz buzz. My phone buzzed. I picked it up. Su Mushue's voice came through, cool, but tinged with apology. Mr. Lin, it's me, Su Mushue. The head of the ER at Central Hospital sounded less icy than usual, with a hint of exhaustion. That person you asked me to look into. I found her. I'll keep her alive. Su Mushue paused, then ventured. His daughter, Lu Qianqian, is in multi-organ failure. She's in the ICU at Second City Hospital. Are you looking for her because you've spotted a possible turnaround in her condition? For days, her mind had been consumed by the diagnosis I'd made in that hospital corridor, a hidden illness that even the machines couldn't detect, seen through by me at a glance. She was convinced that if I was going to all this trouble to find a terminally ill girl, it had to be to crack some medical breakthrough. As long as she can hold on for 3 months, I said, staring at the night skyline. I'll keep her alive. 3 months from now, the apocalypse would come. Powers would awaken. The physical transformation from genetic reconstruction would be enough to cure any known disease. The line went quiet for a few seconds. That promise, arrogant to the extreme, somehow carried an inexplicable certainty to her ears. Ding. Target Su Mushue's affinity plus 7%, currently at 2%. From negative to positive. Where are you? I'll come get you. Su Mushue's voice regained its efficiency. There was even a note of urgency. I gave her the address. Less than 20 minutes later, a white Tesla screeched to a stop at the curb. I slid into the passenger seat. Su Mushue had ditched the white coat for a beige trench coat, looking more warm and intellectual. Lu Qianqian's in bad shape, she said, gripping the wheel, her expression grave. Multi-organ failure has triggered serious complications. Second City Hospital's equipment is too outdated. It won't hold out much longer. I leaned against the window, saying nothing. In my past life, Lu Qianqian survived to the apocalypse and even awakened powers. But in the early days, medicine was scarce, and combined with her already fragile condition, it led to Lu Yin being murdered over medication. This time, as long as the medicine held out, I'd gained the strongest soldier there was. We arrived at Second City Hospital, the air thick with cheap disinfectant and the stench of bodily waste. Su Muxue used her position as department head to arrange a meeting with the attending physician. In the rundown office, the doctor looked at the chart and shook his head. Director Su, I'll be straight with you. This kid has half a year at most, and resuscitation could fail at any moment. The bigger problem is, the family can barely afford the hospital bills. Su Muxue frowned deeply and turned to me. I was already on my feet, heading toward the ICU. At the end of the corridor, under dim lighting, a man crouched in the corner. He wore a faded old jacket, his face covered in stubble, his build burly. He was growling into a phone in a low voice. Forget the corneas, what about a kidney? Cash only. Lu Yen, an A-class esper in my past life. Hearing footsteps, he hung up and jerked his head up, his eyes full of wariness and brutality. Who the hell are you? I stopped in front of him and got straight to it. I can save your daughter. Lu Yen sneered. He'd been fooled countless times by con artists and miracle drug peddlers. Get lost. I didn't move, meeting his gaze. Do you have any other option right now, besides trusting me? Lu Yen shuddered, his fists clenching until his knuckles cracked. The words had struck his last shred of dignity. Just then, beep, beep, beep. The monitor in the ICU suddenly shrieked. A nurse threw open the door and shouted, "Patients in V-fib. Prep the defibrillator." Now, Lu Yen went pale and lunged at the glass. Su Muxue grabbed him. Don't go in and interfere with the defibrillation. They're pushing epinephrine. If you go in, you'll only kill her. She stared at the monitor through the glass, her brow furrowed. 200 joules. Clear. Thump. The girl's frail body jolted violently off the bed, then dropped back down. Lu Yen pressed hard against the door, the veins on the backs of his hands bulging. For 10 full minutes, the lines on the monitor finally settled back into faint, steady waves. The attending physician came out drenched in sweat and pulled off his mask. The equipment's at its limit. The odds of bringing her back next time are under 1%. The family should prepare themselves. Lu Yen didn't answer. He stood with his back against the cold wall. Su Muxue looked at him, then at me, still perfectly calm, and gritted her teeth as she made a decision. I can help transfer her to the ICU at Central Hospital. They've got the best extracorporeal circulation equipment in Jiangxing. At the very least, it can keep her alive. But, she paused. With the imported medication, it'll be at least 20,000 a day, and the transfer requires a 500,000 deposit up front. Lu Yan's head snapped up. He'd dreamed of transferring her, but he had no money and no connections. I'll find a way to get the money. Just transfer Qianqian first. Su Muxue didn't respond. She glanced at me. Lu Yan followed her gaze and turned to me. He wiped his face, his voice hoarse, carrying a soldier's decisiveness. What do you need me to do? Or who do you need me to kill? He knew there was no such thing as a free lunch. I'm building a Doomsday fortress, I said calmly. I need a foreman who understands defensive fortifications. Lu Yan was silent for 2 seconds. A foreman? After his discharge, he had in fact led a crew of brothers who'd fought alongside him, taking on underground security jobs. But for his daughter's illness, those brothers had nearly emptied their savings. He didn't make any promises, staying cautious. I can have my brothers come check out the site tomorrow. We don't take shady jobs. I nodded and turned to Su Muxue. Arrange the transfer. Su Muxue immediately pulled out her phone. I looked at Lu Yen and added, whether or not you take the job tomorrow, I'll cover every medical expense your daughter has from here on out. Su Muxue finished her call and walked over, lowering her voice. Lin Yuan, intensive care plus the specialty medication at Central. It could run over $1 million a month. It was a bottomless pit. Where's the payment office? I cut her off. What? Where's the payment office in this dump? You have to clear the outstanding bills before the transfer, right? I frowned slightly. 5 minutes later, at the payment window on the first floor, the clerk on duty yawned and rolled her eyes. Lu Qianqian, right? Outstanding balance is 35,000, plus resuscitation fees. That's 42,000 total. How are you paying? I stepped up, pulled the black card out of my pocket, and handed it over. Card. First, preload 10 million into her account. You handle the transfer paperwork yourselves. The clerk caught in her throat. She looked at me like I was insane. How much? Are you drunk? Our POS machine has a per-transaction limit. Swipe it. I spit out the words. The clerk shivered, picked up the black card, and swiped. Below, he typed in 10 million with trembling hands. Beep. The POS machine whirred frantically, spitting out a receipt with a long string of zeros. The cashier stared at that slip of paper, frozen. This was actually real. Lu Yan's bloodshot eyes locked onto the receipt. 1 second. 2 seconds. Then thud. From this day forward, my life belongs to you. The people waiting in line all took half a step back. I looked down at him. I didn't say there's no need for this, nor get up. I just took the receipt and slipped it into my pocket. Meet me at Tiangong number 1 tomorrow. Lu Yin rose to his feet, eyes rimmed red, back still ramrod straight. Half an hour later, the ambulance arrived, and Lu Cece was successfully transferred to the new hospital. Before Lu Yin left with the ambulance, he met my eyes and said nothing. Some words had already been spoken with that one kneel. Outside City Second Hospital, the night breeze was a little cold. Su Mushua lingered against a pillar without leaving. Suddenly she spoke. Lin Yuan. I stopped and turned my head. She looked at me, the usual coldness gone from her eyes, her gaze direct. The night after tomorrow, are you free? The last struggle of self-deception. Over a cup of coffee? Su Mushua asked. I glanced at the time. Lu Yin was handled, so tomorrow's progress on Tiangong number 1 was secure. I nodded. The two of us walked side by side into the Starbucks across from the hospital, greeted by a rich wave of coffee aroma. Su Mushua ordered an Americano, cupped it in both hands, and looked up straight at me. I take back what I said about you on the phone earlier. Her voice was quiet, but her words crisp. An extremely rare set of complications. You spent 10 million to save her, and if I'm not mistaken, it was to crack this medical challenge. She leaned forward slightly, a note of professional respect entering her tone. Your reverence for life far exceeds those so-called experts in Jiangcheng who only care about fame and fortune. I picked up my latte and took a sip, watching this head of the emergency department. This woman's imagination really saved me a lot of trouble explaining things. You didn't come to me just to apologize. I set down my paper cup, steering the conversation elsewhere. Su Mushua sat up straight, her tone all business, as if discussing something that had nothing to do with her. The night after tomorrow, my family has arranged a blind date for me. The other party has deep ties to my family. I can't get out of it. She looked into my eyes. I want to ask you to pose as my boyfriend and blow it up. That way my family should stop pushing me for a while. I leaned back against my chair, fingers tapping the table. Why me? She analyzed it with a completely straight face. First, you just got divorced, and you dealt with your ex-wife swiftly and cleanly. Using you as a shield won't come with any romantic entanglements. Second, when you swiped that 10 million today, there wasn't a trace of pain in your eyes. That kind of contempt for money is exactly what those old fossils in my family hate most. It makes you look like a madman. I withdrew my fingers, looking at her 5% favorability rating on the system panel. The Frost Empress's favor. I could do her this one. Send the time and place to my phone. I stood up and tossed the unfinished coffee into the trash. Her tense shoulders visibly relaxed. She rose too, and for once there was a hint of life on her icy face. Thanks. I owe you one. At the same time, in the top-floor conference room of Xinhui Group, only the low hum of the air conditioner remained. The big screen displayed the freeze notice on the overseas accounts. That Ivy League medical project Lu Feng had pushed so hard had been confirmed by Interpol as a cross-border pig butchering scam. Before today's market close, Xinghui's stock had hit its limit down. Several silver-haired board members pounded the table, jabbing their fingers at Shun Qingyue in the head seat, cursing her out. This is the business genius you vouched for. Shun Qingyue's eyes were red, her whole body trembling as she glared at Lu Feng on the video call. Say something. Didn't you say this project was a guaranteed win? She screamed, her fingernails cracking. On the other end of the video, Lu Feng was sitting on a cafe sofa. He pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses and leisurely took a sip of espresso. The Japanese label on the paper cup clearly announced it. He was no longer in the country. Lu Feng gave a cold snort. We're all adults here. Do I really need to teach you that investments come with risk? Yukon man. You drove Lin Yuan away. You destroyed the company. Shun Qingyue shrieked, breaking down. Lu Feng straightened his cuff. Shun Qingyue, use your head. You're the one who signed off on the project. And don't go pinning every mess on me. I drove Lin Yuan away. His voice stayed low. I haven't said a single word to him since I got back this time. If you weren't such a loose woman, flirting with me behind your husband's back day in and day out, would Lin Yuan have left? The conference room fell dead silent. Every board member looked at Shun Qingyue with nothing but disdain. Shun Qingyue was so furious she couldn't get out a complete sentence. Did you really think I'd want a second-hand, married-off woman like you? Lu Feng laughed loudly, turned, and walked off. His assistant cut the feed. Lu Feng had boarded a red-eye flight overseas last night. If Shun Qingyue hadn't taken the fall for him yesterday, he might not have made it out. He'd taken this video call today purely to thank her. 20 million snagged for free, enough to live it up abroad for years. Shun Qingyue slumped in her chair. The words loose woman and second-hand goods cut into her like a slow death by 1,000 blades. The head of legal stepped forward and placed a document in front of her. Ms. Shun, Effective immediately, you no longer hold the position of president of Xinhua Group. Shen Qinghua looked at the document, then looked around. The executives who normally orbited her, praising Ms. Shun's brilliance at every turn, now all turned their heads away, avoiding her gaze. At the elder's urging, a secretary helped her out of the conference room. Because of the share pledge she'd cashed out to Lin Yuan, she no longer even qualified to attend the board meeting, a rule she herself had set. Non-employees may not remain in the company. The next second, an OA notice went out to all staff. Shen Qinghua no longer serves as president. Zhang Jingguo will take over. The secretary escorted her, dazed and broken, to the steps at the ground floor of the building, offered a perfunctory apology, and hurried off. Employees passing by stopped one after another to point and whisper. Shen Qinghua sat on the cold steps, one high heel gone, her hair a mess. In the early evening, a light rain began to fall over Jiangqing. She didn't know how she made it back to the Fragrant Hills villa. She pushed open the door. Lin Yuan's old slippers were still sitting in the entryway. The living room. Empty. No warm light. No hot water poured and waiting. None of that figure who'd always waited for her to come home. She collapsed onto the carpet, buried her face in her hands, and wailed. She lunged for those slippers and clutched them, breathing in the faint scent still clinging to them. Why did Lin Yuan have to be so cruel? She and Lu Feng hadn't even done anything. After crying for a long time, she called her best friend, He Man, and sobbed out everything that had happened that night. Qinghua, whatever you do, don't cave in. He Man analyzed with total confidence. Lin Yuan's so smart. You think he couldn't tell Lu Feng was a con artist? He set this whole thing up on purpose to teach you a lesson. If he really didn't love you anymore, why wouldn't he sell the house? Why not wait a few more months and sell his shares for way more? He's playing hard to get. Men, you know, it's all about their pride. Shen Qinghua's crying quieted down. Playing hard to get. Come on. With Lin Yuan's connections, if he really wanted to cut ties with you for good, would he have kept that villa? He's just waiting for you to give him a way to save face. Shen Qinghua pulled herself up off the carpet. It wasn't that she didn't get the logic. It was just that right now, she desperately needed that lifeline. Right. Lin Yuan was just throwing a tantrum. He loved her so much. How could he possibly just walk away for real? She stepped into the walk-in closet, changed into Lin Yuan's favorite trench coat, and put on sunglasses to hide her swollen, red eyes. Lin Yuan had once said she looked cool in sunglasses. The private investigator, He Man hired, quickly tracked down Lin Yuan's address. She looked at her carefully put-together reflection in the mirror and lifted her chin. Lin Yuan, since you've gone through all this trouble just to get a way out, I'll be generous today and deliver it to you myself. You'd better be smart about this and quit acting up. Rose Garden Apartments. I pushed open the door, and a rich aroma of home cooking hit me in the face. The range hood in the kitchen hummed. Su Xiaowan, wearing a pink teddy bear apron, was chopping scallions with sharp, rhythmic thwacks. Beside her, Wang Ye wore a black apron and was tossing something in the wok. Yejia, Mr. Lin likes his food on the milder side. Isn't that too much soy sauce for the braised pork? It's not good for his health. Su Xiaowan's tone had a bite to it. Wang Ye didn't pause, her voice gentle and smooth. Miss Su has never been married, so she doesn't understand how to take care of a man. Men burn through a lot of energy. They need rich, salty food to recharge. I'll stew it until it's soft and tender. Mr. Lin will love it, I'm sure. I shut the door behind me, changed my shoes, and didn't so much as glance at the kitchen. My eyes swept across the living room. With 26 points of mental power, I instantly caught sight of a girl crouched in the corner of the sofa. She looked like she was in middle school. She wore a faded, washed-out school uniform, and she was far too thin, with a sharp chin and a pale face. On the arms exposed below her short sleeves, I could faintly make out a few scars, cigarette burns. Sensing me looking her over, she flinched hard, stood up, and hurried over to the shoe cabinet with her head down. She took out a pair of slippers and set them neatly beside my feet, then retreated back into the dim corner, clutching the hem of her clothes for dear life. I frowned. Wang Ye. The clatter of cooking in the kitchen stopped abruptly. Wang Ye hastily turned off the stove, wiped her hands, and hurried out. Following my gaze to her daughter in the corner, her face went white. Mr. Lin, Li Hongdao may be gone, but the debt collectors are still hanging around the neighborhood. I didn't dare take Tong Tong home, so I had no choice but to impose on you. My face stayed expressionless. I'd seen enough betrayal and scheming to last a lifetime. Wang Ye was bound to the system's affinity mechanic and could provide stat bonuses, so I was happy to give her a meal. But this girl, what was she worth? In the apocalypse, dragging along a dead weight with no ability to protect herself was like putting a noose around my own neck. This isn't a shelter. My tone was flat. Take her and get out. Even the air in the living room turned colder. Su Xiaowan stood in the kitchen doorway holding a cleaver, not daring to breathe. Wang Ye swayed on her feet, tears bursting from her eyes. Just as I was about to step past her. Ding. Target Li Modong, beauty potential 95, affinity -2%, current affinity -2%. My footsteps halted, and I looked at the girl. The system actually registered a reaction to her. This girl was only 12 or 13, scrawny and gaunt, nowhere near capable of meeting the beauty 85 threshold. Then it clicked. The system was judging her future beauty potential. Wait, Li Modong. A chill ran down my spine. The mutant queen. When the apocalypse arrived, most people would turn into zombies, while a small fraction would awaken powers. They were called mutants. And Li Modong was among the very best of the mutants, awakening SS rank abilities and commanding tens of millions in the zombie tide. In my past life, if her physical body hadn't been so fragile, if she hadn't been taken down at the cost of several top-tier powerhouses' lives, she would have very nearly evolved into a zombie emperor. I stared at the girl huddled in the corner. Kill her, or keep her. Li Modong in the corner suddenly moved. She keenly sensed my killing intent, but instead of running, she charged forward, throwing her thin arms wide to shield Wang Ye, biting down on her whitened lips as she met my scrutinizing gaze, not backing down a single step. This was the first time I ever truly locked eyes with this future mutant queen. I took a step forward, looked down at her, and extended my right hand. She didn't dodge. She stubbornly tilted her head up, instinctively bracing herself for a slap. A voice screamed wildly in the back of my mind. Kill her. She's a monster who'll command tens of millions in the zombie tide. Strangling the threat in its cradle is the safest bet. My breathing grew a little heavy, but the next second, I smiled again. Me, a man who'd killed countless people, who'd lived a second life, who possessed a beauty system, actually afraid of a middle schooler who hadn't even finished developing? A disaster that hadn't even happened yet. What kind of threat was that? And what if I could turn this future mutant queen into the sharpest leash in my hand? Worst case, I could always kill her before the apocalypse hit, along with Wang Ye. You want to stay? Fine. From today on, you take my surname, Lin. I withdrew my hand and laid out my terms. I want your absolute obedience, and I want you to never betray me. Su Xianwan froze. Wang Ye was stunned too. Change her surname? Absolute obedience? Why was he making demands like this of a middle schooler? Li Modong didn't agree right away. She lifted her head and stared at me with a composure far beyond her years. If I agree, will you protect my mom? I narrowed my eyes. As long as you two do as you're told, no one in this world will be able to touch a single hair on your heads. Thud. Without a moment's hesitation, she bent her knees and knelt before me. From today on, my name is Lin Modong. Ding. Target Lin Modong, beauty potential 95, affinity +7%, current affinity 5%. Listening to the rising numbers, my tensed muscles finally relaxed. The future mutant. The alien queen, humanity's nightmare. I'd snatched her up ahead of schedule. Dinner's ready. I slipped on my slippers and walked to the table. Wang Ye looked at her daughter, who'd been forced to change her surname, feeling a tangle of emotions. As long as it meant Tong Tong could live in the sunlight, far away from that deadbeat gambler of a father, she'd sell her soul to the devil without a second thought. Su Xianwan came out carrying the dishes. The cleaver was nowhere to be seen now. She helped Lin Modong up with a sweet smile, showing off her professionalism as the head housekeeper. Mr. Lin, since Modong's staying, I'll go pay her school sponsorship fee tomorrow. I nodded. At the table, Su Xianwan attentively ladled out soup, and Wang Ye naturally dabbed at my mouth with a napkin. Lin Modong shoveled rice into her mouth off to the side, watching the color return to her mother's face after so long, secretly swearing to study hard and someday become someone useful under my command. After dinner, I leaned back on the couch and lit a cigarette, gesturing toward the master bedroom as I said to Wang Ye, "Go to the master bedroom, get cleaned up and wait for me. I've got some new things I need to test out on you." Wang Ye's cheeks flushed crimson in an instant. She nodded obediently and turned to go into the master bedroom. Su Xianwan cleared the dishes, feeling an inexplicable itch of irritation. Ding. Target Wang Ye, beauty 88, favorability +2%, current favorability 26%. Just as Su Xianwan finished cleaning up and was about to shower. Bang bang bang. Frantic pounding came from the front door, mixed with the dull thuds of high heels kicking it. Su Xianwan frowned and quickly pulled the door open. Standing outside was Shen Qingwei, dressed in an expensive trench coat and sunglasses. Thick foundation covered her haggard face, forcing out her old air of superiority. Move. She shoved Su Xianwan aside and strode into the living room in her high heels, just like she used to at the company. She took off her sunglasses and eyed the decor with disgust. What kind of dump is this? Not even a decent couch. Lin Yuan, don't you think you're playing this whole poor me act a little too convincingly? She tossed her bag onto the coffee table. Lin Yuan, I know you're doing all this to force me to admit I was wrong. She lifted her chin and called out toward the master bedroom. As long as you help me deal with the company's problems, I'll consider letting you move back into the villa. We can start over. The private investigator had said Lin Yuan was already back. She was certain he was just playing hard to get, probably hiding behind the door right now, feeling guilty. Stop throwing a childish tantrum. Quit while you're ahead. Do you really need me to get down on my knees and beg you? However, the master bedroom door swung open. I walked out with a blank expression, looking at Shen Qinghua the way you'd look at a clown performing its heart out at a circus. Right behind me, Wang Yu emerged. She'd just gotten out of the shower, wearing nothing but one of my t-shirts, the hem barely covering her thighs, her wet hair draped over her shoulders, the collar hanging open to reveal a broad expanse of snow-white skin. She'd gone in so hurriedly she'd forgotten to grab clothes and had to make do with mine. She stood obediently at my side, the scent of body wash wafting off her. The arrogance on Shen Qinghua's face froze instantly. She'd been so certain I was just playing hard to get, using extreme measures to force her to admit she was wrong. She'd even prepared herself for me to break down in tears and beg her. But now, this man she'd assumed would belong to her forever had a woman hidden away in his home, a woman he'd clearly just been rolling around in bed with. Lin Yuan, she shrieked hysterically. Have you lost your mind? Just to spite me, you drag home some shameless streetwalker? She jabbed a finger at Wang Yu's face, her expression twisted. Look at how slutty she is. God knows how many men she slept with. You're not even disgusted? Using this kind of cheap, filthy trick to get to me only makes me think you're pathetic. Wang Yu was completely dumbfounded. She had no idea who this woman screaming in a trench coat even was. Cursed at like this, her face went pale, and she instinctively shrank behind me. That gesture, in Shen Qinghua's eyes, became a blatant provocation. You little tramp, you dare to hide. She snapped completely. All the humiliation she'd suffered at the company, the rage of being deceived by Lu Feng, and her jealousy in this moment erupting at once. She stormed forward in her high heels and raised her hand to slap Wang Yu across the face. My brow furrowed slightly as I was about to backhand her across the room. A small, thin dark figure darted out from the guest room across the way. Bam! Lin Modong slammed her head hard into Shen Qinghua's stomach. She didn't care who this woman was. Anyone who tried to touch her mother deserved to die. Shen Qinghua screamed and staggered back several steps. Her heel twisted and she crashed to the floor. Before she could even react, Lin Modong had already pounced on her like a wolf cub, and the two of them tangled into a brawl. The girl may have been scrawny, but years of domestic abuse had bred a reckless, life-or-death ferocity into her bones. She clamped her mouth down hard on Shen Qinghua's wrist. Blood spilled out. Ah, let go of me, you little animal. Shen Qinghua's face contorted in pain. She flailed her arm desperately, but couldn't shake the girl off. In a furious panic, she raised her foot and drove her sharp heel viciously into Lin Modong's stomach. My eyes went cold. I strode forward, but instead of pulling Modong away, I grabbed a fistful of Shen Qinghua's meticulously styled hair, my movements brutal beyond measure. The searing pain in her scalp forced her to release her foot. Lin Yuan, you dare hit me. Tears and snot mixed with her foundation as she wailed pitifully. I couldn't be bothered to waste words. Gripping her hair, I dragged her toward the entryway like a bag of stinking garbage, then flung my arm. Shen Qinghua flew out and slammed hard onto the hallway floor outside, her elbows and knees smacking against the tiles as she curled up in agony. I looked down at her, no anger in my eyes, only the disgust of dealing with household trash. Show up in front of me again, and you'll be 10,000 times worse off than you are now. Bang! The security door slammed shut, cutting off her wailing entirely. The living room fell dead silent. Wang Yu covered her mouth, still shaken to the core. Lin Modong sat on the floor, blood still smeared at the corner of her mouth, her chest heaving violently, but her eyes were unusually bright. Su Xiaowan stood at the entryway, in a state of extreme exhilaration. I turned around, comforting no one, and only spared Lin Modong a single glance. This wolf cub, she'd passed. Ding. Su Xiaowan favorability plus 2%, current 52%. Ding. Wang Yu favorability plus 2%, current 28%. Ding. Lin Modong favorability plus 2%, current 7%. This kind of extreme protectiveness of mine gave the three women in the house an unparalleled sense of security. Mop the floor, I ordered casually, then turned and went back into the master bedroom, closing the door. The moment I left, the atmosphere in the living room turned subtle. Su Xiaowan brought over the first aid kit and began treating the scratches on Lin Modong's arm, the iodine. The taste spread out, and the pain made Mo Tong grit his teeth. Sisya, that crazy woman just now. She's Mr. Lin's ex-wife. Su Xiaowan's tone was flat. Wang Yu froze. Ex-wife. She'd assumed it was just some deranged woman making trouble. Mr. Lin doesn't like people asking too many questions. The reason we get to stand here is because we're useful. Su Xiaonuan looked her in the eyes, her meaning unmistakable. When it comes to Mr. Lin's private affairs, we watch, but we don't ask. Following orders, that's our job. The truth was, Su Xiaonuan wasn't sure of anything herself. She had no idea why Mr. Lin had gotten divorced. But as the designated head of the household, she had to establish authority in front of the newcomer. She couldn't afford to be outdone. Wang Yu was a smart woman. Having lived through a husband's betrayal and loan sharks hounding her for money, she understood her situation all too well. She immediately lowered her head and smoothed down her t-shirt. Don't worry, Miss Su. I won't get any ideas above my station. As long as Tong Tong and I have a place to stay, I'll do whatever Mr. Lin asks. Early the next morning, the sky over Jiangcheng was gray and overcast. I finished washing up and walked out of the bedroom. A lavish breakfast was already laid out on the table, steaming hot. Su Xiaonuan and Wang Yu stood at respectful attention, like subordinates awaiting inspection. Lin Modong sat quietly on the couch with his backpack on, his eyes following me the whole time. I sat down, took a sip of warm milk, and gave my orders directly. Xiaonuan, after breakfast, take Modong to handle the school paperwork first. Understood. I turned my gaze to Wang Yu. Her chest tightened, and she held her breath. She didn't want to be nothing more than a tool to satisfy someone's urges. Wang Yu, starting today, you're with Su Xiaonuan. Supply procurement, inventory checks, you take your orders from her. Wang Yu blinked for a second, then quickly bowed her head. Yes, Mr. Lin. Su Xiaonuan's eyes lit up. She'd been worried Mr. Lin would be seduced by this woman's body and start some kind of harem drama with women vying for his attention. But it turned out Mr. Lin wasn't interested in any of that. He'd simply assigned the woman to work under her. And what did that mean? It meant that in Mr. Lin's mind, a capable household manager mattered far more than a woman to warm his bed. Ding. Su Xiaonuan's favorability plus 2%, currently at 54%. I polished off the fried egg in a few bites, wiped my mouth, and stood up. I had no interest in watching women fight for a man's favor. All I wanted was absolute efficiency and obedience. Su Xiaonuan's abilities had already been proven, and Wang Yu was perfect for filling the gap in supply procurement. Assignments handed out, I grabbed my car keys and walked out of the apartment. Only after the door closed did the three of them, who'd been standing stiffly, dare to sit down. The black SUV pulled out of the complex and sped straight toward Cloudtop Palace. Today, I was going to meet that future A-class Esper, the ultimate overseer, Lu Yin. Cloudtop Palace, in the western suburbs. I pushed open the door and got out. The wind on the mountaintop was fierce, carrying the roar of heavy machinery and the sharp stench of cement. Below the unfinished defensive wall ahead stood 3 men. The one in front was Lu Yin. He'd traded in his old jacket for a black tactical vest and cargo pants. His muscles were cut like they'd been carved from stone, all his former dejection gone, leaving only the sharpness of a blade drawn from its sheath. With hope for his daughter restored, this tiger had come fully back to life. 2 men stood behind him. The one on the left was nearly 2 meters tall, his muscles straining a camo t-shirt to the point of bursting. The heavy weapons man. Tank. The one on the right was lean and silent, seeming to melt into the shadows. The scout, Shadow. No pleasantries. Lu Yin slapped a densely detailed blueprint down on the wooden table. I looked over the plans. There are 3 fatal weaknesses in the blast layer pore and the ventilation ducts. His finger jabbed at several points on the drawing. First, that half-meter-thick C100 blast-resistant concrete, without a pre-stressed rebar mesh woven through it. It'll spall over a huge area under a high-yield penetrating blast. Second, the pressure differential on the NBC filtration intake is wrong. If the external air pressure changes drastically, the ventilation ducts will backflow instantly. Third, the load-bearing columns on the 3rd basement level are missing 2 lateral supports. It won't meet seismic requirements. I gave a slight nod. This was what professionalism looked like. Baldy, I called out. A big bald man with a cigarette dangling from his mouth walked over from a distance, his eyes defiant. Boss, you need something? The boys are rushing to hit deadline here. Lu Yin stared him down. What's the initial set time on the C100 concrete? What's the admixture ratio? Baldy's expression darkened, and he crushed out his cigarette. Boss, this guy's a new face. We added extra accelerator to speed up the schedule. Isn't that the fast turnaround you wanted? Lu Yin didn't waste any words. He lunged forward, grabbed Baldy by the collar with one hand, and hauled the nearly 200-pound man clean off the ground. NGH. Baldy's feet dangled in the air, his face turning purple as he thrashed wildly. The rule is absolute structural integrity. Lu Yin glared at him. The boss put me in charge here now. Cut corners again, and I'll seal you into a load-bearing wall. The embedded anchors for the blast door hinges aren't deep enough. Redo them. The basement waterproofing material doesn't meet spec. Tear it all out and start over. A few of Baldy's underlings nearby cursed and reached for their wrenches, ready to charge. Bam! Tank swung one massive arm, and several of the men went flying 3 meters and slammed into a pile of sand. Shadow, meanwhile, had somehow already slipped behind another of the ringleaders, tapping the flat of his knife blade gently against the man's carotid artery. No one on the site dared step forward again. Baldy stopped struggling. Years of experience in the underworld told him these 3 men had killed before, and not just a few times. Luyan let go. Baldy dropped to the ground, clutching his neck and coughing violently, not daring to make a peep. In less than 10 minutes, the entire worksite visibly transformed into a tight, efficient operation. I was satisfied. Money's not an issue. Rotate the crews, keep the machines running around the clock. Cut the timeline in half again. Luyan did some quick calculations and gave a one-word reply. Done. I turned and walked toward the edge of the cliff, looking down over the gray, hazy sprawl of Jiangxing. Last night, Shin Xinghua had knocked on my door and gotten in far too easily. It left me feeling deeply exposed. Before the true chaos of the apocalypse arrived, I needed a fortress that was absolutely secure. More importantly, the butterfly effect of my rebirth had already begun to flap its wings. That rare acidic hailstorm was proof of it. The end times could arrive ahead of schedule at any moment. I had to move faster. 2 in the afternoon. Jiangxing's Ali Gay Gym, VIP training room. Bam! Qin Yuma, holding up a specialized kick pad, was driven back 5 full steps by the massive impact, her back slamming hard into the padded wall. Both her arms went numb, and she stared at me in disbelief. "Are you on something?" she blurted out. My strength yesterday had already been terrifying, and today it had somehow surged another huge notch. I offered no explanation. The 50% attribute boost Wanya provided had made my muscle density and nerve reached a new level. "Keep going," I said, taking my stance. Qin Yuma gritted her teeth, her competitive spirit fully ignited. She tossed aside the kick pad and decided to overwhelm me with pure technique. "Your power's too scattered. Focus on your waist and hips." She launched a vicious roundhouse kick straight at my side. I didn't dodge. I slid half a step sideways, dropped my shoulder, tightened my core, and absorbed the blow with the muscles along my ribs. Crack! My body swayed slightly, but my right hand shot out like an eagle's talon, clamping down on her ankle the instant her leg rebounded off my flesh. Her breath caught. She reacted lightning fast. Her supporting leg exploded off the ground, twisting midair as her left knee used the momentum to slam toward my face. I still didn't dodge. The hand gripping her ankle yanked down hard while my other hand pressed against her knee, crushing her with combined force. She lost her balance and got slammed back down onto the ground. I stepped in between her legs, driving half my body over hers. The next hour was the most hopeless and humiliating of her entire life. Bang, bang, bang. She went from aggressive attacker to helpless defender. The armbar she was so proud of, I pried it open with one arm. The rear naked choke she'd locked around my neck, I broke it by throwing myself backward and slamming her into the mat, nearly knocking the wind out of her. Against my absolute strength and terrifying ability to learn every technique, she had got ground into dust. 10 minutes later, I stopped a precise inch punch a centimeter from her face. The wind from my fist stung her cheek and blew back a few strands of her sweat-damp red hair. The relentless pressure and total physical exhaustion left this future Valkyrie completely drained. Her legs gave out, and she collapsed onto the yoga mat, gasping for air. Sweat had soaked through her skin-tight workout gear, tracing out heart-stopping curves. She looked up at me, and there was a new note of awe in her eyes. This was a monster, one that was evolving fast. Ding. Qin Yuma's favorability plus 2%, currently at 11%. How did you do that? How is your strength growing so fast? She asked between gasps, still lying on the floor. I grabbed a towel and wiped my hands, looking down at Qin Yuma sprawled out and glistening with sweat. An image flashed through my mind. Shen Xinghua pounding on my door last night. Right now, the Rose Garden apartment housed Su Xianwan, Wang Ya, and Lin Modong. 3 women, and aside from Lin Modong having a bit of an edge to her, the other 2 had 0 fighting ability. Why not bring this top-tier fighter back as temporary security? It would help me get closer to her. 2. Make the conquest easier down the line. Want to learn? I tossed the towel aside, dropped to one knee, and planted a hand on the yoga mat right beside her ear. We were extremely close now, my scent, sweat mixed with raw hormones, enveloping her completely. Qin Yuma's breath hitched. She wanted to knee me in retaliation, but her legs were too weak and sore to muster any strength. What do you think you're doing? I stared into her eyes. Move into my place tonight. Her brain short-circuited. Move in? Was he offering to keep her as a mistress? No way. I have a girlfriend. She was a pure lesbian. with nothing but instinctive revulsion toward men. But the inhuman power I'd just displayed had a death grip on her fighter's soul. I cut her off. Move in as my security. In exchange, in 3 months, I'll teach you how to break past the limits of human strength. With that, I withdrew my hand and stood up. The pressure vanished in an instant. Qin Yuma lay there on the floor, staring at my back, torn apart inside. Power. The power to break past all limits. That temptation was more lethal to her than any amount of money. Just then, the phone on the bench lit up. A WeChat message from Su Mushua. Tomorrow, 7 p.m. Top floor restaurant, Riverside Intercontinental Hotel. A location pin followed underneath. Tomorrow night in Jiangsheng was going to be lively. Evening, Rose Garden Apartment, Unit 1201. Qin Yuma strode through the door in a black tank top and cargo pants, a camo tactical bag in one hand and a suitcase dragging in the other. Her red hair was tied up carelessly, her muscles still slightly pumped from her recent training. The whole package radiated intimidation. Su Xiaonuan, who'd been checking inventory, immediately set down her tablet. Wang Ya, who had answered the door, froze too. 3 women in one open-plan apartment. An invisible clash of territory took shape. Su Xiaonuan sensed the threat instantly. This woman was only slightly less endowed than Wang Ya, but she carried a wild, feral energy that seriously threatened her position as head of household. She straightened her back and stepped forward. Miss Qin, right? Mr. Lin already told us. Rooms are limited here, so you'll have to squeeze in with me. Qin Yuma shot her a glance and tossed her bag by the entryway. My girlfriend would get mad. She paused, her eyes dropping to Su Xiaonuan's chest, especially over a washboard. The living room went silent. Wang Ya's eyes went wide. After being neighbors for so long, she'd had no idea Qin Yuma was a lesbian. Su Xiaonuan froze too, then blew up. Who are you calling a washboard? You matchstick head. What good are big boobs anyway? I'm the one who washes Mr. Lin's underwear in this house. I'm the one who manages the money. You're just some new bodyguard. Whether you even get breakfast tomorrow depends on my mood. Qin Yuma's voice dropped low and husky, laced with amusement. Wash underwear? Why don't you wash mine too? Sleep with me? Just don't cry out for Lin Yuan to save you in the middle of the night. What's all the noise? I pushed open the master bedroom door and walked out in a black bathrobe, toweling my wet hair, sweeping a cold gaze across the room. Qin Yuma, you get the guest room to yourself. Final word. Su Xiaonuan's heart sank. If the guest room went to her, then where would I sleep? Squeeze into the tiny second bedroom with Wang Ya and her daughter? I turned to look at the little secretary, startled like a frightened quail. Xiaonuan, move your things into the master bedroom. The whole room went dead silent. Qin Yuma couldn't be bothered to care. She grabbed her bag and walked into the guest room. Wang Ya lowered her head and kept wiping the table, her fingers tightening around the rag. As for Su Xiaonuan, a million fireworks exploded in her head. The master bedroom. My logic was actually simple. I needed an absolutely safe sleeping environment. Su Xiaonuan had the highest favorability, which made keeping her close the safest option. She couldn't suppress the corners of her mouth curling up. She answered respectfully, packed up her suitcase, and wheeled it into the master bedroom. As she passed Wang Ya, she lifted her chin ever so slightly, a flicker of territorial pride flashing in her eyes. Late at night, the master bedroom was lit by a single dim wall lamp. Su Xiaonuan had finished her shower and changed into a modest cotton nightgown, the scent of jasmine body wash lingering on her skin. Even wrapped up so conservatively, that fresh out of the bath aura of innocent allure was somehow even more lethal. She sat on the edge of the bed, knees pressed together. I leaned against the headboard, looking over the supply manifest scheduled to arrive tomorrow. She crawled to the foot of the bed on her own and started massaging my feet. Mr. Lin. Her voice trembled. I didn't look up. Go ahead. I used to think that the best ending someone like me could hope for was to marry some ordinary guy and let life grind me down. You're the one who picked me up. That day at the mall, when you swiped your black card, I wasn't thinking about money. She grabbed my leg and pressed it against her face, her eyes wild. I was thinking that if you'd just give me the word, I'd tear my own soul apart and hand it to you. I looked at her. In my last life, Su Xiaonuan had done exactly that, slit her wrists, used her blood to lure away the horde, and died in some alley where I couldn't see her. The truth is, I've liked you for a long time. She sniffled. My first year here, I botched a set of meeting minutes, and President Shun chewed me out in front of the whole company. I was hiding in the break room crying, and you walked in and handed me a cup of warm water. You said, mistakes are meant to be fixed. Tears have no value. Her voice choked up. All those late nights working overtime, you were the only one who'd bumped the AC up 2 degrees when you passed by. I knew you had a wife, so I buried these feelings deep. But now, even if the world ends tomorrow, I want to be by your side. My finger paused mid-swipe on the tablet as I studied this girl, red-eyed, trembling all over. In this world on the brink of collapse, I didn't need love. But I thoroughly enjoyed this kind of absolute submission. I set down the tablet, gripped her chin, and forced her to look up. Then prove it to me. She closed her eyes and kissed me clumsily. She'd held it in too long, from the secret crush, to being carried bridal style, to the thrill of buying clothes. In fact, the moment she secretly bought those little umbrellas, she'd already made up her mind. President Lin, please don't think less of me for being inexperienced. The wall sconce pressed their two shadows flat against the wall. The moment the dizziness hit, Su Xianwan cried out, clung desperately to my neck, and whispered over and over, completely undone. President Lin, I'm yours, all yours. Ding. Target Su Xianwan. Attractiveness 87. Emotional fluctuation has reached peak level. Affinity critical hit plus 16%. Current affinity 70%. I leaned against the headboard and lit a cigarette, staring at the glaring streak of red on the sheets. Then I looked down at her, exhausted and asleep in my arms, tears still clinging to the corners of her eyes, and blew a smoke ring. The first intimate encounter triggers an affinity critical hit. Yesterday, my second encounter with Wang Ye hadn't produced that kind of jump. This intel was extremely important. I looked at her, my fingertips pausing for a second, before finally stubbing out the cigarette. When Su Xianwan opened her eyes, her first instinct wasn't to lounge in bed, it was to reach for her phone. There was still the warehouse inventory count today, the supply lists to verify, and Wang Ye's incoming stock to double-check. She'd barely propped herself up on her arms when her body gave out, and she nearly toppled back over. I was already dressed and sitting on the edge of the bed. I glanced at her. Lie down. President Lin, I'm fine. She bit her lip, forcing herself upright. Today's count is important. Let me finish verifying the spreadsheets first, then I'll go check the physical stock with Sister Ya. My voice was cold and hard. I said, lie down. She froze instantly, hugging the blanket like a small animal that had done something wrong. Yes, President Lin. I passed the water cup into her hand. Take the day off. But, no buts. I looked at her. You already proved your worth last night. Forcing yourself to work and making mistakes today, that would be truly stupid. Her ears flushed red in an instant, but something in her chest felt like it had been gently struck. I wasn't coddling her. I was issuing a rest order in the coldest, harshest way possible. Yet to her, that worked better than any sweet talk ever could. I picked up her phone. The screen was open to WeChat, a message Zhao Ye had sent the night before. Xianwan, you have to come to the reunion tonight. Su Xianwan reported everything to me, so I already knew about this. I handed the phone back. Go to the reunion tonight. She blinked. She did want to see it. That person who used to look down on her, who could humiliate her with a single offhand remark. Would she now bow her head in public? Understood, President Lin. She picked up the phone and dialed Zhao Ye. The call connected instantly. Hello? Xianwan. Before she could say a word, I took the phone from her. This is Lin Yuan. The voice on the other end cut off abruptly. 3 seconds passed before it came back, trembling. President Lin. I leaned against the headboard, one hand toying with her hair, my tone icy. Xianwan isn't feeling well today. Rose Garden, Building 3, Unit 1201. Come over and wait on her. Beep. I hung up and tossed the phone back onto the nightstand. Su Xianwan stared at me, dumbfounded, making that once arrogant, snake-in-the-grass campus queen come serve as her personal maid, helping her out of bed. Ding. Target Su Xianwan. Affinity plus 3%, current affinity, 73%. In less than 20 minutes, urgent knocking came from the front door. Wang Ye had just set out breakfast, so she went over to answer it. Outside stood Zhao Ye. No makeup, hair a mess, clutching a takeout container of bird's nest congee. Clearly, she'd rushed straight over. Seeing Wang Ye, she immediately lowered her head. Excuse me, is this President Lin's home? Wang Ye was startled. Who was this woman now? Surely Mr. Lin wouldn't be interested in her. Qin Yuma, who'd been eating breakfast, immediately straightened up. Duty called. The master bedroom door opened, and Su Xianwan walked out in her pajamas, her legs still a little weak. Zhao Ye rushed over like an eager lapdog. Barefoot, she hadn't even put on slippers. Her knee banged against the edge of the shoe rack, but she didn't dare cry out in pain. Expertly, she tore open the bird's nest. Xiaolan. No, Miss Su. I didn't know if you like it sweet or plain, so I bought both. Su Xianwan didn't take it. She turned to look at me as I put on my coat. Send me the address for tonight's gathering. I'll pick you up when it's over. She nodded hard. Yes, President Lin. I pushed open the door and left. Tonight, I still had Su Mushue's engagement to keep. The other party's uncle is the district chief of the South City H District. My father insists I show him respect. If it's inconvenient for you to come, I'll handle it myself. The Jiang family estate. Yunjiang Pavilion. Jiang Shaoan wore a dark red qipao with a high slit, her long legs crossed, the slit shifting slightly with her movement. She deliberately didn't cover up, couldn't be bothered to. The great genius Lin. She rinsed the cups, poured the water, decanted the tea, and slid a cup of Da Hong Pao across to me. Calling me in such a hurry. Don't tell me you missed me so much you couldn't stand it and came just to get a taste? I didn't sit. I simply handed over a list. Thermal imaging drones, EMP-shielded servers, micro self-destructing recon drones. Also, I want access to every surveillance camera within 10 kilometers of Cloudtop Sky Palace. She didn't take the list. She just sipped her tea. You planning a coup or something? If it's illegal, the Jiang family can't help you with that. I slapped the list down on the table and looked down at her. In 2 days, a regional conflict will break out in the Middle East. The strait closes. International crude oil futures gap up at the open. Her hand froze around the teacup. Ooh, aren't you dramatic? Don't you watch the news? The Americans announced peace talks just yesterday. I pointed at the list. Believe it or not, that's up to you. How to play it. You know better than I do. She smiled and slid the list under the tea tray. One little prophecy, and you expect me to bend the rules for you? Lin Yuan, do you think I'm some lovesick fool like Shin Qinghua? I pulled out my phone and brought up an agreement. I'll go along right alongside you. If I'm wrong, you can take back Sky Palace number 1. The smile faded from her face. Her fingers traced the rim of the cup as she stared into my eyes. 3 seconds. 5. What I was asking for really wasn't easy to arrange. But lately, that pack of old geezers had been giving her a lot of grief over the Cloudtop Sky Palace project she was running. If what I said was true, one oil gap would be enough to shut them all up. She needed a win to turn things around. And if I was lying, well, she'd just chalk it up as a lesson learned, strip me clean, sell me off to pay the debt, and disgust Shin Qinghua in the process. She set the teacup down hard. The drones and the server. I'll get you part of it through special channels first. She paused, her eyes turning playful. But if you dare cross me, I'll sell you off to work as a gigolo with my own 2 hands. With a face like yours, you'd probably rake in a decent amount. I turned to leave. You're welcome to try. She leaned back in her chair. Here's a free piece of intel while I'm at it. Lu Feng made off with 20 million from Xinghua Group the day before yesterday and disappeared. Shin Qinghua got kicked out by the board. Happy. None of my business. I just reached the door when I stopped. Right. Do me a favor and look into a guy she's meeting for a blind date. 7 p.m. The Riverside Intercontinental Hotel. A violin played a soft, mellow tune, and the air was thick with the scent of butter. Su Mushue wore a minimalist black dress, her long hair pinned up to reveal a slender, fair neck, cold and aloof. But right now, the Ice Empress had her brows knitted tight. The man across the table, her blind date, had slicked back, greasy hair. He deliberately placed his left hand on the table so his green-dial Rolex Submariner caught the spotlight, glinting back and forth. I just closed a 2 million Series A round from the government. AI healthcare. Doctors as a profession? They'll be replaced by algorithms sooner or later. He swirled his wine glass. Take my advice, sweetheart. A woman loses her value once she hits 30. It's only because our families go way back that I'm giving you this chance. But my mom says anyone marrying into our family has to get a full physical first, especially the gynecological exam. It's all for the sake of the kids, after all. Su Mushue's fingers went white around her glass. If it weren't for the ties between their families, she would have thrown the water in his face right then and there. Suddenly, a long, strong hand reached out from behind and wrapped around her slender waist. Her body stiffened, her right hand nearly reflexively lunging for the man's wrist. The next second, she caught a familiar scent, Lin Yuan. Remembering their deal, she forced herself to hold back. I pulled out a chair and sat down beside Su Mushue. The guy across the table? I didn't even glance at him. I just picked up the lemon water in front of her. There was a faint lipstick mark on the rim. I took a sip right from that spot. Miss me. The tips of Su Mushue's ears turned red. She could easily have snatched the glass back, but because of our fake boyfriend arrangement, she forced herself to endure it. The blind date's face went dark on the spot, and he slammed the table. Who the hell are you? Only then did I turn to look at him. AI healthcare? I leaned back in my chair, spread my arm, and pulled Su Mushue's shoulder in close. A shell company with 100 grand in registered capital, leeching government subsidies through your uncle's connections at the district office. Last month your books were cooked so bad you could barely cover the hole, and you still got time for blind dates. With every word I said, his face went a shade paler. All this dirt had been sent to my phone by Jiang Shaowan that afternoon. That's bullshit. He craned his neck stubbornly. That's called capital operation. What the hell would you know? He shot to his feet, drawing the eyes of the entire restaurant. Oh great. No wonder you couldn't be bothered to give me the time of day. Turns out you're just some second-hand goods that's been slept with God knows how many times. He jabbed a finger at Su Mushue. Pure and innocent on the outside, but behind closed doors who knows how much of a slut. Crack. A slap drowned out the violin. With my attribute-boosted strength, I sent him spinning half a turn through the air and crashing hard onto the empty table next to us. Plates and wine glasses shattered across the floor, and that green dial Rolex smacked against the corner of the table, the face cracking into a spiderweb to reveal the cheap plastic movement inside. Puffed. He spat out a mouthful of blood, half his face visibly swelling. One hand clutched his cheek, but the other didn't dare point at anyone anymore. You? I'm a civilized man. I looked at him and spoke softly. My name is Lin Yuan. Go home and ask your uncle whether he can still protect you. A waiter rushed over, staring at his bloody mouth, voice trembling. Sir, should I call the police? He shoved the waiter aside and called his uncle with shaking hands. Uncle, someone hit me. The voice on the other end had just started cursing. Then it heard the two words, Lin Yuan, and cut off abruptly. Let's go. He bolted for the elevator, clutching his face, not daring to leave even a single parting threat. Ding. Target Su Mushue, affinity plus 3%, current 8%. Meanwhile, in a private room on the same floor of the hotel, Sun Wan's class reunion had descended into something surreal. No one dared speak loudly around the huge round table. Some kept their heads down, pretending to scroll their phones. Others snuck glances at Zhaoye with expressions like they'd seen a ghost. They'd all expected to watch Zhaoye viciously humiliate Sun Wan tonight. But the reality was, Sun Wan was sitting, and Zhaoye was standing. Sun Wan wanted water, and Zhaoye immediately handed it to her. Sun Wan glanced at the lobster, and Zhaoye put on gloves and started peeling the shell for her. A male classmate who'd had a crush on Sun Wan back in the day worked up some liquid courage and came over with a glass. Nwan, honestly, back in college I always get lost. Zhaoye snatched the glass away, her eyes fierce. Take a look at yourself in the mirror. You think you're worthy of her? The guy's face flushed the color of liver, but he didn't dare talk back. Driven by Zhaoye's extreme groveling, the whole mood in the room shifted. One by one, the classmates lined up to toast Sun Wan. Alcohol. Sis Xiaowan. That whole thing back then was because I didn't know any better. Sis Xiaowan, I'll down mine. You do whatever you want. Su Xiaowan just took a light sip of her papaya milk. She didn't care for these kinds of gatherings, but being flattered by people who used to look down on her, that didn't feel half bad, honestly. After a few rounds of drinks, Zhaoye made a trip to the restroom and came back looking a little off. She leaned in close to Su Xiaowan's ear. A guy like Mr. Lin, practically a living legend. It's totally normal for him to have a few female confidants on the side. Su Xiaowan had no idea what she was talking about. Get to the point. I just saw Mr. Lin out in the restaurant. He was with a woman in a black dress. Su Xiaowan's hand froze around her glass. What a coincidence. Mr. Lin wouldn't report his schedule to her. Wang Yu was home with Ma Dong, and Qin Yuma, that lesbian, definitely wouldn't show up here. So, a new woman of Mr. Lin's? She lowered her eyes. As Lin Yuan's head housekeeper now, no matter who this woman was, if Mr. Lin had taken an interest, she had to smooth things over in advance. No competing, no drama, and absolutely nothing that would annoy Mr. Lin. She switched to a wine glass and poured herself half a glass of red. She hadn't slept enough last night. Her legs were still weak, but she couldn't drop the etiquette. I'll go take a look. Zhaoye immediately fell in behind her, more attentive than a palace eunuch. They crossed the hallway to the entrance of the revolving restaurant, and Su Xiaowan spotted me right away. Over there, the servers had already cleared the table and brought out fresh dishes. I was eating leisurely while the woman in the black dress across from me said something in a low voice. Su Xiaowan took a deep breath, put on her professional smile, and walked over. Mr. Lin, what a coincidence. She approached the table and raised her glass to make a friendly gesture. And this lady, She stopped mid-sentence. She'd gotten a clear look at the other woman's face. Her whole body went rigid. Auntie. I raised an eyebrow slightly, my gaze sweeping over both their faces. I'd read Su Xiaowan's file, so I knew both her parents had passed away, which was part of why I'd occasionally looked out for her back at Xinghue. But I honestly hadn't expected her to share blood with this future Frost Empress. Su Xiaowan's expression changed dramatically, her body starting to tremble beyond her control, her eyes rimming red, the wine in her glass rippling. At that moment, Zhaoye, trailing behind, displayed the ultimate in sycophantic instinct. She didn't know what was going on, but she saw at a glance that Su Xiaowan's emotions were off. She immediately stepped forward, planting herself between the two of them, and piled on a fawning smile. Oh my, so you're Xiaowan's aunt. Hello? Mr. Lin is our Xiaowan's boss. You two chat. We've got something going on back at the private room, so we won't intrude. With that, Zhaoye gave the other woman no chance to speak, hooked her arm through Su Xiaowan's, and half-dragged, half-hauled her away. My dear lady, take a deep breath. Mr. Lin's in the middle of business. We really can't make a scene. Su Mushue instinctively rose as if to follow. Let her have a moment, I said flatly. Su Mushiwa's steps halted. She watched the figures disappearing at the end of the hall, a flicker of complexity passing through her cool eyes, then slowly sat back down and picked up her lemon water to hide the slight tremor in her fingertips. After a while, she spoke, her voice hoarse. Xiaowan's a good kid. Her voice was low. We're a generation apart, but not far in age. When she was little, I used to take her out to play a lot. I leaned back in my chair, listening quietly. My older brother went off the rails gambling back then, mortgaged the whole family estate. The old master of the Su family got ruthless and threw all three of them out on the street, didn't even let them take a change of clothes. Her brow furrowed. Xiaowan's mother was an honest woman who spent half her life suffering right alongside him. Later there was no money to treat her illness, and she was basically dragged to her death. Nobody in the Su family lifted a finger. They thought it was a disgrace. At the time I'd just started my internship at the hospital. I used to secretly slip some meal money to her at school. But somehow, every single time, I'd run into my brother. He'd hound me for money like a vampire, finding new ways every time. Later I joined the ER, got busier, and gradually lost touch. She sighed, her gaze drifting toward the hallway again. Come to think of it, I haven't seen her in 4 or 5 years. I never imagined she'd be working for you now. She looked up, studying me. Didn't you leave Xinghui? How are you still with Xiaowan? I didn't hide it. She's my head housekeeper. Head housekeeper? She paused. The term sounded a little out of place in the modern world. At the moment, she's got full authority over stockpiling supplies for me and building a Doomsday fortress, I said bluntly. Su Mushiwa sat stunned for a couple of seconds, then couldn't help letting out a soft laugh. That laugh was like an iceberg melting, stunningly beautiful, so much so that even the surrounding lights seemed to brighten a little. She just assumed I was joking. Doomsday. She shook her head. That sounds even less credible than that AI healthcare thing from earlier. But looking into my perfectly calm eyes, she knew I wasn't spouting nonsense. Maybe it was some kind of code name for a rescue plan? Like how I'd saved Lucici. She said, half joking. Still, I'm pretty into Doomsday survival games. Once the fortress is built, remember to invite me over for a tour. My gaze flickered. I lifted my water glass and clinked it gently against hers. It's a deal. In my eyes, that offhand joke was as good as her voluntarily walking this future S-rank Esper straight into my net. The fish was swimming into the tank all on its own. For the rest of dinner, neither of us drank. She was an ER doctor and had to stay clear-headed. I had even less need for alcohol. I had to keep constant control over this body surging with newfound power. This alcohol-free dinner, thanks to that restrained yet direct exchange, actually took on an extra layer of sophisticated tension. At 9 o'clock, dinner ended. The two of us walked out of the hotel side by side. The night wind in Jiangcheng carried a chill, and that sour, rotten smell left behind by the hail seemed even thicker in the air. I flagged down a taxi and opened the door for her. She got in and rolled down the window. Thank you for tonight. Not just for the rescue, but for listening to her pour out all those old memories. Remember, you owe me one, I replied lightly. The car pulled off, merging into traffic. She watched me through the rearview mirror, the corners of her mouth lifting without her realizing it. Ding. Target Su Mushiwa, affinity plus 2%, currently 10%. I turned and walked back into the hotel. Don't forget, I still had to go pick up my head housekeeper. I took the private room number Su Xiaowan had texted me and headed up to the 3rd floor. The hallway was carpeted in thick wool, and I could faintly hear the howling and shrieking coming from the various rooms. Hands in my pockets, I was just about to head toward room V08 at the far end. When I reached the corner, crash. The crisp sound of shattering glass came from V08, pierced through the soundproof door. Then came Zhao sharp, furious scream. What do you think you're doing? Don't touch her. Filthy bitch, get out of the way. I came over to toast you broke-ass students out of respect, and you're gonna act all high and mighty. A strange man cursed, emboldened by liquor. Yeah, you were putting on quite an act in the hallway just now. Come on, let Big Brother here give you a little inspection. So flat. How's your man been breaking you in? Teach us a thing or two. Another man's voice carried a nauseating, lecherous chuckle. My footsteps came to an abrupt halt, my eyes turning cold in an instant. I strode toward V08 without wasting a single word. Bam! One kick landed on that heavy door. With a thunderous crash, the solid wood door, metal hinges and all, was ripped clean off and sent flying, slamming onto the round table and smashing every bottle of imported liquor and fruit platter to pieces. Everyone froze mid-motion, staring in terror at the doorway. I stood there, my gaze locked on the corner. Su Xiaowan was cornered against the couch, her hair disheveled, her eyes red-rimmed. Zhao stood planted firmly in front of her, clutching a broken beer bottle in her hand, trembling like a leaf. She wasn't protecting Su Xiaowan. She was saving her own skin. If a single hair on Su Xianwan's head was harmed tonight, I'd have skinned her alive. Which hand touched her? My voice wasn't loud, but it reached every ear in the room with crystal clarity, carrying an icy killing intent. Cut it off yourself, or I'll do it for you. In the corner, Su Xianwan finally saw me clearly. The lips she'd been biting down on released, and the humiliation and terror she'd been forcing back all this time burst like a broken dam. Tears rolled down in big, heavy drops. The broken beer bottle in Zhao Ya's hand hit the floor with a clang. The savior had arrived. The rich young master had a good third of his drunkenness knocked out of him by the crash, but the remaining two-thirds kept him from grasping the sheer horror of a door being kicked off its hinges. Squinting through bloodshot eyes, he saw nothing but a pretty boy and burst out laughing. He grabbed a half-full bottle of liquor and hurled it at me. Fuck, you're playing hero, saving the damsel right in front of me? Break his arms and legs and toss him out. Behind him, 7 or 8 thugs immediately lunged forward, brandishing bottles and folding knives. I made no fancy moves. I stepped straight toward the one in front. My right fist shot out, pure, explosive physical force. A dull, thudding impact exploded, and the thug flew through the air, crashing into the massive TV on the wall, denting and shattering it as sparks sprayed everywhere. Then I plowed into the crowd. Side kicks, elbow strikes, knee blows, nothing but overwhelming, crushing power and speed. One thug thrust his knife at my side. I didn't dodge or flinch. My left hand clamped around his wrist and gave a savage twist. The sound of snapping bone rang out, and I followed through with a knee to his gut. He sprayed a mouthful of blood and crumpled to the floor. Less than 10 seconds. All 7 or 8 thugs lay sprawled among the shards of glass, arms and legs broken, twitching and howling. The thick stench of blood overpowered the smell of liquor. The other students were all stunned stupid. They'd forgotten how to breathe. The rich young master was mostly sober now, backing away in fright until his back was flat against the wall. Mr. Lin. Zhao Yan knelt on the floor, sobbing incoherently. The people from the room next door were groping our female classmates in the restroom. Miss Su couldn't stand by and stepped in to help. This bastard couldn't take it, so he barged in with his men and demanded to take her away. I shook out my hand and strode toward the young master. Looking at his men howling all over the floor, he still put on a bold front, hiding the panic beneath. Bro, which crew are you with? My dad's the construction materials king of the South District. Name your price for this, whatever number you want. Just say it. Before he could finish, I reached out with one hand, gripped him by the throat, and hoisted the 200-pound grown man clean off the ground. His face flushed crimson, his eyes bulging, his legs kicking wildly in the air, his throat rattling. I stared at him coldly. Was it this hand that wanted to touch her just now? My eyes fixed on his right hand. I slammed him down onto the floor with brute force, then raised my foot and stomped straight down on his right wrist. Crack. Ah! The scream tore through the entire room. Just as I was about to stomp down on his other hand, a dense rush of footsteps suddenly came from out in the hallway. A bald, fat man with a face full of nasty flesh blocked the doorway, flanked by 5 men in black radiating murderous intent. Their waistbands bulged conspicuously. They were clearly packing. The young master grabbed onto this like a lifeline, howling venomously. Uncle Long, save me. Kill him. Su Xianwan and the other students went pale as death in an instant. 5 professionals, all armed. This wasn't something one man could handle. The next second, the bald fat man walked in, spun around abruptly, and slapped the young master hard across the face. Smack! The blow sent the young master flying, blood and shattered teeth spraying from his mouth. His head slammed into the corner of the couch, and he passed out cold. Everyone in the room was dumbfounded. What made their scalps tingle even more was that the bald man turned around and bowed to me at a 90-degree angle. Mr. Lin. This little bastard was blind as a bat. In the corner, Zhao Ya was trembling all over with excitement. This bald man was none other than Zhao Ya's boyfriend, the one I'd scared off with a single look at Vientiane City 2 days ago. When Zhao Ya saw the situation spiraling out of control, she'd secretly sent him a WeChat message begging for help. The moment he saw the address, he rushed over with his men, hoping to latch onto me by saving Su Xianwan. That day, he'd gone back and dug up exactly who I was. An opportunity to leap across social classes like this. He had to seize it. Now, with the real deity standing right before him, forget the construction materials king's son. Even if the construction materials king himself showed up, he'd slap him all the same. The bald man waved his hand, and his men dragged the unconscious young master and that pack of hooligans out. Mr. Lin, rest assured, whatever revenge this little bastard's family tries to take, I'll shoulder it all. I'd never dirty your hands, he said, thumping his chest. Zhao Ya scrambled up too and hurried over to Su Xianwan's side, bowing and scraping. Miss Su, are you all right? The second I saw trouble, I called for backup. I took Su Xianwan's hand, ready to leave. The bald man sidled up to me fawningly. Mr. Lin, 2 days ago at the mall, I was blind and didn't recognize you. The name's Long Dabiao. On the streets they call me Fat Long. I've built up some construction crews and materials connections over the years. I'd like to work under you. Fat Long. Long Dabiao. I frowned, stopping in my tracks, and stared at this groveling fat man. Memories from my past life came surging back in an instant. That reckless daredevil from Jiangxing Shelter Number 9? The B-rank fire ability user. In my past life, he and I had fought against the zombie horde together. This fat man didn't look like a decent guy, but he was worthy of the words loyal and righteous. For the sake of a promise made to the leader of Shelter Number 9 in the zombie horde. In the game, he detonated his power to take out a mutant, sacrificing himself, and indirectly saved my life once. And this was him. This bald, fat guy with a face full of ugly, jolly flesh. Something didn't add up. Back then he definitely had hair. I even teased him once, asking why he called himself Fat Dragon when he wasn't even fat. He just grinned and sang a line. The me from the past. Then again, I didn't meet him until half a year into the apocalypse. If he slimmed down, the two faces really did share a resemblance. And with the Doomsday shelter still coming together, I was short on manpower. I looked at him. Tomorrow morning, go to the Cloud Summit Sky Palace in the western suburbs. Find a man named Lu Yen. Tell him I sent you to work with him. I'd have Lu Yen test whether this guy was usable. I don't keep people without hard stats around me. Fat Dragon froze for a second, then broke into wild joy, bowing over and over. Thank you for the opportunity, Boss Lin. I'll report first thing tomorrow. Zhao Ya, ever the sharp reader of the room, chimed in from the side, wishing Boss Lin and Miss Su an early bundle of joy and a lifetime together. Late at night, a black SUV cruised down the streets of Jiangxing. Su Xianwan sat in the passenger seat, head down, both hands wringing the hem of her clothes, convinced she'd caused me trouble. Boss Lin, I'm sorry. Her voice caught on the edge of tears. I'll never stick my nose where it doesn't belong again. I freed my right hand and pressed it possessively on top of her head, ruffling her hair. Remember this, my woman never has to swallow her pride. And stop drinking that papaya milk stuff. Su Xianwan's head snapped up, staring at me blankly. Then she suddenly beamed. When we get back, I'll feed you grapes. Ding. Target Su Xianwan's affinity plus 4%. Currently at 77%. At that same moment, in Tokyo, Country R, inside an upscale Japanese courtyard estate. Lu Feng sat cross-legged on the tatami in a yukata, cradling a cup of sake, his expression dark. His plan had been flawless. Use the friction between Shun Qingyue and me to win her over, then use the Xinghue group as a shell to skim off 4 or 500 million. But he never imagined I'd be the one to propose the divorce, humiliating him in front of all his friends. Lin Yuan. He downed the cup in one gulp, venom flashing in his eyes. He slid a photo of me to the center of the table, looking toward the figure in the shadows. $100,000 is already in your account. I want him dead. Late that night, I returned to apartment 1201, sent Su Xianwan back to the master bedroom, peeled off my coat that reeked of blood, and headed to the kitchen for water. The living room lights were off. My mental strength, at 26 points, let me sense it acutely. In the darkness, a line of sight had locked onto my throat. Come out. The shadow shifted. Qin Yuma, dressed in a black tactical vest, stepped out without a sound. Next time you come in, say something. She dropped into a military combat stance. I almost took you for an intruder. I let out a cold laugh and, without any warning, my body exploded forward, like a black panther charging down a mountain. You. Qin Yuma's face changed drastically. On instinct, she threw a punch at my throat. But how terrifying was my body now? I twisted aside, seized her wrist, yanked her forward, and jammed my left leg between hers, pinning her center of gravity. Bam! I slammed her whole body against the wall, two bodies brimming with explosive power crashing together without a gap. The posture was intensely suggestive. She gritted her teeth and tried to drive her knee up in retaliation, but I held her down with pure raw strength. A fine sweat broke out across her skin, her tactical vest clinging tight to her body. Let go, she snarled, keeping her voice low, a flicker of panic finally crossing her cold eyes. This man's strength was overwhelming enough to make her despair. I not only didn't let go, I lowered my head even closer. On my turf, don't throw combat stances at me. Show your claws again, and I'll break you. Only when she went stiff and stopped resisting did I release her and step back half a pace. Qin Yuma leaned against the wall, breathing hard, staring at me with a complicated look. Report, I said, walking to the counter and pouring a glass of water. She parted the curtain a sliver, tipping her chin toward the street below. 3 vehicles, for lookouts. One at the convenience store across from the complex, two at the underground garage exit, rotating shifts every 2 hours. She spoke rapidly. Sloppy technique, outdated equipment. Not cops, not gang. Most likely private eyes doing it for cash. Who'd you piss off? I glanced through the gap. Shin. That foolish woman, still haunting me. I pulled my gaze back and looked at her. In my past life, this woman was called the Valkyrie, carving her way in and out of zombie hordes with a pair of iron fists. But I'd always thought she was just a gifted fitness trainer. What did you do before? That level of vigilance isn't from being a fitness trainer. She shot me a sidelong glance, saying nothing. She still held a grudge over that sudden move earlier. As my household security, I need to know you inside and out. Besides, pulling your file would be easy. A flash of disgust crossed her eyes. Southwest Border, a recon company in some unit. Discharged 3 years ago. Why'd you leave? Couldn't stomach the politics. Hit a superior officer. She tugged the corner of her mouth in a self-mocking smirk. After I got out, I found society even more disgusting. Couldn't resist the money, so I ended up selling smiles as a fitness trainer. But now, I only answer to money and strength. I studied her. She'd hidden herself well in the last life. It made sense. Anyone who could rise to rule a corner of the apocalypse was never simple. This is the number of a guy called Fat Dragon in Jiangqing South District. I sent her the number. Get in touch with him. And then, break those 4 men's legs. I turned and walked toward the master bedroom. Dump them at the front door of the Fragrant Hills villa. Don't kill anyone. I want her to open the door in the morning and see a pile of broken legs. The next morning, a light rain fell over Jiangcheng, the rot and sourness in the air amplified by the water. After washing up, I pushed open the master bedroom door to grab my coat. The moment Su Xianwan heard the sound from the bed, she jolted awake like a startled kitten. Not even bothering with shoes, she padded over barefoot, wrapped her arms around my waist from behind, and pressed her burning face against my back. Boss Lin, can Xianwan keep you company tonight? Xianwan isn't afraid of the pain. I accidentally fell asleep yesterday. I turned and tousled her messy hair. Get to work once you're up. I've got real business today. Seeing I wasn't angry, she obediently let go and retreated meekly to the edge of the bed. I walked over to the dining table, where Wang Yi had already set down a steaming bowl of century egg and pork congee. A local news alert popped up on my phone screen. Building materials king of the South District. Gang involvement and severe tax evasion. All assets under his name seized overnight. And the man himself now in police custody. In the video, that arrogant rich kid from last night and his high and mighty father were being shoved into a squad car in handcuffs. Right after, a few long voice messages popped up on WeChat from Fat Dragon. I tapped play. Boss Lin, Miss Chen's matter is handled. His voice was heavy with exhaustion, and in the background I could hear the sharp intakes of breath from someone tending to a wound. Last night, I took that little bastard back home, and his old man lost it. Wanted to round up everyone and come after you. I couldn't talk him down, so I had no choice but to go head-to-head with him. Fought all night long, lost a dozen of my brothers. But I've been sitting on that old man's dirty ledgers for 3 years, and last night, I handed every page of it over to the City Bureau's task force. He's never seeing daylight again. I took a sip of my congee. Kill 1,000 of the enemy, lose 800 of your own. With that ruthless, cutthroat resolve, paying a price that nearly wiped out half his empire, Fat Dragon had handed me a pledge of allegiance. I held down the voice key and replied, "You've only met me twice. Why are you willing to bet your life?" A few seconds later, his response came through, his voice carrying the raw reverence of the streets. "Boss Lin, I've been out hustling since I was a teenager, and I've survived on instinct. You might not believe me, but when I look at you, I see mountains of corpses and seas of blood. That first time at Vientiane, I was scared out of my mind, but after I got home, I had this strange feeling. Stick with you, and I'll live longer." I set down my phone. This was the kind of vicious dog the apocalypse called for. Smart, ruthless, sharp. I dialed Lu Yan. "Boss, a man named Fat Dragon will come find you at Sky Palace number 1 today," I ordered. "He's got some connections and construction channels. Hand the outer grunt work to him. You personally oversee the core project. Also, keep an eye on his character and report back to me." "Understood." Lu Yan paused, then lowered his voice. "Boss, I got in touch about what you wanted. 8 o'clock tonight, the abandoned shipyard in the eastern suburbs. The smuggler goes by Old Ghost." My eyes narrowed slightly. "Fast work. Does he have a big appetite?" "As long as the money's right, he could get you a rocket," Lu Yan said. "But I'd suggest bringing more men. Those people are all desperados. Bring Tank and Shadow. I'll pick you up at 7 tonight." I hung up. In the living room, Qin Yumal walked out of the guest bedroom, yawning. "It's done." She grabbed a bottle of ice water and took a big gulp. Dumped them right at the front gate of the Fragrant Hills villa. "That woman's probably calling the cops in a panic right about now." I nodded and asked nothing more. The apocalypse hadn't come yet. But letting this traitor get an early taste of hell? I had no objections to that. Meanwhile, at Jiangxing International Airport, the automatic glass doors slid open and a tall woman stepped out. Black trench coat, sunglasses, Martin boots, a guitar case slung over her back, a jawline sharp as a blade. She carried no umbrella, letting the sour-smelling drizzle fall on her windbreaker. She kept clear of the surveillance cameras, her steps steady. Reaching the curb, she pulled out an encrypted phone. The screen lit up, a photo she'd secretly taken of me yesterday, just as I was pushing open the door to Rose Garden 1201. She zoomed in, freezing the frame on my profile, my call logs for the day attached beside it. An unmarked black van pulled up in front of her. She tossed the guitar case inside and ducked in. Abandoned shipyard, eastern suburbs. We move tonight, she said in a low voice, in Japanese. The van merged into traffic and sped toward the city center. That acid rain stench in the air grew thicker and thicker. The morning rain fell strange and wrong, the air thick with the sour reek of rotten eggs and rust. On TV, the experts were still spewing nonsense. Acid rain is simply industrial exhaust settling with the change of seasons. There's no need to panic. Wrapped in a bathrobe, dark circles under her eyes, Shin Xingyue crawled out of the king-size bed. Her right eyelid had been twitching like crazy all night, and she couldn't shake the feeling something bad was coming. Scrape, scrape. A strange scratching sound came from outside the door. Her heart lurched. She crept toward the entryway. Who's out there? No answer. Only the muffled drumming of rain against the security door. She pressed her eye to the peephole. A gray, hazy blur, nothing there. But the sound was still there, clawing at her nerves, over and over. She yanked the door open. Cold wind and rain rushed in, along with a stench of blood so thick it made her gag. Buzz, her mind went blank, like she'd been struck with a sledgehammer. Laid out neatly at the bottom of the steps were 4 men, their legs snapped backward at grotesque angles, blood streaming down mixed with the rain. The most sickening part, each of the 4 had a delicate bow tie fashioned around his neck, made from a necktie. Shin Qingyue's legs gave out, and she collapsed to the floor. A warm liquid ran down her thighs, soaking through her bathrobe. She'd wet herself. This self-styled queen of Starlight Group, the woman who thought she controlled everything, scrambled backward on all 4s, teeth chattering wildly. Call the police. Trembling, she fished out her phone, her finger hovering over 110, but she couldn't press it. Those suits, those leather shoes, she knew them all too well. Weren't these exactly the men from Jiangxing's top private detective team, the ones she'd hired for $1 million just 3 days ago? The moment the police discovered she'd hired people to tail her ex-husband, she, already kicked out of the company, would be utterly ruined. You'll suffer 10,000 times worse than you are now. My words detonated in her head like a nightmare. She finally understood. That man who had once catered to her every whim was dead. What lived now was a demon crawled straight out of hell. Instinctively, she wanted to call her best friend, He-Man. It was He-Man who'd connected her with these detectives. Sorry, the number you have dialed is currently busy. She tried again. Couldn't get through. That dear best friend, who'd been on the phone giving her advice just last night, had learned the detectives had gone down even earlier than she had, and bolted. Lin Yuan, you're a monster, you psycho. She hurled the phone to the floor and curled up in the corner, wailing. Finally, in desperation, she dialed a number she hadn't called in ages. Mom, noon, Rose Garden apartment. Unlike the horror show over at the villa, 1201 was filled with the scent of jasmine and the warmth of home-cooked food. I set down my chopsticks. Before I could even reach for a napkin, Su Xianwan had already leaned in, gently wiping the corner of my mouth with a warm, damp towel. Then she swept up the bowls and chopsticks, beating Wang Yi to it. I stood up and said, this afternoon, you and Wang Yi go buy a car. It'll make running errands easier. And get that diesel fuel locked down too. Take the first batch to the Hongfa meatpacking plant and top off all the backup generators. Send the rest to Tiangong 1 and hand it over to Lu Yan. Su Xianwan straightened her back. Understood, Mr. Lin. Wang Yi stood holding a plate, her fingers tightening slightly. I'd already told her about the apocalypse. She hadn't asked much, hadn't questioned it. Besides me, who else could she trust? I grabbed the car keys off the coffee table and pushed through the door. 2 in the afternoon. Western suburbs. Cloud Summit Palace. The roar of heavy machinery was deafening. Fat Dragon had come through, just like I'd expected. By mid-morning, he'd already brought in 3 professional engineering crews to work alongside Baldy's men, and the outer walls were already taking shape. I skipped the hard hat, letting the rain fall on my shell jacket, one hand in my pocket as I walked in shoulder to shoulder with Lu Yan. The perimeter looks good. Take notes on the interior layout. I ordered, studying the blueprints. First floor is the full-function reception and defense level. Install steel alloy rolling shutters, 20 centimeters thick, on the windows. dig a pool in the living area, and build a private theater. Lu Yan took rapid notes. For his daughter, forget building a palace. Right now, if I told him to bomb the Pentagon, he'd do it. Second floor is the residential quarters and infirmary, fully equipped with sterile surgical equipment and ventilators. Lu Yan's eye twitched. Surgery? But his hand didn't stop. He didn't know that after the zombie virus broke out, the blood of Class C healer espers would be the only raw material for making life-saving serum. I had to have the hardware ready in advance. Third floor gets the communications terminal. Find a way to buy permanent usage rights to a few satellites. The two of us headed underground. B1 is the warehouse. Cold storage finished within 10 days. B2 gets a deep well for geothermal power as the primary source, with the diesel generators on backup. Pump groundwater from below 200 meters, with multi-stage nanofiltration. And finally, B3. I stopped walking. I want 10 completely independent titanium alloy sealed chambers, each with its own oxygen circulation and electric shock restraint system. A chill ran down Lu Yan's spine for no reason he could name. Specs like that weren't for shelter. They were for imprisoning some kind of extremely dangerous beast. I folded up the blueprints. Can you do it? As long as the money and equipment are in place. Yes. Lu Yan closed his notebook. Night fell, and Jiang City was blanketed in a sticky acid rain. 7 o'clock. I drove the George Barton, Lu Yan riding shotgun. In the back seat were Tank, a giant of a man nearly 2 meters tall, and the ghost-like Shadow. All three were armed to the teeth, tactical vests, waists bulging, combat knives strapped to their thighs. Out of the corner of his eye, Lu Yan glanced at my hands on the steering wheel. He'd crawled out of piles of corpses, but in my presence his combat instincts were screaming like crazy. This young boss was dangerous. Hold on. I floored the gas, and the George Barton ripped through the curtain of rain, tearing toward the abandoned shipyard in the eastern suburbs. At that same moment, atop a rusted gantry crane on the shipyard's perimeter, the tall woman in the black shell jacket lay flat against the cold steel. In front of her was mounted a heavily modified heavy sniper rifle, its crosshairs cutting through the rain, locked dead on the only route into the shipyard entrance. Target estimated to arrive in 10 minutes. She murmured into her earpiece in Japanese. Wind speed 3, humidity 80%. Preparing to shoot. The night rain drizzled on, the air thick with the sour rot of rust. The black George Barton raced along the pothole-ridden, waterlogged road. Inside the cabin, Tank shifted his nearly 2-meter frame, his combat knife clinking against the seat. Boss, this ride looks badass from the outside, but the back seat's like an iron cage. I'm suffocating back here, Tank grumbled. Lu Yan didn't turn around. Shut it. We've entered the perimeter. Stay alert. 500 meters ahead stood a towering, rusted gantry crane. On the crossbeam, Chiba Rin lay in the pooled water, rain streaming off her jawline and pattering against the rifle. The rangefinder's numbers flickered. Wind 3, humidity 80%. A cold smile touched the corner of her mouth. At this range, the target in the car was completely defenseless. Might as well be a fixed target. $100,000 in the bag, and enough to meet the assessment quota for promotion to Chunin. Target locked. Countdown, 3 seconds, she reported in Japanese. 3 seconds later, fireworks suddenly erupted across the rain-soaked sky, drawing every eye nearby. Chiba Rin's finger settled on the trigger and squeezed smoothly. In the split second, 1/100th of a second, before the bullet left the barrel, my mental strength, a terrifying 26 points, triggered a horrifying death premonition. A chill shot from my tailbone straight up to the crown of my head. Without a moment's hesitation, my right foot slammed the brake dead and both hands cranked the wheel hard left. The heavy off-roader shrieked against the slick pavement, its body fishtailing violently. All three men inside slammed hard into the interior walls, caught off guard. Boom. The sniper round tore through the bulletproof glass, grazing past my right shoulder in a spray of blood before punching out through the left window. I seized the moment, threw open the door, and rolled out of the car. Sniper. High ground, 10 o'clock. Get out. Lu Yan roared. The three of them kicked their doors open and rolled out, forming a triangle. Using the vehicle for cover, they wedged me, clutching my shoulder, into the blind spot, drew their Glocks, and laid down suppressing fire on the suspected sniper position. Through her scope, Chiba Rin stared at the empty driver's seat, disbelief written all over her face. Luck? No, that couldn't be it. The way those three bodyguards evaded and returned fire, those were no ordinary men. The intel was seriously wrong. I glanced at the wound on my shoulder, already clotting over. The searing pain didn't make me afraid. It ignited the brutality in my bones. Since being reborn, I'd taken every step with extreme caution. This was the first time death had gotten right up in my face. Before Lu Yan could say a word, I was already moving. My dress shoes stamped shallow craters into the flooded ground as I charged straight through the rain toward the gantry crane. With all conditions for a shot gone, Chiba Rin murmured decisively, "Mission failed." Withdrawing. She dropped the heavy rifle, hooked her zip line onto the steel frame, and leapt. Wind screamed past her. When she was still 7 or 8 meters from the ground, a dark figure was already standing beneath her landing point. Chiba Rin was shocked. How could this man possibly be so fast? She looked around. Lu Yin and the other two were flanking her from both wings. A few more seconds, and there'd be no escape. A vicious glint flashed in her eyes. She drew a dagger and stabbed straight down at my bleeding shoulder, hoping the pain would force me back so she could slip into the shipyard's maze-like terrain. I didn't dodge at all. My right hand shot straight out, faster than anything she could comprehend, striking last but landing first, and clamped down on her wrist. I applied force. Crack. The sound of shattering bone rang out with startling clarity in the rainy night. Her wrist snapped clean, and the dagger fell into the mud. She opened her mouth to scream. I brought my right knee up and slammed it hard into her stomach. There was a muffled crack of breaking ribs, and the scream caught in her throat. She spewed a mouthful of blood, crashed down into the muddy water, and lost all ability to fight back. From ambush to kill, less than 30 seconds. The piercing gunshots had alerted everyone inside the shipyard. Several beams of harsh light crisscrossed, lighting the place up like broad daylight. Amid a flurry of footsteps, a scrawny old man, blind in his left eye, came charging out with 15 or 16 fully armed cutthroats. All AKs, the clicks of safeties flicking off blending into one continuous sound, every muzzle trained on me and the 3 men Lu Yin had just arrived with. Now the only sound in the shipyard was rain pattering against the gun barrels. I ignored those black, gaping muzzles. Lu Yin, Tank, and Shadow had already taken up position, locking onto the key firing points across from us. If this really turned into a shootout, I was confident I could snap that old man's withered neck before they got off a third shot. I bent down, grabbed Chiba Rin by the back of the neck with one hand, and tossed her carelessly so she landed right at the old man's feet. Lu Yin said you were reliable. I came here with cash to do business. I glared at the old man. Is this your idea of good faith? The old ghost froze. He looked at my bleeding shoulder, then down at the woman on the ground. Chiba Rin's black wetsuit had torn open, exposing a tattoo on the back of her neck, the mark of the Japanese Ninja Guild. The old ghost's withered face twitched twice. Anyone who could take out a killer of that caliber barehanded was no ordinary young man. Huh. The old ghost spat on the ground and seized the excuse to back down. Lower your weapons. His men lowered their muzzles in unison, but their fingers never left the triggers. The old ghost put on a smile, recognizing Lu Yin. You're Boss Lin, right? This one's on me. I didn't sweep the place clean. That woman's tattoo is from the island nation. Those bastards are the ones who took my eye back in the day. Consider tonight payback on my behalf. Come inside. I followed the old ghost into the shipyard's dry dock. Lu Yin wanted to stop me. Before we knew whether this female assassin had any connection to the old ghost, he didn't want me taking the risk. But I shot him a glance and jerked my chin, signaling him to follow. He had no choice but to fall in with Tank, leaving Shadow on standby outside. Inside the dry dock, the table was strewn with sunflower seeds, beer, and scattered playing cards, the air thick with the stench of sweat. 2 machine guns even poked out from the beams on the second floor. Lu Yin murmured, Boss, if these people don't play by the rules, we'll cover you and get you out. I waved him off, pulled out a cigarette, and lit it. The flame lit up the blood on my shoulder. One of the men instinctively started forward to say there was no smoking here. The old ghost's eyes went cold, and he backhanded him across the face, driving him back, then personally brought me an ashtray. The tarp was pulled aside, revealing several dark green military crates stacked in neat rows. Everything you asked for, Boss Lin, it's all here. The old ghost pointed at the crates. M16s, tactical grenades, ammo belts. The heavy smell of gun oil filled the air. Lu Yin stepped up to inspect the goods. Disassemble, check the rifling, reassemble, less than 10 seconds. He nodded at me. Top grade. No tampering. I waved my hand. Tank hauled over a briefcase, set it on the iron table, and popped it open. A dozen-plus stacks of American cash. Greed flashed in the old ghost's one remaining eye. His man came forward to count it. The amount checks out. The old ghost closed the case, genuinely impressed with me. Don't take offense at my caution, Boss Lin. In our line of work, your neck's always on the block. I'll give you 20% off on tonight's shipment. Consider the rest a gesture of friendship. By the rules of the underworld, any injury a buyer suffered on his turf was on him. Reputation mattered. I had Tank and Lu Yin load the crates onto the battered George Patton. No need. She's not one of yours. I won't hold that against you. Just keep your stock full. There'll be plenty more business for you. Walking out of the warehouse, I found Chiba Rin still tied up outside in the rain, two men pinning her down hard. A short, chubby guy came trotting over carrying an elegant black case. Ghostmaster said you turned down the discount, so please accept this little private collection of ours. Ninja Guild people are tough nuts to crack, but this one's a Japanese broad. This'll help you interrogate her nice and slow. I signaled Lu Yen to take the case. Sprawled on the ground, Chiba Rin stared through the muddy water, fixated on the logo on the case. It belonged to a dark web company that specialized in developing potent drugs designed for women. She had seen people in her organization use it firsthand, turning a fierce woman trained to withstand the highest level of interrogation into a dog that could only whimper and beg. Fear, for the first time, shattered this lower ninja's psychological defenses. The rain kept falling. Fear overwhelmed the pain. A look of grim resolve flashed in Chiba Rin's eyes as she clenched her back molars hard. For her, death was the best escape. But she was up against me. My heightened mental acuity let me catch the tiny twitch in her face. In my past life, I dealt with plenty of these little Japan survivors. I knew exactly what they were up to before they even made a move. My right hand shot out and seized her jaw. Crack. Her jaw dislocated. Her mouth was forced wide open, saliva mixing with rain and dribbling down. I pushed two fingers in and yanked that poisoned tooth right out. Wanna die? Did I say you could? I flung the poison capsule into the muddy water and crushed it under my heel. The ninja training she took such pride in was nothing but child's play in front of me. Her eyes changed completely. True horror now. Even the right to take her own life had been stripped away. Throw her in the trunk. Tank grabbed her by the collar and shoved her roughly into the trunk. The old ghost watched me drive off, a trace of awe in his single eye. This young man, ruthless enough. The off-road vehicle tore through the curtain of rain, heading toward Cloud Summit Sky Palace in the western suburbs. The cabin reeked of blood. Rain poured in through the shattered windshield and struck Lu Yan's face, but his expression never changed. I leaned back in the passenger seat, eyes closed, resting. Sky Palace No. 1 was under accelerated construction. Workers everywhere, no place to hold and interrogate anyone. I pulled out my phone and dialed Jiang Xiaowan. It rang more than a dozen times before she picked up. Genius Lin, do you have any idea what time it is? And that crude construction work of yours today scared off every rich client who came to view the properties around me. My sales figures. Lend me a villa. Now. I cut her off. There was a stunned pause on the other end. Jiang Xiaowan was so angry she laughed. You think Cloud Summit Sky Palace is a chain hotel? You just borrow it whenever you feel like it. First thing tomorrow morning, war breaks out in the Middle East. I looked out the window. As for when to liquidate for maximum profit, don't you want to know? The other end went silent, leaving only her quickened breathing. The Middle East actually erupting into war would send crude oil futures on an epic, historic surge. After hearing my analysis yesterday, she'd already secretly positioned herself, defying pressure from her family. But getting in is easy, getting out is hard. Could this man really nail the exact peak? Right across from Tiangong, 1, Villa number 8, passcode 6 zeros. That was supposed to be my own hideout. She spat out the passcode through gritted teeth. Thanks. I hung up. The George Patton fishtailed into the underground garage of Villa number 8. Set up a perimeter watch. Anyone comes near, take them out. Understood, boss. I popped the trunk, grabbed Chiba Rin by the ankle, and dragged her into the living room like a dead dog, the briefcase in my other hand. I crouched down and, crack, snapped her jaw back into place. Talk. Who sent you? She lay collapsed on the carpet, both wrists shattered, cold sweat beading across her forehead from the pain. But she knew this was her last chance. Fighting through the agony of broken bones, she tilted her head up. Her soaked, tattered clothing clung to snow-white skin, her eyes shimmering as she gazed at me with pitiful, doe-eyed helplessness. Master, my name is Somfat. A South Asian drug lord sent me. Her voice was soft and seductive, choked with sobs. This was the specialty of a female ninja, the art of seduction. She was stalling, buying time until her teammates came to save her. Even in death, she refused to grovel before me, an East Asian weakling. But what she didn't know was that old ghost, to protect his reputation, had already sent men to bloodily wipe out her backup team. Ding. Target Chiba Rin, affection -2%. Current affection, -12%. I looked at the system panel, and the corner of my mouth curled up. The system's affection meter was the most perfect lie detector in this world. Chiba Rin, lying won't work on me. Her seductive gasp caught in her throat, her pupils quaking violently. How did he know my real name? Even within the guild, everyone went by code names. I didn't waste words. I walked over to the briefcase and popped the latches. Inside lay a dazzling array of tools, gleaming with a metallic sheen that chilled the blood. The next hour was a merciless act of destruction, without a shred of pity. The Bushido code she'd taken such pride in was ground to dust. The worship of strength and the servile nature buried deep in her bones were fully awakened, until she was sprawled on the carpet like a dog, wailing and begging for mercy. I'll tell you. I'll tell you everything. Please stop. It's Lu Feng. He hired me for $100,000. Ding. Target Chiba Rin. Appearance rating 85. Emotional fluctuation has reached its peak. Affection critical hit plus 30%. Current affection 18%. My eyes darkened. It fully confirmed that extreme emotion plus first-time negative distance contact was the fastest shortcut to farming affection. Looking at her, disheveled and broken, I didn't kill her right away. Since Lu Feng had the nerve to hire a hitman overseas, I'd let this two-faced snake taste what real despair felt like. Turn his own scheme against him. Her hands couldn't hold the phone, so I yanked her up by her hair and pressed the encrypted phone I'd found against her ear. Call Lu Feng. Do exactly as I say. My voice was like a demon's whisper. The call connected. On the other side of the ocean, Lu Feng asked anxiously, "How did it go?" Following my script, Chiba Rin reported in broken fragments. The target. I've drugged him into submission. I forced it out of him. The location of the hidden safe with 1 billion in bearer bonds. Hearing 1 billion, Lu Feng's breathing suddenly turned heavy. That was exactly the money I'd walked away with in the divorce settlement. The passcode. He won't say. I can bring him back to China and crack it slowly. Her voice trembled so badly she could barely finish the sentence. The paranoid Lu Feng, fearing she'd double-cross him, made his decision on the spot. Keep an eye on him. I'm bringing my people back to China right now. I'll interrogate him myself. Ah, ding. Emotional fluctuation has reached its peak. Affection critical hit plus 4%. Current affection 22%. Affection has broken the critical threshold. Gained 50% of the target's base attributes. Host, Lin Yuan. Physique, 26, plus 6. Spirit, 32, plus 6. Ability, A-grade spatial ability, not yet awakened. The call ended with her piercing scream. Lu Feng just assumed it was torture and didn't give it a second thought, his eyes brimming with greed, as if that 1 billion was already in his pocket. The moment the call ended, a jarring alert suddenly rang out in my mind. Warning. Affection minus 2%. Current, 20%. Affection minus 3%. Current, 17%. My movements paused, and I understood. This woman's submission just now had been nothing but the physiological instinct to enjoy the pleasure. The moment she was free from suppression, she was plotting betrayal every second of every moment. This was the incurable rot of these island degenerates. They fear power, but never remember kindness. I casually tossed her onto the ground and wiped my hands with a towel. The affection had dropped below 20%, but the attribute bonus was still there. So what if she died? Crack. The terror in Chiba Rin's eyes froze in an instant, her head lolling limply to one side. Until her dying breath, she never understood why I'd still kill her after she'd already submitted. Her corpse toppled onto the carpet with a muffled thud. I didn't look at her. I lowered my head to examine my own hands. Muscle density, strength feedback, neural acuity, not the slightest decay. Physique, 26. Spirit, 32. The attribute bonus was still there. The target's death didn't affect the attributes I'd already acquired. Lu Yan. He pushed the door open, his eyes not flickering in the slightest at the sight of the corpse. Clean it up. I wiped my hands and tossed the tissue onto the body. Understood. Midnight. The drafty George Patton drove into Rose Garden. My senses picked up on it immediately. The lazy security guards who used to doze off in the gatehouse were gone, replaced by several men with lean, powerful builds and sharp eyes. Seeing my car, the head of the security team snapped to attention and saluted. This wasn't the work of property management. Fat Dragon. In a single day, he'd swapped out Rose Garden's entire security with his own people. This loyal dog was even more eager than I'd imagined. I pushed open the door to 1201. A single dim, amber wall lamp lit the living room. Su Xianwan, dressed in a thin pink silk nightgown, rose from the sofa and quickly took my coat. When her fingertips brushed against that dark red stain, she paused for half a second, then carefully folded it and placed it by the entryway, the stain facing inward. Where's Qin Yuma? Miss Qin's asleep. She spent all day helping Fat Dragon's people sweep every blind spot in the building's security. She reported softly as she hung up the new coat. How much usable capital is left in the accounts? I sat down on the sofa. Su Xianwan immediately slipped into her head housekeeper mode. Picking up the tablet, setting aside the Phase 2 construction funds for the Tiangong, one project and the budget for subsequent material procurement, we've got 230 million we can actually use right now. I leaned back on the couch and said, 10 times leverage. All in on Middle East crude oil futures. Go long. Su Xianwan's fingers froze on the screen. 10 times leverage. During her 2 years as a secretary at Xinhua Group, she'd watched positions worth millions get wiped out overnight in the futures department. One wrong call, and a few points drop in oil prices meant a margin call. But she only paused for a second. She didn't even ask, "Are you sure?" Her fingers flew across the screen. Even if I told her to throw the money into the ocean right now, she'd charter a yacht without hesitation, just to make the tossing more comfortable for me. The next morning, the sky over Jiangxing was still overcast. The rain had stopped, but the sour, rotten smell hung heavier in the air. The living room TV suddenly cut to breaking international news. In the early hours today, violent conflict erupted in the Middle East. An armed group launched an overnight raid on key Persian facilities, and the straight shipping lanes have been completely blockaded. Su Xiaonan nearly spilled the coffee she was holding. She hurriedly set the cup down, grabbed the tablet, and opened the account. The entire screen blazed red. Under 10 times leverage, the candlestick chart shot straight up, the profit figure jumping by hundreds of thousands every second. Her fingertips trembled, but she couldn't stop the corners of her mouth from curling up. She turned to look at me eating breakfast. This man, he's a god. Ding. Target Su Xiaonan. Favorability plus 5%. Currently at 82%. My phone buzzed. It was Jiang Xiaowan. What kind of monster are you? My dad looked at me today like I was God himself. Ding. Target Jiang Xiaowan. Favorability plus 5%. Currently at minus 2%. I took a sip of coffee, expressionless. Close out the position in 48 hours. Transfer the funds back home in batches. Su Xiaonan smoothly set a reminder. I put down my cup and dialed Old Ghost. Check Lu Feng's flights. 10 minutes later, a screenshot of a plane ticket came through. Lu Feng, landing at Jiangxing Airport tomorrow night at 9. I sneered. So the green tea bastard heard the temptation of $1 billion and threw his own life to the wind after all. I forwarded the screenshot anonymously to Xin Qinghua. Now that Lu Feng was coming back, it was time for this pair of dogs who once strutted around in front of me to tear each other apart. My people will come to pick up the goods from you tomorrow. Have Lu Feng go to the airport to greet them. That afternoon, the dismissal bell rang at Jiangxing Stanton International School. Lin Modong walked through the hallway with her head down, carrying her new backpack. Her clothes were new, but she still stuck out like a sore thumb at this school full of the rich and privileged. Well, if it isn't the broke girl who paid her sponsorship fee by selling her body. A rich kid wearing a Patek Philippe blocked her path, his little groupies cackling. The day before, they'd seen Wang Yi come to pick her up at the school gate. That mature, married woman figure of hers had ignited the fantasies of these hormonal teenage boys. The rich kid leaned in close. My dad says your mom's shacked up with some rich boss? With a body like hers. Ask her if she'll let me have a turn too. I'll pay. Lin Modong stopped walking and slowly lifted her head. Say that again. I said your mom's a cheap whore who's been ridden by 1,000. Bam. Before he could finish, Lin Modong's small, thin frame exploded forward, head butting him square in the nose. Blood sprayed everywhere as the rich kid screamed and collapsed. She lunged on top of him, grabbed a jagged rock from the flower bed, and smashed it against his face over and over in a frenzy. Help! She's crazy. Murder! The groupies scattered in terror. It wasn't until several male teachers rushed over that they managed to pry away Lin Modong, her face covered in blood, looking like a demon straight from hell. Half an hour later, in the dean's office, when Wang Yi arrived, the rich kid's mother, a woman dripping with jewels, was pointing at Lin Modong and screaming, "You lowlife bastard child. How dare you hit my son? I'll have you thrown in juvie." The moment she saw Wang Yi walk in, the woman rushed at her without a word. Slap. A vicious blow landed across her face. Wang Yi staggered, half her face instantly swelling red. Mom! Lin Modong, pinned down by security, went wild, her eyes bloodshot as she struggled, snapping her mouth open to bite the guard. Tong Tong. Don't move. Ignoring the pain in her face, Wang Yi threw herself over and clutched her daughter tightly. Her mind raced. Su Xiaonan and Mr. Lin had both been busy with major matters these past 2 days. She knew her place all too well. She was nothing but an accessory bought with antibiotics. Mr. Lin hadn't called her to the master bedroom these 2 days either. She must have done something to annoy him. And if she caused him trouble over a fight, could she call him for help? No, she didn't dare. She had no right. I'm sorry, it was our child's fault. We'll cover all the medical bills. Wang Yi lowered her head. Cover them? You think a piece of trash like you can afford it? The woman sneered, pulling a wad of cash from her Hermes bag and hurling it in Wang Yi's face. Consider that payment for the slap I gave you. And your daughter can expect to be expelled tomorrow. Pink bills scattered across the floor. Lin Modong watched her mother's humble, hunched figure, her nails digging deep into her palms. That evening, Rose Garden, Unit 1201. The elevator doors opened. Wang Yi held her daughter's hand and paused at the door for 3 seconds. She wiped the tear stains from the corners of her eyes. let her hair down to cover the badly swollen left side of her face, took a deep breath, and pushed the door open. Sisya, what took you so long picking up Motto? The pork rib soup's ready. Give me a hand, said Su Xianwan, who was plating the food. Wang Ye forced a smile and went to carry the soup, her hands trembling slightly from the pain in her face and the strain of holding it all in. Splash, a few drops of soup spilled onto the table. She hurriedly grabbed a cloth to wipe it up. I'm sorry, Mr. Lin, I'll clean it up right away. I sat at the head of the table. I didn't look at the spilled soup. I just turned my head to look at her. Look up. My voice wasn't loud, but her whole body shuddered. Slowly, she raised her head. Her loose hair slid aside, revealing 5 bright red finger marks on her fair left cheek, dried streaks of blood still at the corner of her mouth. Su Xianwan's chopsticks froze midair. What happened? I bumped into something by accident. Wang Ye covered her face and lowered her head. She didn't want to say it. Bam! Lin Modong suddenly stood up, her chair scraping harshly against the floor. She stared hard at the tabletop, her chest heaving violently, and forced the words out through gritted teeth. I smashed a boy's face with a rock. He called my mom a whore. She jerked her head up, her eyes bloodshot, and stared straight at me. His mom came to the school this afternoon with a bunch of people, slapped my mom, threw money at her, and forced the principal to expel me tomorrow. Wang Ye's face went deathly pale as she reached to pull her back. Tong Tong, stop talking. Mr. Lin, I'm sorry, I'll handle it. Lin Modong ignored her, turned, and headed into the kitchen. She came back out with a fruit knife in her hand. I won't be a burden to you. She gripped the handle tight, wrapped it in newspaper, and tucked it into the inner pocket of her backpack. The principal set up a meeting with both families' parents tomorrow. I'll go by myself. Su Xianwan sucked in a sharp breath. Qin Yuma kept eating beside them, saying nothing. I looked at Lin Modong. No pity, no surprise, just deep, pure admiration. This was the birthmark of a true SS-class mutant queen. I stood, walked over to her, and pulled the knife out of her bag. That's not how you kill someone. Clang. The knife hit the bottom of the trash can. I turned to Wang Ye, who was shrinking into herself, grabbed her wrist, and yanked her up, forcing her to meet my eyes. Remember, your daughter's last name is Lin now. I let go and glanced between mother and daughter. Tomorrow, I'm taking you to school. Wang Ye just stood there, frozen. Ding. Target Wang Ye, violent emotional fluctuation. Favorability, critical hit plus 10%. Currently at 38%. Ding. Target Lin Modong, favorability plus 5%. Currently at 12%. Early the next morning, the sky was still overcast. A blue Ford Raptor pickup sat in the garage, the car Su Xianwan bought yesterday. She'd had someone drive the George Barton Fat Dragon off to the black market overnight to get rid of it. I pulled open the passenger door and got in. Su Xianwan's petite frame sank into the oversized seat, the steering wheel practically covering half her face. A lowly riding a warhorse, totally mismatched. In the back, Lin Modong sat next to Wang Ye, who was wearing a face mask. The Raptor growled as it rolled out of the garage. The moment we hit the main road, my phone buzzed. Jiang Xiaowan. Ha ha, my paper gains just broke $1 billion. She couldn't contain her glee. 3 finance outlets want exclusive interviews with me this morning, asking how I predicted the market. Come on, tell me how you called it. I'll treat you to something fancy. I leaned against the window, watching the streets. I don't have time for your victory lap. My tone went cold. Within 3 days, get military thermal imaging drones and EMP shielding equipment into Tiangong 1. Otherwise, you're on your own. Beep. I hung up. In the CEO's office at Jiang Corp, Jiang Xiaowan pressed her legs together as a shiver ran through her whole body. That bastard. Ding. Target Jiang Xiaowan. Favorability plus 1%, currently at minus 1%. The Raptor turned into the South District. Up ahead loomed an imposing gate, a dark gold plaque reading Jiangqing Stettin International School. 4 security guards stood at the entrance, one even holding a crescent blade pole. The retractable gate sealed shut. Su Xianwan hit the brakes and rolled down the window. Good morning, parents. Park here and let the student walk in. A guard stepped up, wearing that arrogance unique to elite private schools. This was a place you couldn't get into without a 200,000 yuan sponsorship fee. Even the doorman of a prime minister acts like a magistrate. Ram it, I said, staring straight ahead. 3 words. Su Xianwan's hands tightened on the wheel. She wasn't scared. Instead, a sick kind of exhilaration surged up from somewhere deep inside her. Into gear, pedal to the floor. Roar. The blue body shot forward. Holy shit. What are you doing? Are you insane? The guard shrieked, scrambling and diving out of the way. Bang. The aluminum retractable gate crumpled like paper before 2 tons of pickup, the shriek of twisting, snapping metal echoing across the school entrance. The teachers and students in morning study all stared, dumbstruck. Su Xianwan cranked the wheel into a hard drift, arrogantly parking the truck sideways right in front of the administration building. I pushed the door open and stepped out, black shirt, standing tall. Out. Wangya led her daughter down, her legs a little wobbly. She'd never experienced anything this crazy in her entire life. I strode up the steps, Su Xianwan trailing half a pace behind me, sneering down at the trembling guards around us. Call the cops? They wouldn't dare. What if they crossed someone important? Let the principal make that call. The principal's office was on the 3rd floor. Before I even reached the door, I heard a woman shrieking inside. Principal Lee, I'm telling you right now, that little bastard has to be expelled. My husband donates $2 million a year, not so my son can share a classroom with lowlifes like that. A middle-aged man's voice chimed in. This is aggravated assault. If you don't call the cops and arrest her, I'll have my friend at the Board of Education audit your books. The principal groveled. Mr. Zhao, Mrs. Sun, please, both of you, calm down. Outside the door, I stopped. Wangya was shaking all over, clutching her daughter tight. I raised my leg. Bang. Both solid wood doors flew open. The people inside burst into terrified screams. I walked in, hands in my pockets. Behind the desk, the balding principal slammed his palm down and shot up. Don't you have any manners? Ever heard of knocking? On the couch sat a man and a woman. The very lady who'd hit someone yesterday, and her nouveau riche husband with his thick gold chain. 2 bodyguards, each 6'3", stood behind them. Who the hell are you? Mr. Zhao jumped up and jabbed a finger in my face. You tired of living? The lady spotted Wangya and her daughter and screamed. You brought a boy toy to back you up? Along. Who messed this pretty boy up? The 2 bodyguards exchanged a glance, cracked their knuckles, and rushed me from both sides. Take a man's money, do a man's dirty work. Right and wrong didn't concern them. The one on the left threw a wind-whipping punch straight at my face. Cold-eyed, I casually raised my right arm, fingers spread wide. Crack. One resounding slap, and the 200-pound bodyguard was sent flying clean off his feet. Crash. He smashed hard into the floor-to-ceiling window, the tempered glass instantly spiderwebbing. The one on the right skidded to a dead stop halfway through his charge, his face full of what the hell. Was that even a force a human could put out? I didn't give him a chance to back off. Step. Close the gap. Whip kick. Bang. Right in the gut. He spewed stomach acid, curled up, and flew backward into a bookshelf, buried under an avalanche of books. The whole thing took less than 3 seconds. The arrogance on the lady's face froze solid. Mr. Zhao's legs were shaking, his gold necklace swinging, but decades of business world instinct kept him bluffing. He fumbled out his phone with trembling hands. You just wait. One call, and the head of the Board of Education is here in 10 minutes. Commerce Bureau, Tax Office, City Enforcement, Joint Raid. I'll have you. I walked over to the couch, looked down at Mr. Zhao, who was half a head shorter than me, and suddenly kicked him square in the chest. He went over backward, couch and all. Mr. Zhao squealed like a stuck pig. I stepped forward and planted my foot on his fat face, grinding down hard. His face muscles squished out of shape as he whimpered for mercy. Touch someone of mine. I looked down at him. Now, call the biggest backer you've got. Let's see if he can keep your whole family alive. Mr. Zhao gasped in pain, trembling as he dug his phone out of his inner pocket, swiping 4 or 5 times before it unlocked. Here's the English translation. Barely managed to unlock it. I eased up just a fraction with my foot. Manager Zhao acted like a death row inmate granted a pardon. He immediately dialed and slammed the speaker button. Ring, ring. The call connected, and an arrogant male voice filled the office. Old Zhao, calling me at the crack of dawn to raise the dead. Zhao grabbed onto it like a lifeline and screamed, Manager's son, help me. I'm at Seton School, and someone here doesn't even respect the Jiang family's name. The other end went silent for 2 seconds, then burst into a cold sneer. Who's blind enough to touch someone under the Jiang family's protection? Tell him to wash his neck and wait. I'm bringing men over right now. Let him ask around about how the Jiang family in Jiangsheng got its reputation. The moment the name Jiang came out, Wang Ye's legs went weak and she nearly collapsed. She had no idea about my relationship with Jiang Shaowan. In her eyes, the Jiangs were a top-tier dynasty with connections everywhere. Back in the day, Li Hongda had tried hard to worm his way into families like that, but they'd never given him the time of day. And now he'd gone and crossed the Jiangs. Trembling, she reached out to tug at my sleeve. Mr. Lin, maybe? Let's just let it go. I turned my head and gave her a single glance. That one glance froze the blood in Wang Ye's veins. Su Xianwan immediately stepped forward and yanked her behind her. You've crossed a line, she said, straightening her spine with the authority of a head steward. So what if it was the Jiang family? In her eyes, I was a god who could tear open the heavens. I withdrew my gaze and looked down at Manager Zhao, his face twisted with venom beneath my foot. Half an hour, I said. If you're not here by then, I'll stomp both you and your wife's legs into pieces. The words had barely left my mouth. Crack. I brought my foot down and crushed his phone to powder, glass and components scattering everywhere. I lifted my foot and turned to look at Lin Modong, my tone softening slightly. Go to class. What comes next isn't for kids to see. But this future SS-grade mutant queen didn't budge. On that thin, pale face, there wasn't a trace of the fear a child her age should have. I'm not going, she said, staring at the bloodied Zhao and the terrified socialite on the floor. I'm staying right here to watch them die. She tilted her head up, meeting my eyes. I want to learn how to kill. The office fell dead silent. I looked at the bloodlust in her eyes, and, instead of getting angry, I smiled. I reached out and pressed my hand firmly on this little wolf cub's head, giving it a ruffle. Her body stiffened, then she narrowed her eyes. At that moment, the socialite on the floor caught her breath. Manager Sun's words, "I'm bringing men over right now," still echoed in her ears. With a lifeline in hand, the venom that had been suppressed came bubbling back up. She glared viciously at Wangya and her daughter. "You little bitches. When Manager Sun gets here, I'll make you crawl out of this school on your knees." She never finished the last word. I raised my right leg and brought it down hard with a whistling rush of air. Crack. Ah. The socialite's scream shifted into a different register as I snapped her shin bone with one stomp. She rolled frantically across the broken glass in agony. Didn't we agree on half an hour? Zhao's eyes were bloodshot as he shrieked hoarsely. Oh, I'm the kind of guy who likes to go back on his word. With that, I slid my right foot over onto his right knee. Crack. His kneecap shattered, and his lower leg bent backward at an impossible angle. Screams reverberated throughout the entire building. The pain from the knee is different from the pain in the shin, I said, turning to Lin Modong as if giving a lecture. The knee hurts more, and the recovery takes longer. If you're going after the lower body, always go for the knee first. She nodded, her eyes bright. Su Xiaowan rushed over and crouched down, carefully wiping the blood that had splattered onto the edge of my leather shoes with the gentlest movements. Behind her, scream after scream rang out, but she didn't so much as furrow her brow. Wangya, I said, looking at her as she stood there in silence. Did you bring cash? Huh. She froze, instinctively patting her pocket, then glanced at Zhao and his wife screaming on the floor. Yesterday, this was the very woman who'd slapped her across the face. That stack of bills thrown in her face still burned in her memory. I did. Her voice was tight as she pulled out 200 yuan notes. Take 200. Consider it my fee for breaking their legs. Wangya gripped the money, her fingers white. She bent down and gently placed the 2 wrinkled bills next to the socialite's mangled, broken leg. The movement was slow, but there was no hesitation. I took out my phone and dialed. Seat in international school. Come now. On the other end, Jiang Shaowan wasn't the least bit annoyed by the commanding tone. Instead, she could barely contain her excitement. Was he finally willing to tell her the next move? This man, all hard on the outside, soft on the inside. Got it. 10 minutes later. The high-pitched roar of a supercar engine cut through the air as a fiery red Ferrari LaFerrari drifted in and stopped brazenly beside Su Xiaowan's Raptor pickup. Click, click, click. The sound of high heels grew closer. Bang. Jiang Shaowan pushed open the door. Today she wore a wine-red trench coat over a black bodycon dress that hugged her hips, perched on 10-centimeter stilettos, her hair falling in big waves over her shoulders, her presence at full force. A wave of rose perfume flooded into the blood-soaked office. She completely ignored the wreckage on the floor, the shattered floor-to-ceiling windows, and the wailing Zhao couple, walking straight up to me and giving her car keys a little jingle. I ran 3 red lights just for one phone call from you. On the floor, Zhao forced back the excruciating pain and lifted his head. The instant he saw Jiang Shaowan's face clearly, his mind exploded with a boom. Jiang Shaowan, the eldest daughter of the Jiang family. An outer circle contractor like him didn't even have the qualifications to meet her under normal circumstances. He'd only ever caught a distant glimpse of her at the annual gala. And now, this high and mighty young mistress was actually complaining about running red lights in front of this monster. Zhao's vision went black. The principal, hiding under the desk, clamped his hand even tighter over his mouth, praying that this clash of titans wouldn't drag him into it. All right, what did you call me here for? Jiang Shaowan dropped the joking tone, looking at the blood all over the floor. You made quite a mess. I pointed at the half-dead Zhao on the ground. He says he's under your Jiang family's protection. Jiang Shaowan frowned and glanced down. Don't know him. The Jiang family has so many outer circle lackeys. How could I possibly know them all? His wife struck one of my people. My tone was ice cold. Only then did Jiang Shaowan size up the others in the office. She recognized Su Xiaowan, and her gaze passed over her to land on Wangya, whose face was slightly swollen, then on Lin Modong, whom Wangya was holding. Her red lips curled into an amused arc as she crossed her arms and studied the scene. You called me over in such a panic just to back up your mistress? Hurry up and tell me the next financial move, and I'll spare your worthless life. I couldn't be bothered dealing with Zhang Xiaowan's crazy ranting. My face stayed blank. Zhang Xiaowan's gaze landed on Wang Ya. Looking at that mature, gorgeous, yet pitiable face, a flicker of contempt crossed her eyes. Empty vases with nothing but a pretty shell. She'd seen far too many of those in the world of the wealthy. Just then, the ear-splitting screech of successive braking cars suddenly came from downstairs, followed by a thunder of footsteps erupting through the hallway. Move your asses, all of you. Surround this building. Manager Sun's arrogant roar carried from the end of the corridor. A dozen or so security guards in black suits, riot batons in hand, bore down on the principal's office with murderous intent. Manager Sun, a cigar clamped between his teeth, shoved his way through the crowd. Outside the principal's office, teachers and students had already gathered to watch the spectacle, many of them holding up their phones. Those business vehicles downstairs bearing the Jiang emblem were a symbol of power in Jiangxing. Catching this on camera would give them enough to brag about for half a year. Which of you is tired of living, laying hands on my brother? Manager Sun kicked the door open and pointed into the office. Today I'll chop you up and feed you to the dogs. A dozen guards filed in, riot batons thumping. On the floor, President Zhao was drenched in cold sweat from the pain, trying to warn him of something, but the words caught in his throat. Manager Sun took a deep drag, ready to spit out a threat, when his gaze swept over that wine-red figure on the sofa. The smoke instantly jammed in his throat, and he choked into a fit of coughing. Zhang Xiaowan sat with her legs crossed, watching his performance with amusement. Clatter. Manager Sun's cigar dropped to the floor. As a regional manager in the Jiang family's outer circle, he knew all too well what this young mistress was capable of. Thud. He dropped straight to his knees. Why, young miss? What are you doing here? The teachers and students outside holding their phones were all dumbfounded. They'd come to film a clip of the Jiang family delivering justice, pants already halfway down. And this was what they got? Zhang Xiaowan gave a wave of her hand, and the dozen guards left the same way they'd come in, even deliberately shoving the onlookers aside. Bang. The door shut, cutting off any view from outside. I hear you've been asking around about how the Jiang and Jiangxing came to be? Zhang Xiaowan leaned back against the sofa, her voice lazy. Why don't you tell me all about it? Manager Sun shuddered from head to toe, cold sweat soaking through his back. Young miss, I didn't know this was a friend of yours. If my father found out you've been throwing your weight around out here, what do you think he'd do? Zhang Xiaowan clicked over in her high heels until she stood right in front of him, smiling down at him, utterly captivating. But in Manager Sun's eyes, it was like coming face to face with the king of hell himself. Young miss, spare me. I'll never do it again. He knocked his head against the floor, over and over. Zhang Xiaowan ignored him. She glanced down at President Zhao and his wife on the floor, then back at Manager Sun. Effective immediately, cut off every Jiang-related business dealing this fat pig has. As for you, her voice went soft. You've been running around town biting people in the Jiang family's name. Break one of your own arms and get out of Jiangxing. 2 casual sentences, and she'd just handed down death sentences to 2 families. President Zhao's eyes rolled back, and he fainted from a mix of pain and terror. His arrogant socialite wife clutched her broken leg, her mind flooded with regret. It was just roughing up a student's parent, wasn't it? She'd done plenty of that before, and the principal had even said this woman's family was just some pharmaceutical sales rep. Yeah, Principal Lee, this is all your fault. Hearing himself called out, the principal scrambled out from under the desk. Miss Jiang, it was my poor management. I beg you, show some mercy. Zhang Xiaowan paid him no mind, turning instead to look at me. The only thing that mattered was keeping this financial genius happy. Close out the crude oil futures position tomorrow and buy this school, I said, turning to Su Xianwan. My tone as casual as if I were buying a head of cabbage. Put it under the name Lin Motto. Dead silence in the office. Wang Ya's head snapped up, staring at my back in disbelief. Buy an elite international school? How much would that cost? And all of it, simply because her daughter had been wronged here. Lin Modong stood beside her mother, those perpetually guarded eyes locked onto me. A 14-year-old girl, her entire worldview reshaped in this moment. That sense of protection she'd never once felt from her own biological father now enveloped her. Ding. Target Lin Modong. Favorability plus 6%. Currently at 18%. Ding. Target Wang Ya. Beauty 88. Favorability plus 3%. Currently at 41%. Zhang Xiaowan watched me. This kind of ultimate dominance and fierce protectiveness held a fatal allure for any woman. And he'd just said, close out tomorrow? Good thing she'd come today. Every single word from this man had to be carefully weighed. Ding. Target Zhang Xiaowan. Beauty 92. Favorability plus 2%. Currently at 1%. Let's go. I turned and headed for the door. Su Xianwan immediately followed. Wang Ya, holding Lin Modong's hand, kept her head down and hurried after us. Jiang Shaowan snapped out of it and glanced at the still kneeling manager Sunday. What are you waiting for? Crack. Gritting his teeth, Manager Sun grabbed one of his subordinates' riot batons and slammed it hard against his own left arm. The snap of bone rang out crisp and clear. Jiang Shaowan smiled with satisfaction, then clicked after me in her high heels. At the same time, in Jiangcheng, at the Shangshan Villa, the living room lights were off, and a faint metallic scent of blood lingered in the cold, dank air. The private investigators outside had already been hauled off to a private hospital, each one stuffed with 100,000 in hush money. Shen Qingyue was curled up in the corner of the sofa, wrapped in a cashmere blanket, her hair disheveled and her eyes bloodshot. On the carpet beneath her feet was a dried stain. She hadn't slept a wink for a full day and night. Every time she closed her eyes, she saw those 4 private investigators with their legs broken and neckties tied around their throats. The sound of a lock turning came from the front door. Shen Qingyue trembled all over, looking toward the entryway in terror. The door opened, and a woman in a deep purple qipao walked in. Just past 40, slender and graceful, she bore a slight resemblance to Shen Qingyue, but there was something in her brow and eyes that Shen Qingyue completely lacked, killing intent. The woman walked without a sound, her breathing long and even. Mom. Tears streamed down Shen Qingyue's face. Ling Suzhen walked over to the sofa. Slap. A resounding blow knocked Shen Qingyue off the sofa and onto the floor. A dog that used to kneel and lick your feet, and it's got you this scared? Shen Qingyue clutched her red, swollen face and crawled back up, wrapping her arms around her mother's leg and sobbing. Mom. Lin Yuan's gone mad, and Lu Feng ran off with the money. I've got nothing left. Ling Suzhen kicked her aside and walked to the liquor cabinet, pouring herself a glass of red wine. What good is crying? This Lin Yuan you mentioned, how is it he seems like a completely different person? She took a sip. Perfect timing, coming to Jiang. The city assigned me a mission, otherwise I couldn't care less about your mess. Get him to come out, and I'll have a word with him. He blocked me. Hangs up the second he hears my voice. Shen Qingyue said, then suddenly remembered something. Trembling, she fished out her phone, pulled up a flight screenshot sent anonymously, and handed it over. Mom, Lu Feng comes back tonight. This screenshot has to be from Lin Yuan. He wants to watch me regret it. She gritted her teeth, venom flashing in her eyes. Her arrogance in that moment actually brought her closer to the truth. Except what Lin Yuan wanted to watch wasn't her regret. It was the two of them tearing each other apart like dogs. Ling Suzhen tossed the phone back onto the couch and downed her red wine in one gulp. If he wants a show, let's give him one. Tonight, you're coming with me to the airport to grab him. She turned to look at her daughter on the floor. Bring that Lu bastard along. I'll deal with Lin Yuan myself. Crack. Her fingers curled slightly, and the wine glass shattered right there in her palm. Sharp glass shards rained down, yet her fair palm didn't show so much as a single red mark. We're mother and daughter, after all. I'll put the leash back on your dog for you. 9 o'clock at night. Jiangcheng International Airport. The automatic doors at the arrival's exit slid open. Lu Feng, dressed in a tailored gray shirt, walked out with a steady stride, a smile on his face. Behind him trailed a short, unremarkable-looking man. Chiba Rin had gone dark. Being naturally paranoid, Lu Feng had immediately dropped $500,000 to rehire this mid-tier ninja codenamed Sato. Unlike Chiba Rin, who specialized in infiltration, Sato was an expert in direct combat. Countless politicians and business tycoons had died at his hands. With this god of death at his side, Lu Feng's confidence was back. As long as he could force Lin Yuan to cough up that billion, this money was nothing. Mr. Sato, once we're in Jiangcheng, we do it exactly as agreed. Lu Feng stroked his chin, his mind filled with images of pinning Lin Yuan to the ground and bleeding him dry. Leave him breathing. I want to do it myself. Sato crossed his arms and gave a cold grunt in stiff Mandarin. My job is to ensure your safety. Nothing else concerns me. The two had just reached the curb when a black Mercedes van cut across their path, headlights beaming straight at Lu Feng. The door slid open, and Shen Qingyue's nearly deranged face appeared at the edge of the light. Lu Feng's heart lurched, and he instinctively recoiled. His return trip was top secret. How could Shen Qingyue possibly be here? After a brief moment of panic, he quickly slapped on a face of heartbroken anguish. Qingyue, let me explain. I moved the funds to protect Xinghui's foundation. That lunatic Lin Yuan is running a scheme. If I didn't move the money, we'd have lost it all. He reached for her fingers. See? I snuck back to deal with Lin Yuan, didn't I? All those things I said before were just for other people's ears. You wouldn't take them seriously, right? Shen Qingyue looked at this face she'd once trusted completely and felt nothing but nausea. The words slut and damaged goods kept drifting through her mind, over and over. Impatiently, Ling Sujin shoved her daughter aside. Sato sensed something was wrong. His body dropped sharply as he moved to block Lu Feng. He could smell a dangerous, bloody menace coming off this woman in the purple qipao. Muddy water splashed as Sato thrust 2 fingers straight at Ling Sujin's throat. Ling Sujin didn't move an inch. Her breathing didn't even change. The instant before his fingertips touched her skin, her right hand shot out. Snap! 5 fingers clamped around Sato's wrist. Sato's pupils shook violently. His forward momentum was forcibly halted by this seemingly frail hand, like slamming into an iron tower. A dog from the island nation's ninja guild. Ling Sujin twisted her wrist and pressed down hard. Crack! Sato's right arm snapped backward. Ack! He screamed as both knees slammed into the ground. Go ask your guild master, Ling Sujin said, looking down at him, her tone chilling. Whether he still remembers the terror of kneeling and drinking piss in the Northern Territory 10 years ago. Set foot in Dragon Nation again, and we'll take it as an all-out declaration of war. She kicked Sato flying. The bystanders outside the airport were stunned, and one after another they raised their phones. Expressionless, Ling Sujin pulled out an old-style cell phone and dialed a number. Jiangqing Airport. Public opinion control. 8 words, less than 10 seconds. The few blurry videos that had just started surfacing on local networks were locked, deleted, wiped clean. Lu Feng was frozen in terror. His $500,000 killer, his pride and joy, hadn't landed a single move before ending up on the ground twitching like a dead dog. Thud. Lu Feng's legs gave out, and he dropped to his knees. Auntie, let's talk this out. I did it to help Qingyuan manage her finances. Snot and tears streamed down his face. Ling Sujin didn't bother listening. She stepped forward, grabbed him by the collar with one hand, and tossed him straight into the back seat. Get in, she said to the stunned Shen Qinghua. The van pulled away from the airport, dissolving into the night. Early the next morning, I sat at the dining table, drinking the black coffee Wanya had brought me. My phone buzzed. It was Lao Gui. Boss Lin, there was an incident at the airport last night. His voice carried a rare heaviness. The brother I sent got hauled in by the City Bureau 4T. We only got one piece of intel back. Lu Feng was taken by someone. I set down my coffee cup. Lao Gui had eyes and ears everywhere in Jiangqing's underworld. If even his man got silently pinned down, Shen Qinghua absolutely didn't have that kind of power. A variable had appeared. Understood. I hung up and turned to look at Qin Yuma, who had just emerged from the guest bedroom. Don't go out today. Have Fatty Long's people lock down the perimeter. Qin Yuma paused, sharply picking up on the killing intent in my eyes. She didn't ask questions. She went back to her room and strapped her tactical knife onto herself. I sent Fatty Long another message, telling him to mobilize 30 of his best enforcers and spread them around the perimeter of Rose Garden. Once everything was arranged, I stood up. Xiao Wan, you and Wang Ye head to the South District today and find a heavy industry company called Thunder God. Buy up their entire inventory of industrial storage batteries. The energy module for Tiangong 1 is underway. Once you've got them, coordinate with Lu Yin. Got it, Mr. Lin, Su Xianwan answered. 10 o'clock in the morning. Tiangong 1. The pouring of the defensive wall was complete, and Lu Yin was leading a team surveying geothermal wells on the second basement level. I stood on the open grounds, my shadow standing beside me, barely registering as a presence. An army green heavy-duty truck rolled onto the site. Jiang Xiaowan, dressed in a black motorcycle suit and knee-high boots, hopped out. Her signature scent of roses was mixed with a faint trace of engine oil. The toys you wanted. She patted the truck bed. Several workers hauled down a few massive metal crates and pried open the latches. Inside lay 2 military-grade strike and reconnaissance drones, each with a wingspan of over 3 meters, resting quietly. There are also 4 sets of portable EMP electromagnetic pulse shielding devices. Shadow stepped forward, expertly booting up the control terminal, fingers flying across the keys. Synthetic aperture radar, operational. Laser rangefinder error, under 0.1 meters. Video feed latency, 0.01 seconds. Good stuff. As I listened to his report, the tension in my face finally eased a fraction. In the apocalypse, this equipment was like having a god's eye view. Jiang Xiaowan leaned against a metal crate, her beautiful eyes drifting around at the fortress taking shape amid the frenzied construction. Lin Yuan, this place you're building is like a solid steel drum. She was half joking. Blast walls, geothermal power, and now you've even got military drones. You don't actually believe the world's about to end, do you? She paused, then leaned in closer to me. When that day really comes, will you save a room for me? I shot her a glance, my tone flat. Depends on how you perform. Just then, the phone in my pocket buzzed violently. Caller ID, Qin Yuma. My brow furrowed. Qin Yuma never called on her own. She handled security and training. Anything that came up could wait until I got back to discuss face-to-face. I hit answer. A voice came through from the other end, mature, cold, dripping with the air of someone used to being in control. Lin Yuan, this is your mother-in-law. Ling Suzhen. My mind exploded. Memories from my past life, drowned in blood and fire, came surging back. Ling Suzhen, Shen Qingyue's biological mother. The woman who had vanished off the face of the earth before the apocalypse, then descended upon Jiang City like a deity after it began. In my past life, she'd not only awakened an A-grade enhancement type ability, she was also a grandmaster of ancient martial arts. With both combined, she once tore a S-grade mutant apart with her bare hands in the middle of a zombie horde, making her name in a single battle. In my past life, what made Shen Qingyue a shelter leader? Besides being carried by me, the ultimate devoted warrior, it was because she was Ling Suzhen's daughter. This time, thanks to the butterfly effect of my rebirth, Ling Suzhen had come back early. Boss. Shadow sensed the shift in my aura. Everyone stay put. Nobody follows me. I hung up and gave the order. A monster of that caliber, no matter how many men Lu Yan brought, they'd just be walking to their deaths, and it would expose Tiangong one's hand ahead of time. I turned, climbed into the repaired George Barton, and the off-roader tore through the mud of the construction site, roaring toward downtown. Half an hour later, Rose Garden, the 1201 apartment floor. Ding. The elevator door slid open. I stepped out, and my footsteps hitched for a moment. The 30 enforcers Fat Dragon had just sent were sprawled every which way across the hallway. Not a single drop of blood, but every one of them had a dislocated jaw. They couldn't even scream. Their limbs twisted at grotesque angles, shoulders, elbows, and knees all precisely popped out of joint. 30 men who lived by the blade were now like piles of mud, only able to stare at me with eyes filled with absolute terror. That kind of terrifying control over force, it was nothing modern martial arts could achieve. Expressionless, I stepped over them and pushed open the door left ajar. Ling Suzhen sat in the seat of honor on the sofa, wearing a deep purple qipao with a high slit, a cup of hot tea in her hand, unhurriedly skimming off the foam. At her feet, Qin Yuma knelt on one knee in a black tactical vest, her right arm hanging limp, dislocated. Cold sweat soaked through the back of her shirt. Hearing the door, Qin Yuma's head snapped up. "You're here," Ling Suzhen said, not even lifting her eyelids. I ignored her and walked straight over to Qin Yuma, crouching down. I grabbed her dislocated right shoulder and twisted with force. Crack. The bone snapped precisely back into place. Qin Yuma grunted, her face ghostly white. I pulled her to her feet. "Go stand behind me." Ling Suzhen's tea-holding hand froze in midair. Her gaze finally settled on me. "Your qi and blood are far more vigorous than before. Your steps are steady, your muscle density well beyond an ordinary man's." She took a sip of tea, her tone like she was appraising a piece of merchandise. But no matter how strong a common mortal trains himself to be, he's still just a slightly larger ant. Just then, the kitchen door was pulled open, carefully. Shen Qingyue walked out. She was wearing that black apron of Wang Yu's that fit her terribly, her hair a mess, holding a tray that reeked of something burnt. The woman who had once been the CEO of Xinghui Group, who'd never so much as dipped her fingers in dishwater, was now trying to use this clumsy, devoted wife and loving mother act to reawaken the tenderness I'd once felt as her stay-at-home husband. "Lin Yuan, you're back." Her voice trembled, deliberately ingratiating, as she set 2 plates of charred food on the dining table. "I made sweet and sour pork ribs from your old recipe. It's a little burnt, but I'll learn, little by little." Seeing me stay silent, she thought I'd softened. "It was that animal Lu Feng. He tricked me out of my money, and he bribed people to cut your brakes." She stepped forward, reaching for my hand. "I see him clearly now. Can we go back to how things were? I promise I'll be a good wife to you." She tilted her head up, tears welling in her eyes. She was convinced everything I'd done came from love turned to hate, that as long as she was willing to lower her head, this man who'd loved her for 3 years would surely come back to her. I dodged her hand. "Shen Qingyue, a shattered mirror can't be made whole again. Let's each go our own way." Her hand, still holding the plate, froze in midair. Her face went deathly pale. She'd assumed that by humbling herself and pinning all the blame on Lu Feng, I'd come crawling back and groveling like I used to. She couldn't accept it, that in my eyes, she, her goddess self, wasn't even worth a plate of burnt food. "How dare you?" A furious roar exploded through the room. Bam! Ling Suzhen slammed her palm down on the solid wood coffee table. Crack, crack, crack. The 2-inch thick solid wood fractured in a chain of splits and collapsed into a pile of splinters. The teacup lost its support and started to fall. Her right hand darted out and caught it steadily, not spilling a drop. She rose slowly, her deep purple qipao billowing though there was no wind, a suffocating aura instantly blanketing the living room. Qin Yuma felt as though a boulder were pressing down on her chest. "Don't throw away the face I'm giving you," Ling Suzhen said, staring at me. Without my consent, what makes you think you two can divorce? Do you really believe that when I chose you to marry her, it was for that pathetic little devotion of yours?" She let out a cold snort and tore open, in bloody detail, the secret she'd kept for 3 years. "Back then, I chose you because I saw your medical report in the National Genetic Database. No father, no mother, no background, but an extremely pure genetic sequence." With every step she took, the floor trembled. "To me, you were only ever a tool for improving the genes of my descendants. A breeding tool." Breeding tool. Those two words stabbed into my eardrums like a sharp knife. In my past life, I'd worked myself to the bone for her daughter, even risking she'd sent someone to steal the serum. So in their eyes, I wasn't even a person, just a breeding pig. The ultimate humiliation. Ling Suzhen stopped 2 meters in front of me, looking down on me as she pronounced her verdict. "Tomorrow, you'll remarry. Otherwise." Her right foot slammed down. Crack. The marble floor split apart, spiderweb fractures radiating out from her toe. Killing intent locked onto me completely. The temperature in the living room dropped to freezing. Fight. With my current stats and system bonuses, if I threw everything I had at her, I'd say I had a 70% chance of beating her to death right here. But I couldn't. This woman definitely had deep official backing. The apocalypse was still more than 2 months away. Killing her now, or exposing power that far exceeded any ordinary human, would immediately draw the attention of the state's machinery. Then Tiangong One's fortress plan and my massive stockpile of supplies would all be blown wide open. My costs would skyrocket exponentially. I lifted my head and looked at her. My genes are kind of wasted on Shen Qinghua. I leaned forward slightly, my gaze sweeping shamelessly over her graceful figure in that qipao. "Since you value premium genes so much, why don't you come borrow them yourself?" Ling Suzhen's hand froze mid-motion, teacup and all. In her eyes, she was a god looking down on mortals. What I just said wasn't a taunt, it was blasphemy. "You're asking to die." She tapped her toe, and her qipao seemed to glide through the air. The tea in her cup didn't so much as ripple, yet she was suddenly right in front of me. Left hand holding the cup, right hand flattened into a palm, striking straight at my chest. Only 30% of her strength. After all, a premium gene container was hard to find, and she didn't want to pulp me. But even that palm was enough to snap an ordinary man's ribs. Dodge. Of course I could dodge. My fingertips had already hooked around her pulse point. Half an inch further, and I could cripple that hand. But in the next second, a flash of madness crossed my eyes. I deliberately held back half a beat, crossing my arms in front of my chest. Bam! I let out a muffled grunt, staggering back 3 steps from the force of her palm, my back slamming into the wall. I clenched my jaw and bit the tip of my tongue. A thin trickle of blood slid from the corner of my mouth, just enough to sell it. Ling Suzhen withdrew her hand. The water in her cup still hadn't spilled. "You're hiding something," she said, staring at my chest. "Your muscle density, that's not natural growth." I wiped the blood from my lip and caught that flicker of interest in her eyes. And greed. The fish had taken the bait. "Wanna know?" I sneered. 3 months from now, fight Qin Yuma again. If she loses, I'll not only remarry Shen Qinghua, I'll hand over the secret of how I got stronger, too. On the floor, Qin Yuma's head snapped up. She stared at the glaring red at the corner of my mouth and my back straining against the wall, and her heart clenched violently. She'd always despised the weak, despised cowardice, despised anyone who dragged others down. But in that moment, for the first time, she hated herself for not being strong enough. Ding. Target Qin Yuma. Looks 85. Favorability plus 5%. Current favorability 16%. Ling Suzhen looked at me like I was a joke. "You think you're qualified to negotiate terms with me? What's wrong?" I leaned in. "Afraid 3 months leaves too much room for variables? Or afraid you can't handle losing?" The tea in her hand finally trembled. She knew perfectly well I was provoking her, but those words, "can't handle losing," stabbed like needles into her martial pride. In her past life, she'd been exactly this kind of person, charging solo into a horde of the dead to rip apart an S-class mutant just to prove she could. I knew her weaknesses too well. And if I win, "You can't win." She cut me off flat, her gaze sliding over to Qin Yuma. "We'll talk when she can beat my daughter 3 months from now." She looked back at me, her tone cold and dismissive, like she was tossing me scraps. "I'll show you just how laughable your arrogance really is." Ling Suzhen was no fool. She deliberately kept it vague, whether it would be Shen Qinghua fighting 3 months from now or her herself. The interpretation was entirely hers. At the kitchen doorway, Shen Qinghua heard this, and her eyes lit up. So that was it. All the chaos he'd stirred up, even risking her mother's fury. It was all just to prove a point. She smoothed her hair, like settling a crown back onto her head. At the end of the day, this man had never gotten over her. Trashing the company, grabbing money, keeping all those women around, deliberately ignoring her. It was all to win back her attention. Shun Qinghua lifted her chin. Lin Yuan, you're really putting on quite the performance. Too bad I've already seen through you. Ling Suzhen couldn't be bothered to look at me any longer. She turned and walked out the door. She really was interested in my secret. So let this breeding pig hop around for another 3 months. Before leaving, Shun Qinghua deliberately slowed her steps, waiting for me to call out to her. I didn't, but she explained it to herself. He's holding back. He doesn't want to lose face in front of his mother-in-law. She glanced back and said coolly, Lin Yuan, 3 months from now. I hope you won't disappoint me too much. She'd even started calculating whether she should give me the cold shoulder for a week first, 3 months from now. After all, her best friend, He-Man always said men never treasured what came too easily. Bam! The door closed. The living room fell silent again. Qin Yuma kept her head down, her voice hoarse. I'm sorry. I became a burden. The strain on my face vanished instantly. I straightened up, pulled out a tissue, and wiped the blood from my lip. Not a trace of injury left on me. A burden. I looked down at her. 3 months from now. Pick up the face you lost yourself. Click. The sound of a key turning came from outside. Su Xiaonuan and Wang Ye pushed the door open, carrying a few boxes of pizza. Mr. Lin, we just ran into Shin Qinghua. Are you okay? The scene in front of them drained the color from their faces. The shattered coffee table, the cracked marble, and the suffocating chill still lingering in the air. Wang Ye nearly dropped the pizza boxes in her hands. Su Xiaonuan's steps paused for only half a second. Her gaze swept across the room and finally landed on the blood-stained tissue in my hand. Her petite body stiffened. Someone had made Mr. Lin bleed. She wanted nothing more than to rush out right then and carve whoever hurt him into mincemeat, slowly, with the dullest knife she could find. But she knew she wasn't strong enough yet. The next second, she'd snapped back into head housekeeper mode, her voice soft but steady. Sisya, put the pizza in the oven to warm up. Wang Ye nodded quickly. Got it. Su Xiaonuan went to the balcony and grabbed a broom and a black garbage bag, bending down to clean up the wood fragments and glass shards on the floor, as if what had just happened here was nothing more than an ordinary get-together. I watched her busy figure and gave a slight nod. This kind of composure was exactly what the apocalypse demanded. I pulled out my phone and sent Fat Dragon a message, telling him to have the hallway. Here's the English translation. They carried the injured enforcer away. Fat Dragon came back to report after finishing the job, saying they'd found a few pinhole cameras in the hallway too. No idea who planted them. The rose garden wasn't safe anymore. Today it's Ling Suzhen, tomorrow it'll be some other pest. Who's got the time to play house with these people? I sat on the couch, tapped my fingers, and dialed Jiang Shaowan. Cloud Summit Heaven Palace. Clear out 2 more villas for me. On the other end, Jiang Shaowan, mid-spa treatment, choked. This morning I'd taken her drone and left without a word, and now I was ordering her around. But the moment the thought crossed her mind, the corners of her lips curved up before she could stop them. Me moving into Cloud Summit Heaven Palace meant our interests were now tied even tighter together. And lately, thanks to the acid rain, plenty of buyers didn't want to make the trip up the mountain, so the place was sitting empty anyway. Sure thing. Boss Lin gives the word. How could I say no? There was a hint of coyness in her voice she didn't even notice herself. Villas 12 and 13, the connected twin units. Passcodes are on your phone. But how exactly do you plan to pay the rent? I hung up on her. Jiang Shaowan stared at the dark screen and let out an exasperated laugh, sitting up straight as her wet hair slid off her shoulder. Bastard. That afternoon, the move officially began. Su Xiaonuan went over the luggage with an infrared scanner, making sure nothing had been planted. Wang Ye held Lin Modong tight, standing guard at the door on her own for the first time. Qin Yuma didn't say a word, just loaded her camo tactical pack into the car. The women and I moved into Villa 12. Lu Yin, Tank, Shadow, and Fat Dragon took the adjacent Villa 13 as our outer perimeter. The core team for the apocalypse was officially assembling outside the fortress. Late that night, Cloud Summit Heaven Palace, the gym. Thud, thud, thud. Qin Yuma, in a black athletic tank top, hammered the punching bag one blow after another. Sweat soaked through her clothes. She wore no gloves. Her knuckles had split open, staining the bag with blood. But she kept going. Thud. One last punch, and she dropped to her knees as if all her strength had drained away. I reached out, gripped her bloodied fist, and hauled her whole body up off the ground. You done with those hands? Qin Yuma whipped her head around. The intense workout had flushed her fair skin red, her eyes were rimmed with red, and her voice trembled. I can't beat her. That kind of power, there's no way to train it through modern combat. Forget 3 months. I couldn't beat her in 30 years. Watching this normally cold, arrogant instructor show weakness, I pressed one knee to the yoga mat and pulled her into my arms, settling her astride my lap. Her whole body went stiff, and in an instant the exhaustion and despair drained out of her. I grabbed a white towel, tilted her chin up, and wiped the sweat from her cheeks and neck. Relax. My fingertip traced along the base of her ear, my tone certain. With me here, you've already won. She stared at me, a little dazed. I took her scraped fist and carefully cleaned the wounds with a cotton swab. The sting hit her, but she didn't even furrow her brow, just bit down hard on her lower lip. She didn't struggle. Instead, she pressed her forehead into the hollow of my shoulder, breathing in my scent greedily. Ding. Target Chin Yuma. Looks 85. Affection plus 3%. Current affection, 19%. I finished wrapping her bandage and gave her backside a pat. All right, go shower. 3 months from now, I'll take you to reclaim that lost pride with your own 2 hands. Her body shivered. Her face flushed instantly, and she scrambled up in a fluster, snatched her water bottle, and fled. Watching her figure disappear through the doorway, I let the corner of my mouth curl up. In my past life, Chin Yuma was among the first wave of espers to awaken after the apocalypse hit. One of River City's 3S ranks, the Valkyrie. Ling Sujin, on the other hand, didn't awaken to A rank until half a year after the outbreak. Just get through these 3 months. Once Chin Yuma awakened, beating Shin Qinyue and Ling Sujin would be no different from putting down 2 stray dogs. And even in the worst case, even if she really couldn't win, once order collapsed, I'd just take out that mother-daughter pair myself. Who's going to care about some damn bet then? I pushed open the glass door and didn't look back. I'm the kind of guy who never intended to keep his word anyway. Cloud Summit Heaven Palace, sub-level 2. The air reeked of engine oil. Hands in my pockets, I walked through the vast underground space. Progress this week had gone fairly smoothly. Hundreds of black industrial storage batteries lined both sides in neat rows, their deep blue indicator lights blinking. Luyan kept pace at my side, talking half a beat faster than usual. Boss, the geothermal wells are all drilled through. Geothermal turbines, solar panels, diesel generators, all tied into the battery array. He patted a metal casing. This energy system can run all of Heaven Palace number 1 at full load for 10 years. 10 years. For anyone, that's a number that inspires confidence. But my expression didn't waver in the slightest. I stopped and swept my gaze over the massive energy matrix. Not enough. Luyan froze. This was enough to power a small underground city, and it wasn't enough? I didn't explain. After the apocalypse, whenever a blood moon hung overhead, the aggression of all life on Earth tripled, and mutants would launch massive assaults with corpse tides. Electric-type espers had to burn energy to raise shields against ranged attacks. In my past life, I was clawed by an A-rank mutant the moment my shield ran dry. This ordinary amount of power wouldn't last half an hour. I pulled out my phone and dialed Old Ghost. Boss Lin, things are hot right now. You want product? It'll cost extra. Can you get your hands on nuclear equipment? I cut straight to it. A modular microreactor. The line went dead silent for a full 5 seconds. Waha. Old Ghost cackled until he was coughing. Boss Lin, watched one too many sci-fi movies? You want to build a spaceship underground? That's nuclear. You think I'm selling cabbages here? The underground base at the South Suburb Military District has 2 of them. If you've got the guts, go buy them off the garrison. South Suburb Military District, I repeated. Then I hung up. I opened the map, slid my finger across, and drew a mark right over that red, military-controlled zone. Once the apocalypse hit and order collapsed, that would be my first $0 shopping spree. Shadow, standing behind me, caught a glimpse of this and felt his scalp go numb. That look wasn't the way you'd eye a restricted military zone. It was the way you'd eye the radishes ripening in your own backyard. Come on, back upstairs. I put my phone away and headed for the elevator. Cloud Summit Heaven Palace, Villa 12, ground floor living room. The atmosphere was downright bizarre. Chin Yuma was wearing. She was wearing an athletic tank top and shorts, drenched in sweat, the knuckles of her right hand wrapped in a blood-soaked bandage. Her brow was furrowed as she stared at the girl blocking her path. The girl wore a pink Lolita dress and a lace hairband. She had a sweet face, but that delicate face was twisted with rage. Tang Chichi, Chin Yuma's girlfriend. Chin Yuma had been training like a maniac all week, never replying to any messages. Tang Chichi had tracked her down using a location-sharing app. The security guards had stopped her at the gate. Luckily, her call finally went through, and she was let in. Yuma, honey, you ignore me for days, and it's because you've been hiding in a place like this? Tang Chichi stamped her foot, her sugary sweet voice full of accusation. Didn't you say you hated men? Didn't you swear you only liked girls? She pointed at Chin Yuma's bleeding fist, a sick glint flashing in her eyes. He hit you, didn't he? That's why you've been ignoring me. Come with me. I'll take care of you from now on. Chin Yuma pulled her wrist free. After days of hellish training, after witnessing that kind of terrifying power, she looked at this delicate flower who only knew how to throw tantrums and felt nothing but how childish it all was. This isn't a place for you. Just then, click. The bronze door swung open. I walked in reeking of motor oil, wearing a black windbreaker, standing tall. Tang Chichi froze. She'd assumed the man keeping Qin Yuma was some balding old geezer. She never expected a top-tier, commanding hunk. He was better looking than any of the guys she'd added to her friends' list at anime conventions. The contrast made the jealousy in her heart flare wildly. So you're the scumbag. She spun around to block my path, jabbing a finger at my nose. You think a little money can buy real love? What do you think Yuma is to you? A plaything? She tilted up that innocent yet seductive made-up face, hoping this defying the powerful pose would catch my attention. But I didn't even lift an eyelid. I treated her like thin air and walked straight to the couch, sitting down. Wanya immediately offered up a glass of iced soda water. Mr. Lin, this is Little Qin's. I waved her off, took the glass, drank a sip, and said to Qin Yuma, your pet. Handle it yourself. Tang Chichi's eyes went wide. The charm she took such pride in hadn't even earned a single glance from me. Who are you calling a pet? Who do you think you? She shrieked, beside herself with fury. Slap. A crisp, resounding smack landed across Tang Chichi's face, spinning her half around before she crashed hard onto the carpet. She clutched her cheek and looked up, dazed. The one who'd hit her was Qin Yuma. Yuma, you hit me? Qin Yuma looked down at her. Point a finger at him again, and you'll die. With that, she grabbed the back collar of the girl's dress with one hand and dragged her out the door like a stray chick. Bang. The door slammed shut. Ding. Target Tang Chichi. Looks, 86. Favorability, -3%. Current favorability, -3%. Late at night. The second-floor study of Villa number 12. I sat at the mahogany desk, several monitors scrolling with global futures trends. The Middle East was spiraling out of control, and crude oil prices had shot through the roof. Su Xiaonuan closed out positions on my orders, cashing out a terrifying cash flow that was steadily being converted into massive stockpiles of supplies. To keep it under wraps, she'd even registered a large retail supermarket company. Toilet paper, feminine hygiene products, toothpaste, soap, supplies that would maintain dignity and mental health in the later stages. Spark plugs, filter cartridges, ceiling rings, pipe fittings, these easily worn-out consumables. All were flowing into the newly rented warehouses in an orderly fashion. Suddenly, my phone buzzed violently. Caller ID, Su Mushiwa. My gaze sharpened as I pressed answer. On the other end, the usually cold and rational head of the ER was now breathing rapidly. Lin Yuan. She lowered her voice, faint alarms and chaotic footsteps audible in the background. What you told me before, about the apocalypse, is it actually true? I leaned back in my chair. What happened? We admitted a strange patient this afternoon. Body temp of 41 degrees, and nothing brought the fever down. When we drew blood, it was thick like black paste, and his pupils were an eerie grayish-white. Su Mushiwa's voice trembled. 10 minutes ago, he suddenly went berserk. His strength was unbelievable. He snapped the restraints and bit off a nurse's ear. She took a deep breath. Now officials have taken the patient away, and the nurse too. My fingers tightened hard around the phone. The timeline of my past life, it had moved up. In my previous life, the first zombie cases didn't appear until 2 months before the apocalypse hit, and officials would issue a denial the next day, claiming it was a mutated strain of flu. Now, it had come a full half-month early. Go to Lu Cici in the ICU. I'll send someone to pick you both up right away. My voice didn't waver. 2 seconds of silence on the other end. Professional training let Su Mushiwa quickly suppress her fear. Okay. She hadn't yet fully shed the trappings of the orderly world. She found the deputy director commanding the hallway. Director Wong, I've had quite a scare. I'm requesting leave. Also, that little girl Lu Cici's father, he's requesting a hospital transfer. The deputy director, already frazzled by the official intervention, waved his hand impatiently. Go, go. Everyone signed the confidentiality agreement about today. Nobody breathes a word. Cloud Peak Sky Palace, Villa number 12. I hung up the phone and pressed the intercom. Lu Yan, come here. In less than 10 seconds, Lu Yan rushed over from next door, still carrying the mud smell of the construction site. Boss, I pulled up the blueprints for Sky Palace number 1. All soft furnishing work, stop immediately. Throw all manpower and resources at the defensive walls and the multi-stage water and air filtration systems. It has to be done within 2 weeks. Lu Yan's brow furrowed. 2 weeks? That meant scrapping the entire early stage plan and starting over. Money's not an issue. Not enough hands. Have Fat Dragon go grab some. Not enough materials? Raid the black market. I looked up. I only want results. Understood. I moved my finger to the second-floor medical area. Build a sterile ICU room to grade A hospital standards as fast as possible. Bring Lu Cici out tonight. Until the ICU is ready, use a mobile critical care pod as a temporary substitute. Lu Yan's breath caught. That thing cost tens of millions, and it was strategic medical equipment. Usually only the military had them. You couldn't buy one on the open market at all. Boss, there's no need to spend that kind of money, and the black market doesn't even have them in stock. It'll cause a big stir. I waved my hand to cut him off. Get her first. Yes, sir. 20 minutes later, at downtown Central Hospital. Police tape had been strung up outside the ER building, with several patrol cars parked at the entrance. Tank slammed on the brakes, parking the SUV brazenly by the side door. Both men jumped out and headed straight for the ICU corridor. Stop right there. The hospital's on lockdown. No entry. Two cops stepped forward. Tank's hand went to the combat knife at his waist. Luyan held him back and faced the officers. My daughter's in there. I'm taking her out right now. As the standoff dragged on, Su Mushue came out pushing a mobile hospital bed. The girl on it, Lu Qianqian, was pale, hooked up to a ventilator. There's a cross-infection risk in the ER. She has to be transferred immediately. Su Mushue flashed her badge and handed over the transfer paperwork she'd prepared in advance. The cops looked at the documents, but didn't budge. Su Mushue's eyes turned cold. You know better than I do what's going on in there. This kid's immune system is shot. The higher-ups already signed off. Now move. At the words the higher-ups signed off, both officers instinctively stepped back. They'd signed non-disclosure agreements. But to the powerful, those were nothing but scraps of paper. Lu Yin and Tank seized the moment to take over the bed, quickly wheeling it toward the SUV. Dr. Su, the boss told us to bring you along too. Su Mushue glanced at the heavily guarded hospital, then got in without hesitation. The SUV roared off and vanished into the night. 1 in the morning, I returned to the master bedroom of Villa 12. I'd just spent nearly an hour wearing Jiang Shaowan down before finally convincing that woman to get me a mobile intensive care unit. Lin Yuan, do I look like Doraemon to you? Her roar was still echoing in my head. The moment I sat down, a pair of soft little hands settled on my temples, the pressure just right, carrying the scent of jasmine. Su Xianwan, wearing a warm yellow nightgown, knelt behind the couch, massaging my head. Mr. Lin, Auntie's staying in Lu Qianqian's room tonight. She says she needs to keep an eye on her until the equipment arrives. Her voice was soft. Did something happen? She knew me too well. I'd fired off several orders tonight, and the air was thick with tension. Eyes closed, I said, the apocalypse. It's coming early. Her fingers paused for half a second, then resumed. Target, Su Xianwan, Beauty 87. Current affinity, 91%. Supplies are 70% in place, she reported quietly, radiating the confidence of a head housekeeper. Even if the sky falls tomorrow, Tiangong, one can just barely hold. It's just the meatpacking plant. If the apocalypse comes early, how do we get the goods over here? I said nothing. I carried the spatial ability I'd synced from her. Once the apocalypse hit and my ability awakened, I could take her along and simply store the supplies in my personal space. In the early days of the apocalypse, for a reincarnator like me, the threat was minimal. Just then, there was a soft knock at the door. Wang Yi came in carrying a cup of warm milk, dressed in conservative cotton pajamas, exhaustion in the corners of her eyes. Mr. Lin, I saw your light was still on, so I warmed up some milk for you. She set the cup down, her hands clasping together nervously. She could sense the tension in the villa, but didn't dare ask. She knew her place. At most, she was a maid. As long as Modong could live safely, she didn't mind. I opened my eyes and looked at her. Target, Wangya, Beauty 88. Current affinity, 46%. Over the past few days, I'd let her into the master bedroom a few times. She was only 4% away from the 50% threshold. Before the apocalypse, I needed to secure every usable combat asset as fast as possible. Exactly what Wang Ye's ability was mattered a great deal for my later plans. I didn't take the milk. Leaning deep into the couch, I let my gaze move back and forth between the two of them. Su Xianwan caught the predatory glint in my eyes, and her heart raced. Wang Ye, though, felt uneasy under the stare and wanted to slip out. Lock the door. Su Xianwan didn't hesitate. Click, she bolted it shut. Wang Ye's head snapped up, her face full of panic. Mr. Lin. I stood and walked over to her. Tonight, together. Wang Ye's legs went weak. Though she'd bowed to survival, a shred of an old-world woman's modesty still lingered in her bones. Both of them. How was she supposed to face Su Xianwan tomorrow? I can't. She bit down hard on her lip. Su Xianwan stepped behind her and pressed down on her trembling shoulders. Sisya, don't forget the rules. A sickly, playful smile curled at her lips. From behind, she gripped Wang Ye's collar and yanked hard. Ryup. The night was still long. The death knell of the apocalypse had already sounded. Ding. Target Wang Ye. Violent emotional fluctuation. The dim wall lamp stretched the three shadows out impossibly long. Su Xianwan whispered something in Wang Ye's ear. Wang Ye's face went even redder. That's allowed too? Of course it is. But I've never tried it before. I don't know how. Wang Yu had always felt insecure about her used-up body, afraid I'd find her lacking. Now, given the chance to give her first time to me, embarrassing as it was, she agreed, and there was even a flicker of happiness in her heart. She tucked her loose hair behind her ear and slowly lowered herself. Ding. Target Wang Yu, Beauty 88. Emotional fluctuation has reached maximum. Affinity critical hit plus 4%. Current affinity, 50%. Affinity breaks the threshold. Sinking ability. S-rank water ability Skyfall Torrent, unawakened. The frantic system chime made me snap my eyes open. S-rank. Among the handful of S-rank ability users in Jiang City in my past life, Wang Yu wasn't one of them. She must have died wretchedly in some corner during the early apocalypse, never even getting the chance to awaken. I never imagined this frail woman harbored such a terrifying talent inside her. A water ability. In an apocalypse where water sources were contaminated with strong acid, that was an absolute strategic resource. At high levels, she'd be a terrifying battlefield-controlling mage. The next second, a searing current exploded from my heart, surging through every limb and vein. The runaway genes of an awakening ability instantly drowned out all reason. Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin. Ding. Target Su Xiaonuan, Beauty 87. Emotional fluctuation has reached maximum. Affinity critical hit plus 4%. Current affinity, 95%. Early the next morning, the sky over Jiang City was still overcast. Dressed in a black shirt and full of energy, I sat at the dining table drinking black coffee. The master bedroom door was left slightly ajar. After a wild night, Su Xiaonuan and Wang Yu were still fast asleep. The S-rank ability had been far more violent than the A-rank last time. I figured neither of them would be up before noon. The TV was playing the morning news broadcast. Yesterday's assault at the downtown hospital has been identified as an acute psychotic episode triggered by a new strain of rabies combined with influenza. We urge the public not to believe or spread rumors, and to minimize unnecessary outings. I set down my coffee cup. Rabies? Just the last fig leaf before the whole system collapses. Forcing out this official denial would only get unprepared ordinary people killed even more horribly. A thought suddenly hit me. Wang Yu is S-rank. Lin Modong is an SS-rank mutant queen. Both mother and daughter have insane talent. So what about the biological father, Li Hongda? That gambling degenerate who'd sell his own wife and daughter for cash. What would he awaken as? Even if the odds were 1 in 10,000, I would never allow that kind of variable. I pulled out my phone and opened the chat with Fat Dragon. Finally Hongda. After sending it, I grabbed my car keys. Let's go. Lin Modong slung her backpack over her shoulder and quietly followed behind me. Today she wore the Stanton International School uniform, twirling a military tactical knife between her fingers, the blade flipping across her fingertips. School rules ban weapons? What did that have to do with her? She was on the board. Half an hour later, the SUV pulled up at the entrance of Stanton International School. The retractable gate that had been smashed apart was now replaced with a blast-proof steel door. The moment the guard saw the license plate, he snapped upright, saluted, and waved us through. I swept my gaze over the complex. Buying this place wasn't just about getting payback for Motto. Stanton International School, in my past life, it had been the third shelter of Jiangqing's South District, and the place where I'd gone to borrow serum for Shun Qingwei and lost 3 of my fingers. The resources of this elite school were terrifying. The second basement level held a massive cold storage packed with meat, eggs, dairy, and vegetables. The campus infirmary was equipped like a small private hospital, and there was even a deep well on the back hill, hooked up to a full set of German-imported industrial-grade water purification systems. In the apocalypse, this was a mountain of gold. And now I was the master of it, with plenty of time to strip it clean of every last supply through completely legal means. The car stopped in front of the academic building, and Lin Modong hopped out. The students nearby saw the broke loser, who had been the school-wide laughingstock just last week, and they all froze in place. Jiang Xiaowan had deleted the video of the horror show in the principal's office, but word of what had happened had long since spread. Director Zhao got his legs broken, the Jiang family got blacklisted, and the school changed hands overnight. The new board member's name? Lin Modong. A few of the students who had mocked her turned pale. A freckled girl gritted her teeth and stepped forward, holding out imported chocolates with both hands, forcing a smile. Tongjia, my mom told me to give these to you. Can we be friends? Lin Modong stopped. She didn't take them, just stared at the girl silently for 2 seconds, then ignored her entirely and walked straight into the building. This past week, scenes like this had happened no fewer than 10 times. Sitting in the car, I nodded with satisfaction. I was just about to shift into gear and leave. Mr. Lin, please wait. A crisp, gentle voice called out. Standing outside the car window was a woman in a black business suit, her pencil skirt tracing a stunning waist-to-hip ratio. Black framed glasses, long hair pinned up, delicate features, She radiated an intellectual kind of beauty. And you are? I'm Modong's homeroom teacher, Xia Qingqiu. She grew a little uncomfortable under my gaze and tugged at the hem of her skirt. I'd like to talk to you about Modong's psychological state. Could I take a moment of your time? I looked at her and let her go on. Mr. Lin, I know you're very well connected, and I know Modong has been through a lot before. But her current state is extremely dangerous. When she came to school yesterday, she actually had a knife in her backpack. She sighed. Her situation has changed now, and a lot of students are trying to curry favor with her. If we don't guide this kind of personality, it can very easily turn extreme. We need to help her build the right values and reintegrate into the group. Leaning back into the leather seat, I listened to Xia Qingqiu's words that sounded utterly absurd on the eve of the apocalypse. Values? In another 2 weeks, survival would be the only value that mattered. I couldn't be bothered to listen to her nonsense. My eyes traveled inch by inch up her legs sheathed in black stockings, finally settling on that scholarly face. Ms. Xia, I said, my voice laced with mockery. Do you have a boyfriend? Ding. Target Xia Qingqiu, looks 89, favorability -1%, current favorability -1%. Xia Qingqiu froze. Her whole arsenal of educational psychology jargon got stuck in her throat by that one flippant probe of mine. I looked at the panel. Starting favorability of 0%, dropped into the negatives with a single line from me. This woman was clean. She'd struck up the conversation purely out of a teacher's sense of duty, not the kind of gold digger who'd want to latch on the second she saw I'd bought the school. That deduction was well earned. Xia Qingqiu's cheeks flushed red as she pushed up her gold-rimmed glasses. Mr. Lin, I'm here as a homeroom teacher to discuss a student's mental health. Please show some respect. I said nothing, just watched her quietly. Xia Qingqiu, in my past life, the girlfriend of the leader of the Stanton School Shelter, a C-rank healing-type esper. Her blood was the perfect raw material for making zombie virus serum. I still remembered the scene when I'd gone to the South District shelter begging for medicine in my past life. That self-proclaimed leader, that hypocrite, had chained her to an operating table in the basement like livestock, her limbs fixed with iron rings, riddled with blood-draining tubes, drained until she was nothing but skin and bones. Her boyfriend built his empire in Jiangqing's South District by treating her as a blood bag, constantly draining her to trade for massive amounts of supplies and weapons. Back then, to save Xinqingwei, I lost 3 fingers just to get 2 vials of serum. Odds were, they came from this very woman. A strategic-level blood bag, like this. In this life, she's mine. If that leader boyfriend showed up, I wouldn't mind sending him to hell tonight. If he didn't show, then I'd simply snatch her first. Seeing that I neither apologized nor stopped sizing her up with that strange look, Xia Qingqiu could no longer contain her anger. You're impossible. She turned and stalked toward the academic building, her heels clicking sharply. I didn't stop her. The George Patton engine growled low as it pulled away from the school gate. Fishing takes patience. 12 noon, the old district of Jiangqing. I sat alone in an old hot pot restaurant, chewing on slices of meat. The moment the apocalypse hit, acid rain would poison the groundwater and the global power grid would collapse. This kind of steaming, delicious food that required running water and electricity would become a thing of the past for good. I dialed Su Xiaowan's number. Mr. Lin. Her voice was a little weak. Last night's frenzy still lingered. That special supply list I had you prepare, how's it coming along? 20,000 units of self-heating meals are in place. Dehydrated vegetables, vacuum-sealed fresh. 50,000 portions of sliced meat into inventory. The small solid alcohol stoves and hot pot base packets have cleaned out 3 warehouses. The rest are in rush production. Keep ramping it up. No ceiling. I hung up. If you can't keep hot food fresh, then you flood the place with self-heating meals and base packets. Force a hot pot for all, right in the middle of the apocalypse. After all, there's nothing a good hot pot can't fix. My phone buzzed again. Caller. Fat Dragon. Boss. Found Li Hongda. He's been holed up in the underground casino beneath the auto parts market on the east side for days now. Eating, drinking, pissing. Hasn't left the gambling table once. My eyes went cold. Cut the weeds, pull the roots. Keep him nailed down. I tossed out 200 yuan bills. I'm on my way. 2 p.m. East Side Auto Parts Market. I pushed the door open and stepped out, wearing a black shell jacket, and walked expressionlessly toward the iron door with the internal repairs sign hanging on it. 2 guys with sleeve tattoos stood out front. The one on the right glanced at my off-road vehicle, swallowed, and stepped up to block my path. Hey buddy, don't recognize you. This is a private repair shop, not open to the public. Who are you looking for? Bang. A massive dark shape came charging out from behind the iron door. Fat Dragon slammed into the tattooed guy on the right with all his momentum. The man went flying sideways into the wall before he could even scream. The one on the left was just reaching for his baton when Fat Dragon backhanded him with a resounding slap. Crack. The tattooed man spun half a turn in place, mouth full of blood. You blind, you mutts. You dare stop even my boss. These two lookouts clearly recognized Fat Dragon, too scared to even wipe the blood off. Fat Dragon turned to me, his ferocity instantly melting into a fawning grin. Boss, right this way. That piece of trash is all the way in the back. I didn't even glance at the two men on the ground and strode through the iron door. Behind it was a long staircase heading down. I pushed open the heavy wooden door at the bottom, and a wave of cheap cigarettes, sweat, and perfume hit me in the face. The underground space, hundreds of square meters, was packed with gambling tables, roaring with voices. Fat Dragon led the way, roughly shoving aside any gambler in his path. A few started to curse, then saw Fat Dragon's vicious face and swallowed their profanities on the spot. I scanned the gamblers one by one, eyes bloodshot, faces manic. In the apocalypse, these people wouldn't even qualify as cannon fodder. We crossed the hall and came to a high-stakes baccarat table deep in the back. Li Hongda was slumped in a bar stool, looking like a withered ghost, sunken eye sockets, greasy hair, white shirt covered in cigarette ash and liquor stains. He clutched his last 3 10,000 denomination chips, staring at the dealer's whole card with blood-red eyes. Player, give me player. I've watched 30 hands. This one's a player streak for sure. The dealer flipped the cards, expressionless. Banker, 9 beats player. The rake swept away his last remaining chips without mercy. No, impossible. Li Hongda shot to his feet, hysterical. I read the pattern. You're cheating. A few enforcers closed in, expressions unfriendly. He shrank his neck back, but the madness in his eyes couldn't be suppressed. He turned, looking to find someone he knew in the crowd to borrow money and win it all back. Then he saw me. Li Hongda froze for half a second, then a twisted ecstasy exploded in his eyes. He never once wondered why I was there. In his eyes, I was just the sucker who'd casually promised 10 million to buy his wife. That 10 million IOU. He'd taken it to the casino as collateral and only gotten 6.5 million in chips for it. Now that he'd lost it all, the ATM had walked right up to him. Boss Lin. Boss Lin. He scrambled out of the crowd, half crawling, stopping 2 meters in front of me. His body flinched instinctively, clearly remembering the beating from before. But those yellowed, trembling hands still reached out. That 10 million contract. The casino only counted it as 6.5 million. On top of the 1 million deposit, you still owe me 2.5 million. I've read the pattern. Next hand's a guaranteed win. 2.5 million. Hand it over now. I kept my hands in my pockets and said nothing. Seeing me unmoved, his greed curdled into agitation. He suddenly leaned in close, white foam gathering at the corners of his mouth. What are you playing all high and mighty for? He lowered his voice, forcing out a lecherous grin. Did Wanya serve you good? That body, those skills, worth it, huh? You give me the money today, and I'll wish you two a long, happy marriage. I still said nothing. He wrung his hands frantically. If you feel shortchanged, how about this? You like a thrill, give me 100 grand, and I'll watch from the side tonight. I won't make a sound, just watch. Beside me, the meaty flesh on Fat Dragon's face twitched. 20+ years in the underworld, and today he'd truly seen it all. Was this thing even human? Seeing that I was still cold as stone, the dealer happened to deal another player hand. Li Hongda's fawning face instantly twisted, and he reached out a filthy hand to grab my pant leg. Are you giving me the fucking money or not? He roared. If not, I'll go tear apart that crappy apartment of yours. I'm her legal husband. I'll call the cops and have you arrested for rape. And that money-losing Bratly Modong, Blind Wong, the junk collector on the south side, is willing to pay 50 grand to buy her as a child bride. I'll find her a good home. The once rowdy gamblers around us all fell silent. Even this pack of blood-selling degenerates showed disgust at those words, taking a couple steps back. I looked at Li Hongda. No anger, no killing intent. Rotten meat like this should be left for Wanya. Only by letting her flay him alive with her own hands could she completely sever that cowardly past. Fat Dragon, I said, break his legs. Drag him back. You got it. Fat Dragon had been holding in a bellyful of rage. His massive body pressed forward, and he raised his leather boot, aiming it straight at Li Hongda's left knee, stomping down hard. Crack. The left leg snapped in an inhuman direction. Aya! Li Hongda let out a shrill, blood-curdling scream, collapsing to the ground, both hands clutching his shattered leg as he thrashed and rolled. Shut up. Fat Dragon kicked him again, catching him in the jaw. Several bloody yellow teeth flew out. The screaming cut off abruptly, leaving only a wheezing, air-leaking gasp from his throat. This sudden explosion of bloody violence blew the lid off the casino. Gamblers scattered in terror, clearing out a wide-open space. You've got the guts to draw blood in my house. Friend, you're painting yourself into a corner, aren't you? A raspy voice came from deep within the casino. Immediately after, dozens of thugs in black vests, wielding machetes, surged out from all directions, surrounding me and Fat Dragon. The blades gleamed with a cold light under the dim lamps. The crowd parted, and a middle-aged man in a dark red tongzhuang, rolling walnuts in his hand, walked out flanked by his lieutenants. His face was lean, a knife scar at the corner of his eye. The two bodyguards at his sides had their hands buried in the bulging inner pockets of their suits, ready to draw at any moment. Fat Dragon's pupils contracted. He stepped sideways, putting his body between me and the threat, shielding my front. "Boss, that's Ninth Master," he whispered, talking fast. "The kingpin of the East Side underground casinos. His standing on the streets is about the same as old ghosts, and every man under him is a killer who's already tasted blood." Ninth Master stopped about 10 feet away, the walnuts in his hand clacking round and round. I was wondering who had such a temper on him. He spoke slow and easy. "Brother Fat Dragon, you've got a nice building supply business over in the South Side, so why come wreck my place on the East Side? South Side food not filling you up anymore." Fat Dragon snorted coldly. "Ninth Master, let's not dance around it. This kid crossed my boss. Today, I'm taking him with me, no matter what." The hand rolling the walnuts went still. Ninth Master's sharp, downturned eyes flicked up, and for the first time he really looked at me, the one who hadn't said a word. "And what do I call you, friend?" His tone was condescending. "You brawl outside the casino, that's none of my business. But in here, you people broke the rules first. You took bread off my brother's table." The dozens of blade-wielding thugs pressed forward half a step in perfect unison. Ninth Master started turning the walnuts again. "Fat Dragon, if I let you walk out of here just because you asked, by tomorrow every man on the streets of Jiangshang will think my door's got holes in it." Fat Dragon's eyes turned cold. "Then what do you want? Money? I've got plenty." Ninth Master sneered. "I want satisfaction. Every one of you leaves a finger behind. Or from now on, I take 30% of your South Side supply business." The knife was out of the bag now. Facing dozens of weapons, I suddenly laughed. I ignored Ninth Master. I ignored the blades. Hands in my pockets, I walked straight past Fat Dragon toward the wide baccarat table in the center of the room. "Boss," Fat Dragon gasped, thinking I was about to make a move. I pulled out a high-backed leather chair, sat down like I owned the place, and tapped my fingers twice on the dark green felt. Tap, tap. Not loud, but crystal clear in the silent casino. I lifted my eyes and looked straight at Ninth Master. "Since you don't care what happens outside the casino, let's do this by your rules." Ninth Master's brow furrowed. He couldn't read me at all. My fingers stopped. Then I asked a question that stunned the whole room. "This casino of yours, the people, the turf, all of it, how much is it worth?" Ninth Master froze. The thugs exchanged glances. Even Fat Dragon's eyes went wide. I didn't wait for an answer. I pulled a pure black card from my inner pocket and gave my wrist a slight flick. Snap! The black card sailed in a lazy arc and drifted down onto the dark green felt. It made no sound at all. I leaned back in the chair, looked at Ninth Master, and threw down my last chip. "You wanted satisfaction from Fat Dragon just now? Here's your satisfaction." My tone was flat, like I was discussing something trivial. "There's 300 million left on this card. You win. The card is yours, and so is my life." I leaned forward, my eyes like knives. "You lose. Your casino, and the lives of every man under you. They all belong to me. You got the guts." The two walnuts he'd been rolling for 10 years ground together with an ugly screech. He went rigid. 30 years on the streets. He'd seen arrogant rich kids. He'd seen desperate, hardened killers. But this young man was different, like an apex predator sizing up livestock in a pen. A chill crept up his spine. This bet, he couldn't take it. Win, and he'd ruin his reputation. Lose, and it was 300 million, the whole operation, and his brother's lives. Haha. Ninth Master forced a dry laugh. The walnuts started turning again, just a little faster this time. "Friend, that's some nerve. But I hold this ground on the East Side because of one thing: rules. You're throwing 300 million at me to back me into a corner." He walked to the other side of the table, planted both hands on it, and softened his tone. "Enemies are better made into friends. Let's call today a misunderstanding." He pointed at Li Hongda, moaning on the floor. "Take your man and go. Leave 1 million to settle everyone's nerves. From now on the East Side, you and I are friends." Fat Dragon's tense shoulders relaxed a fraction. 1 million meant nothing to me, not even a drop in the bucket. I'd drop over 1 million just buying my little secretarian outfit. On someone else's turf, surrounded by dozens of machetes. Walking out clean for 1 million? That was already an enormous show of respect. "Boss, the old man's giving you a way out," Fat Dragon whispered, warning me. I didn't even lift an eyelid. My right hand shot out and grabbed a fistful of Li Hongda's greasy hair. With one arm, I hauled all 100-and-something pounds of him straight up. Bang! I slammed him down onto the table. Blood soaked into the felt. "Since you're all about rules, Let's do it by the rules. I grabbed a napkin and wiped my hand, looking at Ninth Master. I don't need your money. I just want your life. Ninth Master's face went ashen in an instant. His pride had just been ripped off and stomped on in front of everyone. You throw a man a bone, and he spits in your face. He jerked back a step. The words weren't even out before his ace bodyguard moved. Both hands came out of his suit jacket, now gripping a military combat knife with a blood groove. He leapt onto the table, stepped on Li Hongda's body, and drove the blade in a cold flash straight at my throat. This was a retired mercenary Ninth Master had paid a fortune to bring in from overseas. More than a dozen kills on his hands. Fast, ruthless, precise. I didn't get up. With my level 26 physique, that thrust looked like slow motion to me. I tilted my head, easy as anything. The blade grazed my neck and cut nothing but air, slicing off a few strands of hair. My right hand shot out, clamped his wrist, and my fingers tightened. Crack! The knife dropped from his grip. Before he could even scream, I drove my foot up into his chest, a brutal kick right to the sternum. Boom. A 180-pound body launched backward, flew over the table, sailed over Ninth Master's head, and smashed into a bank of slot machines a good 40 feet away. Crash. 3 slot machines threw sparks, and game tokens gushed out like a flood. The bodyguard's chest was caved in at a grotesque angle. He coughed up a mouthful of blood and passed out. The sound of coins hitting the floor was the only sound left in the room. Dozens of armed thugs stood frozen in place. A few were shaking, unable to control it. One move. Ninth Master's best fighter, his top enforcer, was finished in a single move. And I was still sitting in the chair, like I'd swatted a fly out of the air. I tossed the napkin onto Li Hongda's face and looked at Ninth Master, who was drenched in cold sweat. Now, do you want to sit down like a man? Or do you want to wait until I've crippled every single one of your people, and then sit down? Ninth Master shuddered from head to toe. The walnut in his hand went clack as it hit the floor and rolled off into a corner. Gritting his teeth, he pulled out a chair and dropped into it hard. Fine, I'll play you. How do we do this? Something simple. I leaned back in my chair. Blackjack. One hand. Winner takes all. Your dealer deals. I threw out a condition that stunned the entire room. My cards face up. Yours face down. The whole place sucked in a tense breath. Playing an open hand against a hidden one. In blackjack, that's basically washing your neck clean and offering it to the blade. This kid was insane. Ji stared me down hard, searching for a weakness, but all he found was a maddening kind of calm. You asked for this. Deal. A bunny girl croupier in a high-slit uniform crept forward, trembling as she cracked open a fresh deck, shuffled, and cut the cards. Deal, I said, tapping the table. First card, 10 of hearts, face up, slid in front of me. Then a whole card for Juyi. He lifted a corner, saw it was the king of spades, and pressed it flat against the table without a flicker of expression. Second round. I drew the 2 of clubs, face up. Juyi got another card face down. Boss Lin, 12 points. Awfully easy to bust from here. Want another? Juyi sneered. Hit me. I didn't hesitate. Third card, 8 of diamonds. 10 plus 2 plus 8, 20. 1 card away from busting. I didn't take another. I pushed my 3 face-up cards to the center of the table. I laced my fingers under my chin and leaned forward. I'm standing right here. 20. That whole card of yours. Does it add up to 20? Cold sweat streamed down Juyi's forehead, tracing the knife scar before dripping onto the table. He stared at his 2 hidden cards. King of spades, 9 of hearts. 19. If he flipped now, 19 against 20, he lost. To win, he'd have to draw a 2 for 21. To tie, he'd need an ace to hold at 20. The air in the casino felt like it had been vacuumed out. You wanted an explanation from me earlier, didn't you? I drummed my fingers on the table. So now, you want to roll the dice? Or do you want to get down on your knees and beg? Dead silence in the room. Every eye was fixed on Juyi's hand, suspended in midair, shaking violently. An open hand against a hidden one. Through sheer nerve and presence, I'd cornered him with nowhere to run. This petty king of the East Side casinos, did he dare flip his cards? The only sound left was the drone of the exhaust fans. Juyi's right hand trembled beyond his control. 19 against 20. Flip it, and he was dead. Don't flip and kneel and surrender on his own turf. And he was dead too. Crack. The walnut he'd been rolling in his palm for 10 years shattered under the sole of his own leather shoe. The East Side Kingpin's mental defenses crumbled right along with it, just as everyone's nerves stretched to the breaking point. Ding. A WeChat notification chimed out of nowhere. I pulled out my phone. It was from Su Xianwan. Boss Lin, a new batch of Australian Wagyu, just came in. You want sukiyaki or barbecue for dinner tonight? Surrounded by dozens of machetes, under Juyi's sweat-soaked stare, I held down the voice button and answered mildly. Either's fine. Have Wanya grab some wine, and order me a plate of husband and wife lung slices. I'll be back soon. I tossed the phone back onto the table. The whole room got goosebumps. Juyi's facial muscles twitched wildly, his eyes bloodshot and red, and he roared like a degenerate gambler down to his last chip. Deal me the card. The croupier shuddered all over. Caught between Juyi's bellowing and my presence, her legs gave out. Her knee cracked against the table's edge, and a stream of liquid ran down her black stockings. She'd wet herself right there. But she had no time for shame. Trembling, she drew the final card. The whole room locked onto that thin slip of paper. Flip. 6 of diamonds. Juyi's 19 plus 6, 25 total. Bust. Juyi's face went ashen. His legs buckled, and he slumped against the table. He'd lost. The entire casino, gone. Despair flipped instantly into savagery. He shot upright and unleashed all his humiliation on the croupier. You filthy whore. You rigged those cards. He swung his right hand at her face. The croupier squeezed her eyes shut and screamed. But the expected pain never came. A large hand clamped around Juyi's wrist. The fingers tightened slightly. Crack, 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 the sound of bones being crushed. Ag, Juyi howled, his whole arm going instantly numb. With a casual flick, I flung him aside like garbage. Don't go breaking my things. At 6'1", with the presence of a warlord, I swept my gaze across the room. From this moment on, this room, everything in it down to the last blade of grass, and every one of your lives. My voice wasn't loud, but it reached every ear with perfect clarity. All belonged to Lin now. Dozens of blade men exchanged glances, their palms slick with cold sweat around their weapons' grips. They were hired muscle, in it for the money, not martyrs. If a red pole enforcer could be dropped with a single kick, who was going to stick his neck out? I tilted my head and snapped my fingers. Fat Dragon, go smash open that safe over there. You got it, boss. Fat Dragon had been itching for this. He grabbed a fire axe and strode up to the safe. Whack, whack, whack. 3 swings, and the metal door was pried open. Bundle after bundle of red 100 yuan bills were stacked inside like bricks. The nearest blade men swallowed hard. Hands in my pockets, I scanned the room. Anyone who tried to cut me a minute ago, go grab 100 grand for your trouble. Drop your blade, and you can get lost. My tone was flat, like I was picking cabbage at a market. Anyone who wants to stay and work for me, double pay, cash every month. I paused for 2 beats. Choose. 3 seconds of silence. Clang. The first machete hit the floor. Then, like dominoes toppling. Clang, clang, clang. Dozens of machetes, steel pipes, and batons dropped to the ground in unison, piling up into a small mountain. Not a single man took the 100 grand and walked. In this life, working for a boss who was both ruthless and rich, one who could take out a mercenary with one hand, was everyone's dream. They turned to face me and, in a ragged but deeply reverent motion, bowed their heads. Boss Lin. Juyi slumped in his chair, watching everyone abandon him. The power, the territory, the brothers he'd been so proud of, all of it collapsed in less than 5 minutes. I had zero interest in killing a washed-up old thug who'd lost his claws. But the apocalypse was coming fast, and I needed someone to manage the cannon fodder on the outer ranks. I walked up to the gambling table, grabbed Li Hongda by the collar, and hauled the degenerate gambler up like a dead dog. Then I walked over to Juyi. I'm taking the turf, and I'm taking the man, I said coldly. As for you, from now on you'll stay and serve as my steward. Keep an eye on the East District for me. I patted his rigid face. Remember, you owe me your life. Master Joe shuddered from head to toe and lowered his head. I grabbed Li Hongda and turned toward the front gate. Fat Dragon immediately followed. The blade-wielding men on both sides automatically parted to clear a path, bowing their heads to see me off. Outside the auto parts market in the eastern part of the city, a drizzling acid rain began to fall from the sky. I walked to the rear of the car, casually tossed the unconscious Li Hongda into the trunk, and slammed it shut with a bang. Fat Dragon wiped the rain off his face and leaned in to ask, Boss, where should we bury this piece of trash? There's an abandoned quarry in the South District. The pit's real deep. I wiped the blood off my hands, and a slow smile crept across my lips. No need to bury him. I tossed the wet wipe into the trash. Someone's waiting for him. Meanwhile, in Villa number 12 of the Cloud Summit Heavenly Palace, on the second basement level, the shadowless surgical lamp overhead cast a ghastly pale light. Wanya stood before a tool table, wearing a black silk gown, her long hair pinned up. The frail housewife who once knew nothing but crying under domestic abuse now had only ice in her eyes. On the stainless steel tray lay neatly arranged surgical scalpels, hemostatic forceps, a high-pressure water gun, and a serrated bone saw. Lin Modong sat on a tall metal stool, wearing her school uniform, fiddling with a dagger between her fingers. She glanced at the bone saw, then turned to her mother. Mom. Her voice was faint, yet carried a cruelty far beyond her years. Should we saw off the legs first, or pull the teeth first? Bang. An icy, Powerful jet of water blasted straight into Li Hongda's throat. Cough, ugh. Li Hongda was nearly choked by the blast, convulsing as he came to. His vision focused. Above him was the glaring shadowless lamp. He tried to wipe his face, only to find both arms bound tightly to the metal armrests. His legs wouldn't move either, and his left knee was wrapped in bandages. This was a cold medical surgical chair. He's awake. Wang Ye's voice echoed through the basement. Li Hongda was about to beg for mercy when he made out Wang Ye standing before him, seemingly holding something. The light was too glaring to see clearly. Lin Modong sat beside her. His fear instantly turned into rage. You filthy bitch. Have you fucking lost your mind? He thrashed wildly, the surgical chair rattling and clanking. You dare tie me up? You think I won't skin you alive when I get out of this? Wang Ye shuddered, her breathing quickening, her face going pale as she involuntarily took half a step back. Teaming up with outsiders to screw me over? Li Hongda grew even more arrogant. You think I won't sell both of you to a brothel? Untie me right now. At that moment, Lin Modong hopped down from the stool. She glanced at the bone saw. It seemed too heavy for her taste, and reached out to snatch the tactical dagger from her trembling mother's hands, then walked up to Li Hongda. There wasn't the slightest flicker of emotion in her pitch-black eyes. Li Modong, what are you doing? A groundless terror surged through Li Hongda's heart. A brothel? Lin Modong said softly. Before the words had even faded, she gripped the handle tight and swung her arm down hard. Squelch. The dagger plunged straight into his right leg. Ah! Li Hongda let out a scream like a slaughtered pig. Lin Modong pulled out the dagger with a blank expression, warm blood splattering across her fair cheeks. She swung again, driving it into the left leg. Pulled it out, stabbed again. Squelch. 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 All that remained in the basement was the muffled sound of the blade sinking into flesh and his distorted, wailing screams. A 14-year-old girl, madly venting 14 years of hell. Li Hongda completely broke down. Looking at this daughter, her face covered in blood, like a demon straight from hell, every ounce of arrogance vanished. Stop. Stop stabbing. Tong Tong. I'm your dad. I was wrong. He convulsed from the pain. Honey, save me. I swear I'll treat you both right from now on. Wang Ye stood frozen. She looked at her daughter's blood-soaked face, watched her transform into a demon to protect her, and the shackle in the depths of her heart, called cowardice, shattered with a crash. Wang Ye let out a shrill cry and suddenly rushed forward, wrapping both her hands around Lin Modong's hands on the knife. Mother and daughter's hands overlapped, the blade tip aimed at Li Hongda's chest. Go to hell, you scum. Wang Ye gritted her teeth, ferocity erupting in her eyes. Together, the two of them pressed forward. Squelch. The dagger sank hilt deep into his heart. Li Hongda's voice cut off abruptly. His throat rasped like a bellows, his pupils going slack. The last words he heard were spoken by Wang Ye. Her name is Lin Modong now. Lin Yuan will take good care of the two of us. Wang Ye let go and collapsed into the pool of blood, gasping for breath. A wave of relief instantly washed over her entire body. That nightmare was finally over. The soundproof door was pushed open, and Fat Dragon walked in with two of his men. He glanced at Li Hongda's gruesome corpse without so much as batting an eye. Leave the rest to us brothers. Villa number 12, Cloud Summit Heavenly Palace, Surveillance Room. I leaned back in the leather swivel chair, watching the entire process on screen as the mother and daughter took down their enemy with their own hands. Ding. Target Wang Ye, appearance 88, favorability plus 3%, current 53%. Ding. Target Lin Modong, emotional fluctuation has reached its peak. Favorability critical hit plus 6%, current 24%. Favorability has broken through the critical threshold, gained 50% of target's base attributes. Target Constitution 8, Spirit 30. Host Lin Yuan. Constitution 30 plus 4. Spirit 47 plus 15. Ability Grade A Dimensional Space, Unawakened / Grade S Sky Torrent, Unawakened. Boom. A cool surge of energy exploded from between my brows, wildly scouring through my mind. I closed my eyes. The world suddenly became crystal clear. Through two thick soundproof walls, I could hear every sound of Fat Dragon dragging the corpse in the basement, the scuff of his leather shoes against the floor, all of it crystal clear. Spirit 30. A 14-year-old little girl, without any ability awakened yet, and her base spirit had already skyrocketed to 30 points. For reference, that dead ninja, Chiba Rin, had a spirit of only 12. The corner of my mouth curved up. In my past life, Lin Modong could command hordes of the undead as easily as moving her own arm. Everyone thought it was some special ability. But now it was clear, it was simply this freakish innate spiritual power of hers that mutated after the apocalyptic blood moon descended. And this apocalyptic nuclear weapon now bore my mark, the mark of Lin Yuan. Late at night, the master bedroom of Villa number 12. Just out of the shower, I sat on the couch in a black robe. The door lock clicked softly. Su Xiaonuan didn't come in. She knew better. She'd seeded tonight's battlefield. The one who pushed the door open was Wang Ya, the blood now washed clean off her. Her long hair hung loose, and she wore that nearly transparent black lace slip Su Xiaonuan had shoved into her hands, a little too tight. In the past, she'd have died before wearing something like this. But moments ago, she'd stood in front of the fogged-up mirror for a full 10 minutes, and the woman staring back had no tears in her eyes. That timid Wang Ya had died in the basement, right alongside Li Hongda. Barefoot, she crossed the carpet and stopped in front of me. Mr. Lin. Awkward, but pressing herself against me with total willingness. The next day, around noon, at the Pizza Hut in Jiangqing's Mixed Mall. Following my instructions, Qin Yuma had gone out to buy gym equipment for Sky Palace number 1. With a rare half-day free, she'd called Tang Qiqi out. The two of them had parted on bad terms the other day, yet this little girlfriend was back to blowing up her phone within half a day. Qin Yuma figured some things needed to be spelled out. Across from her, Tang Qiqi, dressed head to toe in a pink Lolita dress, was angrily cutting into her pizza with a knife and fork. Yuma. She stuffed a bite into her mouth and demanded, muffled, "What's gotten into you? You actually hit me, for that Demon King." The more she talked, the more wrong she felt, her eyes going red. In her mind, Qin Yuma was supposed to be that fierce, protective husband forever. Qin Yuma set down her knife and fork, her expression grave. "Qiqi." Her voice was low. "If I hadn't slapped you first, you'd be a corpse right now." She leaned forward, staring at Tang Qiqi. "That Demon King you keep talking about? He actually kills people. Killing you would be as easy as crushing an ant." A week of hellish training had made it crystal clear just how terrifying that man was. Just this morning she'd felt him grow even stronger. One punch had burst a specially reinforced sandbag. That was exactly why she was out shopping today. Tang Qiqi froze for 2 seconds, then slammed the table. Bang! The sharp sound made people at several nearby tables turn to look. "Kill people? Yuma, has he brainwashed you or something?" Tang Qiqi shot back loudly. "This is a society ruled by law. Does he think a little dirty money lets him get away with anything? He must have threatened you with a video or nude photos, right?" In an instant, she'd conjured up a whole soap opera plot of domineering rich brat kidnaps innocent girl. And looking at Qin Yuma's stern face, her protectiveness went into overdrive. "There's no way I'm leaving you all alone to suffer in that den of monsters." She slapped both hands on the table and stood, declaring, "I'm moving in with you." Qin Yuma nearly choked on the ice water she'd just sipped. Nude photos? Threats? Where was this even coming from? "Qiqi, can you keep it down a little?" "No." Tang Qiqi's voice climbed higher. "Don't worry, Yuma. I've got 300,000 followers on Xiaohongshu. Just say the word, and I'll post about this Demon King. The whole internet will dox that pervert." She even whipped out her phone and waved it around. The screen showed her profile page, the avatar a heavily edited magical girl cosplay photo. Qin Yuma clamped a hand over her phone. "If you dare post it, you're the one who dies." No frills, no exaggeration. Tang Qiqi froze. She'd never seen this expression on Qin Yuma's face before. It wasn't a joke, it wasn't a bluff. It was a statement of fact. The words video, nude photos, and pervert rang out especially harsh in the noisy restaurant. At the next table, 3 young punks, bleached blonde hair, thick chains around their necks, turned their heads almost in unison. The one in charge, a toothpick between his lips, narrowed his eyes and first ran them over Tang Qiqi's pink dress, then slowly slid them down the curve of Qin Yuma's waist. He exchanged a glance with his buddies, and the 3 of them came over with their drinks in hand. "Well now, what are you two beauties talking about that's got you so fired up?" The blonde ringleader spat his toothpick onto the floor, plopped himself sideways into the empty seat beside them, and rested an elbow on the table's edge. "I do social media, these 2 are on my team." He crossed his legs and pointed his finger back and forth between them. "You 2 interested in a gig? Do a photo shoot at the hotel next door. Price is negotiable." He looked Tang Qiqi's cosplay outfit up and down again and smirked at his buddies. "Dressed like that? Girl, you're obviously out here working, right?" Tang Qiqi shook with rage. "You're the one working. Your whole family is working," she shrieked back. "Are you blind? This is a limited edition cosplay outfit. Not that your filthy brain would get it." All right, it's cute, it's cute." The blonde whistled and reached out to drape an arm over Qin Yuma's shoulder. "Long legs, come on, sit over here with big brother." Qin Yuma lifted her gaze. A bit over 5'8", no more than 130 pounds, weight shifted to the right, untrained. Conclusion, no match at all. A week ago, she'd have given a verbal warning. Not anymore. She'd been itching for somewhere to unleash all this violent strength. Her right hand grabbed the half-full glass pitcher off the table, swung it up, and smashed it into the blonde ringleader's temple. Bang! The glass shattered, ice water and shards raining down over his head. The blonde screamed and clutched his head, blood seeping through his fingers. Right after, she planted her left leg and delivered a low sweeping roundhouse with her right. Crack! The second blonde took it straight to the knee and went flying sideways. The third turned to run, but Qin Yuma caught up in one stride and slammed a palm into the back of his skull, driving him straight into the pile of overturned chairs. The restaurant erupted. Screams, chairs crashing, dishes shattering, total chaos. A few security guards and a manager in a suit rushed over, and their faces went pale at the wreckage and the bleeding blonde on the floor. Qin Yuma pulled back her leg, her breathing steady. As the adrenaline drained, the first thought that popped into her head wasn't "that felt good." It was, "Ugh, I got carried away." She took out her phone, her finger hovering over the contacts for 2 seconds. Lin Yuan? No, a trivial thing like this wasn't worth bothering him. His face had already been dark when he left this morning. Fat Dragon? No, since moving into Cloud Summit Sky Palace, all the perimeter security had been handed over to Lu Yan. They hadn't talked. Her thumb moved down, and she finally dialed Su Xianwan. "Sis Yuma, what's up?" The voice on the other end came quickly. "The Pizza Hut next to the Mixc. There's been a bit of a situation. Are you okay?" "Yeah, but the manager's calling the cops. Tell him to hold off. I'll be right there." Beep. In less than 10 minutes, a black GL8 pulled up at the entrance of the Mixc. Su Xianwan stepped out, wearing a short little Chanel, a windbreaker, little white sneakers, and standing at just 5'1", she looked even more petite. But trailing behind her were 4 burly men in black suits, each of them a full head or 2 taller than she was. I'd had Fat Dragon assign them to her. It bumped up the negotiation success rate by a solid 20%. When the manager saw the lineup, his mouth opened and closed. The words "call the cops" got swallowed right back down. Su Xianwan walked in, swept her eyes over the scene, pulled a stack of cash from her handbag, and set it on the register. "For the damages. Is this enough?" The manager looked at the money, then at the 4 black suits, his Adam's apple bobbing. "Enough, it's enough." Su Xianwan tilted her head toward the yellow-haired ringleader, still clutching his skull and howling in the corner. "Take him." 2 of the suits went over, grabbed him by both arms, and dragged him out. The yellow-haired guy grimaced in pain, still yelling. "Who the hell are you people?" "My big brother knows people. My big brother." Nobody paid him any attention. Tang Chi stood there gaping the entire time. This little girl, about her own height, with a sweet, innocent face, hadn't wasted a single word from the moment she walked in until it was over. Drop the cash, take the guy, leave. Her legs were still shaky, but the first thought in her head was, so cool. Like a hidden boss in a video game. She finally couldn't help but grab Qin Yuma's arm and whisper, "Sister Yuma." "Who is she?" "The Demon King's secretary." "Secretary?" Dropped 100 grand without blinking. Commanded 4 hulking men like they were NPCs. And the Demon King himself. Just what kind of monster was he? Tang Chi-Chi's heart raced, and she clutched a fistful of Qin Yuma's shirt. "Sister Yuma, I want to move in with you." "Chi-Chi, quit messing around." "I'm not messing around. I want to protect you." Tang Chi-Chi's eyes reddened as she grabbed Qin Yuma's bandaged fist. "Look at your hand. What kind of life have you been living in that place?" Qin Yuma didn't dare yank her hand away. She'd hit Chi-Chi once the other day and felt bad about it for hours. She could only turn to look at Su Xianwan. "Ms. Su, she wants to stay in my room with me. Could you make an exception?" Su Xianwan looked Tang Chi-Chi over. Pink magical girl dress, lace gloves, a glittery star hairpin in her hair. She wasn't from the same dimension as anyone at Cloud Summit. "That's not my call to make." She pulled out her phone and dialed that number, right in front of the 2 of them. "Mr. Lin." As the call connected, her voice instantly turned soft and pliant. "Sister Yuma has a friend here who wants to move into Cloud Summit and live with her." The day Tang Chi-Chi had secretly come to see Qin Yuma, Su Xianwan hadn't been there. She didn't know I'd already met the girl in person. It's a girl, early 20s. She lifted her eyes and glanced at Tang Chi-Chi, pausing for half a second. "Her looks aren't bad." Su Xianwan listened for a few seconds, hung up, and looked up. There was no expression on that pure, sweet face. "Mr. Lin says it's fine." Tang Chi-Chi's big eyes lit up in an instant, so excited she nearly jumped. Then Su Xianwan's tone shifted as she turned to Qin Yuma. "But Mr. Lin also said this. If she dares cause any trouble in Tiangong number 1, Coach Qin, you deal with her yourself. Don't worry, I'll be totally obedient." Tang Chi-Chi raised 3 fingers, her pink lace glove waving in the air. "From this day on, I'm the magical guardian of Cloud Summit." Qin Yuma watched her carefree act, but something pricked at her chest. These past few days, she'd come to understand that man's paranoia all too well. He wouldn't even hire cleaning staff on the grounds that they couldn't be trusted. Yet he'd made an exception, all for the personal connection of a single bodyguard. She clenched her teeth, unable to name the feeling. But one thing was certain, she had to get stronger. Strong enough to be worthy of this exception. Ding. Target Chin Yuma. Looks, 85. Favorability, plus 2%. Current favorability, 21%. Favorability has broken the critical threshold. Gained 50% of target's base attribute bonus. Constitution, 12. Spirit, 14. The three of them walked out of the restaurant. Just as they passed the Chanel counter on the first floor, a tall counter girl's eyes went wide, and she came trotting out in her high heels. Miss Sue. The counter girl bent at a 90-degree angle, holding out 2 bottles of chilled Perrier with both hands. To wet your throat. Half a month ago, it was Su Xianwan's single clear-out purchase of over $1 million that made her the top seller of the month. In her eyes, this petite girl was walking revenue on legs. Su Xianwan didn't refuse. She took the water and handed a bottle to Chin Yuma. The counter girl smoothly stepped aside, not forgetting to give Tang Chi-Chi a respectful nod. Tang Chi-Chi was completely dumbfounded. A Chanel counter girl breaking store rules to serve drinks in the middle of the floor? Meanwhile, I was sitting in the passenger seat of a fiery red Ferrari LaFerrari, my eyes half closed. Host, Lin Yuan. Constitution, 36, plus 6. Spirit, 54, plus 7. Powers, A rank dimensional space, undawakened, /S rank Skyfall torrent, undawakened. A warm current burst from my heart, coursing through every limb and vein, leaving my mind crystal clear. The Valkyrie's attributes were in hand. Next up should be the Frost Empress. The reason my face was dark when I left this morning was the woman driving beside me. The faint scent of roses drifted through the cabin. Jiang Shaowan gripped the wheel with one hand and irritably ran the other through her hair. Can you stop looking at me like you want to eat me alive? She shot me a glance, complaining. That mobile ICU pod you wanted. The only place in all of Jiangxing with one in stock is that medical equipment company run by Mr. Chin up in the North District. She hit the gas, and the LaFerrari roared. But I talked to him, and that equipment was reserved by a private hospital ages ago. It ships tomorrow. Mr. Chin wouldn't budge no matter what, said he didn't dare tank his own company's reputation. She paused, then her tone shifted into something more ingratiating. By the way, Big Boss Lin, you closed out your crude oil futures and cashed out all that money. So what's the next move in the financial war? Give me something solid. I shot her a cold look. Just drive. It takes me showing up in person to get one piece of equipment, and you've got the nerve to ask about my next move? Jiang Shaowan was left speechless, and she pursed her lips. Ding. Target Jiang Shaowan. Looks, 92. Favorability, minus 1%. Current favorability, 0%. 20 minutes later, the LaFerrari pulled up in front of an office building. Jiang Shaowan led me straight to the general manager's office on the 18th floor. Mr. Chun was in his 50s, a fat man sporting a shiny, greasy beer belly. Seeing Jiang Shaowan walk in with a young man, he shot up from his seat and personally unscrewed the tea canister. Miss Jiang, it's not that I don't want to give the Jiang family face. He slid 2 cups of tea across the table. That monitoring pod was supposed to be sold to you today, but the private hospital's going to hit me with a 100 million yuan penalty for breach of contract. This is no joke. In business, reputation comes first. Am I right or not? Jiang Shaowan walked off to the side, cracked open a bottle of water, and gestured for the two of us to talk it out ourselves. This had nothing to do with her. I didn't even glance at the tea. I just pulled that pitch-black bank card straight out of the pocket of my windbreaker. Slap. The black card landed on the redwood tea table right in front of Mr. Chun. 10 million for the equipment. I'm paying in full right now, and I want it hauled away immediately. I stayed standing, staring straight at him. As for the penalty, I'll put Tiangong number 1 up as collateral and sign you an IOU for 100 million. In 3 months, you get 100 million in cash. Mr. Chin's hand froze midair with the teacup. Scalding tea spilled onto the back of his hand, and he didn't even notice. Jiang Shaowan's eyes went wide too, staring at me like I was a lunatic. Mortgaging the villa? Signing 100 million IOU? Just to buy a medical steel box originally worth 10 million? And he says 100 million and you just take it? At least haggle, for God's sake. I couldn't be bothered with her. Retrofitting Tiangong number 1, buying arms, stockpiling strategic supplies. It had swallowed nearly all my cash flow. But that didn't matter. In 3 months, currency would be scrap paper and contracts a joke. All I was signing was a worthless slip that the apocalypse would void on its own. Mr. Chin swallowed hard, his mind racing. The villa, 100 million. Screw the reputation. Boss Lin, you're a man of vision. He slammed the teacup down. I'll have my legal team draw up the contract right now. In less than 10 minutes, a thick contract was on the table. I grabbed a pen, didn't read a single clause, scrawled my signature, and pressed my thumbprint. Mr. Chin's fat face crumpled into one big grin as he personally arranged for a fleet of heavy trucks to load the equipment. The two of us walked out of the office building. Jiang Shaowan clicked along behind me in her high heels and finally couldn't hold it in. Lin Yuan, is your brain waterlogged? She looked at me like I was beyond reason. A top-tier ICU suite at the downtown hospital costs 20 grand a day, tops. That 100 million could keep you lying there into your next life. I stood by the door of the Lafayette, looking up at the overcast sky. You'll find out soon enough, some things in this world, once you miss them, no amount of money can buy them back. She rolled her eyes and strode over to the driver's side. This whole scene was captured, crystal clear, by someone sitting in a black Mercedes across the street. It was the guy from the blind date at the Intercontinental a few days back, the one Su Mushua had met, the one I'd exposed in public, slapped, and driven off. He'd come to discuss a project, never expecting to spot me from a distance. He rolled down his window, raised his phone, zoomed in, and snapped a precise shot of us standing close together. Flipping through the burst photos, his lips curled to one side, and his thumb slid toward WeChat. Inside the Lafayette, the engine roared as it headed toward skytop Tiangong. Jiang Shaowan rested both hands on the wheel and still couldn't help herself. You never said, where do you funnel all that cash you pulled out? I turned my head to look at that shrewd, mercantile face of hers. If you want to live long, do what I do. Turn every cent you can move into supplies. I looked away. But if you can't bear to part with those useless numbers, over the next 2 weeks, the pharmaceutical sector is going to see a windfall. Her eyes lit up. Stockpiling supplies? She had no patience for that. But the moment she heard pharmaceutical sector, her business instincts flared to life. Yesterday's rumors of a hospital lockdown, the official denial, plus flu season. This had to be insider info. Your highbrow refinement. I'm lowbrow common taste. I just love money. She immediately whipped out her phone and, buzzing with excitement, called the family's private equity manager and started aggressively positioning her place. For PM Villa number 13, Skytop Tiangong. The massive mobile intensive care pod had been installed by Lu Yin and Tank in the temporary medical area on the second floor. The indicator lights came on, and a pale blue sterile barrier took shape. Lu Qianqian lay inside the pod. Her pale face had finally regained a hint of color, her vital signs fully stabilized. Lu Yin watched his daughter through the blast-proof glass, and this iron-blooded man's eyes reddened slightly. He picked up the intercom, wanting to say something, but couldn't bring himself to press the button. In the lounge, Su Mushua, her nerves stretched taut for 2 straight days, finally peeled off the white coat that reeked of disinfectant. She sank wearily into the sofa, picked up a cup of cold coffee, and got ready to close her eyes for a moment's rest. BZZT, BZZT. Her phone, silenced for 2 days, suddenly lit up. She opened her eyes, frowned, and pulled it out to look. The caller ID read one word, father. On the side road off the commercial street in Jiangxing's North District, the blind date guy sat in his black Mercedes, his thumb sliding over that set of photos a public account had just leaked. Me and Jiang Shaowan standing by the Lafayette, frozen at the most suggestive angle. He gave a cold snort, opened WeChat, found the contact labeled Su Family Patriarch, and forwarded the news. His fingers flew across the keys. Uncle Su, Lin Yuan is cozying up to the eldest Miss Jiang. He's playing 2 women at once. I really shouldn't be sticking my nose in, but Mushua is, after all, the woman I sincerely want to marry. I can't bear to watch her get toyed with by a man like that. Scent. He lit a cigarette and touched his left cheek. The pain was long gone, but the humiliation still made him clench his teeth. The Su family estate, the Chinese-style main hall. Redwood armchairs lined both sides, and the scent of agarwood hung in the air. The Su family patriarch looked at the photos and slammed the tea table hard. Tea splashed out, staining the calligraphy he'd just finished practicing. He'd had his daughter late in life. Su Mushua was a work he'd molded with his own hands. At 16, she wanted to study surgery. He switched her to emergency medicine. At 20, she wanted to go abroad. One line. The children of the Su family must have a sense of duty. And she was pressed back down. He knew about the blind date a few days ago. Lin Yuan was divorced, but he had some money, and his daughter wasn't getting any younger, so the man barely made the cut. He never imagined this animal would dare play 2 women at once. He picked up his phone and dialed his daughter. Su Mushua looked at the violently buzzing phone and hit answer. Bring that Lin Yuan and get back here now. The roar blasted through the earpiece, loud enough to echo down the hallway. She frowned. What's wrong? Do you have any idea what they're saying about you online? Can't you see it? Understood. She hung up on the spot. She opened my chat window and typed, if I'm not back in 2 hours. Her fingertip hovered for a few seconds, then deleted it, 1 character at a time. She wasn't used to asking for help. She rose and walked toward Lu Yin, who had just come up from the basement. Captain Lu, Qianqian's stable. All her vitals are normal. Something's come up at home. I need to head back for a bit. If any of the equipment alarms go off, call me right away. Luyan nodded. Don't worry. I'll have 2 of my men drive you. No need. I'll grab a cab. Half an hour later, the Su family estate. Su Mushue pushed open the heavy mahogany doors. The atmosphere in the living room was suffocating. The Su family had produced a martial degree holder generations back. By now, barely any of that fighting prowess remained. But the rules had only gotten stricter with each generation. Plaques, ancestral mottos, mahogany chairs crammed every corner. As if terrified someone might forget the family had once been prominent. A dozen bodyguards in black flanked both sides. The Su family patriarch sat in his carved armchair, both hands resting on a rosewood cane, several uncles and female relatives seated around him. Kneel. The cane stabbed the floor. Su Mushue stood, spine straight. I've done nothing wrong. Why should I kneel? The second aunt sneered. Mushue, all of Jiang City is talking about how you've taken up with some divorced kept man. You may have no shame, but the Su family still has a reputation to uphold. I have no idea what you're talking about, second aunt. Su Mushue looked her dead in the eye. Someone cradling a teacup let out a soft laugh. Someone else murmured, a girl with too much of a mind of her own is nothing but trouble. And others looked at her. Not the way you look at family, but the way you'd inspect a piece of merchandise with a defect. The patriarch raised his voice. Fine. So you took up with some divorced good-for-nothing. You're not young anymore. I could overlook that. No matter how capable a woman is, doesn't she still have to marry in the end? But now he's cozied up to the eldest Jiang daughter while still stringing you along. You've dragged the entire Su family name through the mud. Good for nothing? The man who spent $100 million out of his own pocket on equipment to save someone else's child. A good for nothing? Absurd. You don't know him. She had no desire to explain. These people only ever saw what they wanted to see. The second aunt skimmed the foam off her tea. Mushue, second aunt just has to ask, are you still intact? If you call me back just to talk about this, then I'm sorry. I'm very busy. Su Mushue turned toward the door. Stop her, the patriarch roared. Play doctor long enough, and you really start thinking you're somebody. 6 bodyguards swiftly closed in, blocking her path. Su Mushue had trained with the family since childhood and knew a bit of the old martial arts. She didn't flinch. The first bodyguard reached for her shoulder. She sidestepped, hooked his wrist, and twisted, crack. He grunted and dropped to his knees. The second swept a leg at her. She threw up her arm to block it and staggered back 2 steps, her left arm already numb. The third and fourth lunged almost simultaneously. Instead of retreating, she surged forward, driving her knee into the third man's ribs, a muffled roar. The fourth locked her neck from behind. Elbow strike. She broke free. The fifth came in with a low sweep, smack. It caught her straight across the shin. 6 against 1. In under 3 minutes, 2 of the burly men clamped down on her arms from behind and forced her to her knees. Her kneecaps slammed against the bluestone floor. She stopped struggling. For a single instant, she thought of my cold, indifferent eyes. If he were here. But she quickly crushed the thought. She refused to let calling for help become an instinct. The patriarch hobbled over on his cane and raised his right hand. Smack. A slap across the face. The Su family raised you all these years so you could speak to me in that tone. The corner of Su Mushue's mouth split open, blood welling out. She didn't cry out. She only lifted her head, coldly sweeping her gaze across the smirking relatives, before finally settling it on the patriarch's face. Bring me her phone, the patriarch ordered. She didn't move. The second aunt immediately stepped forward, dug through her pockets, and handed it over with great deference. Lock her in the ancestral shrine out back. Let her reflect on herself. The patriarch took the phone and waved his hand. No water without my permission. She comes out when she's ready to admit she was wrong. 2 bodyguards hauled her up and dragged her toward the back courtyard. The heavy wooden shrine doors swung shut, sealed with a large brass lock. Only a few eternal lamps flickered against walls lined with ancestral tablets. Su Mushue knelt on the floor, the pain in her knees rolling up in waves. She stared at the tablets and was suddenly struck by the absurdity of it. She'd saved the lives of so many strangers, yet couldn't save herself. Back in the main hall, the second aunt leaned in. A temper like hers, locking her in the shrine won't be enough. She'll just make a scene. She needs to learn that these hands and feet were given to her by the Su family, and they can be taken back too. The patriarch nodded, took her phone, pulled up the recent call log, and pressed dial. Cloud Summit Sky Palace, Villa number 12. I'd just finished showering and was sitting on the couch in a black bathrobe, listening to Tang Chi-Chi prattle on about nothing. If it weren't for that -3% affinity that hadn't budged an inch, I might have almost bought this little girl's act. The phone on the table lit up, caller ID, Su Mushue. I answered. You're Lin Yuan? The voice on the other end was old and arrogant. I'm Su Mushue's father. Come have a cup of tea at the Su estate. Let's talk. My gaze turned cold. Where is Su Mushiwa? Her. The patriarch scoffed. Young man, a nouveau riche type like you couldn't possibly understand the Su family's legacy. Come quietly, and I'll bring in some media outlets. You'll publicly announce that you were the one who cheated, that it had nothing to do with Su Mushiwa, and I'll spare your life. I leaned back on the couch, fingers running along the crease of my pants. Fine. In the living room, the chattering Tang Chi-Chi fell silent. For the first time, she felt that when I said fine, it was scarier than when I said kill. I tossed the phone onto the couch and pressed the intercom. Nguyen, come to the living room. In under 10 seconds, Su Xiaonuan pushed open the study door and walked out. A light-colored t-shirt paired with athletic shorts, her petite frame making the clothes look oversized, a tablet in hand as she went over the supply inventory. Mr. Lin. She quickly stepped up to me, crouched down, and lowered her head slightly. Tang Chi-Chi watched in amazement as this secretary, so commanding during the day, turned into a timid little quail in front of me. Qin Yuma knew we had business to attend to and hurriedly dragged away Tang Chi-Chi, who was still scheming. Go change, I told Su Xiaonuan. Your best outfit. She froze for a moment. We're going to the Su family, I added. Her fingertips paused, and the inventory numbers on the tablet blurred for a split second. Instinctively, she wanted to say, Mr. Lin, could I not go? But the words caught in her throat, and she swallowed them back down. If Mr. Lin told her to go, then she would go. She set down the tablet, turned, and walked into the dressing room. I returned to the master bedroom and changed into a well-tailored black suit. 10 minutes later, the dressing room door opened. Su Xiaonuan walked out. Come. The black tweed suit dress hugged her petite frame tightly, and the nude heels stretched her height to nearly 5'3". No heavy makeup, just a coat of pale lip gloss. But something in those eyes had changed. I looked at her. Let's go, I said, striding toward the door. Time to pay your family a little visit. The black George Barton crushed over the bluestone road outside the Su family estate, its engine snarling low and loud. It rolled to a stop directly in front of that vermilion gate, a symbol of a century-old bloodline, tires scorching black marks into the ground. I pushed the car door open. The air reeked of decay. Su Xiaonuan stepped down from the passenger seat, dressed sharp today. Her figure was still slender, but the timidity in her eyes had faded. Yet the moment she saw that vermilion gate, her breath caught for a second. More than 10 years, and she still remembered. Her gambling addict father beaten out of this gate with clubs, her mother pulling her down to kneel in the rain the entire night. That honest, gentle woman later coughed up blood in the shanty towns of South City. Cold, looking down on everyone. This was the fear the Su family had carved into her bones. She clenched her fists, nails digging into her palms. I reached out and took her hand. I didn't look at the gate. I only looked down at her. Hold your head up. Today, you're here to collect a debt. She bit her lip. When she opened her eyes again, the timidity had been pushed down. She gripped my hand back, still trembling, but tight. I led her over that high threshold. The hall was blazing with light. Click, click, click. Camera flashes merged into one blinding wave. On either side of the Chinese-style hall, dozens of cameras and lenses were all trained on me. Some of them had already drafted their headlines, just waiting for me to drop to my knees and hand over tomorrow's front-page humiliation. In the grand chair, the head of the Su family rested both hands on a red sandalwood cane, his face dark. To his left sat Su Xiaonuan's second brother, Su Chongqing. To his right, a bitter-faced second aunt. A dozen black-suited bodyguards stood in 2 rows around them. This wasn't a family dinner. It was an ambush. The second aunt spoke first, rising to her feet, her gaze sweeping over me before landing on Su Xiaonuan's face. Well, look who it is. If it isn't that jinx from the eldest household. The camera swung to Su Xiaonuan instantly. Your father stole the land deed to gamble and sent your grandfather straight into the ICU. And that shameless mother of yours gave birth to a worthless girl like you. No wonder she coughed herself to death in the slums. She jabbed a finger at Su Xiaonuan's nose, spittle flying. What? Come crawling back to beg. Su Xiaonuan's fingers trembled. Those curses buried deep in her memory were being dragged out in front of every media outlet in Jiangqing. Mom, that's enough. Su Chongqing stood up, teacup in hand. He didn't look at Su Xiaonuan. His eyes passed over her and fixed directly on me. So you're Lin Yuan? He lifted his chin slightly, spinning the teacup lid half a turn between his fingers. I know you took my sister to Cloud Summit Palace. I know you're tangled up with Jiang Shaowan too. He grabbed a document and flicked his wrist. Slap. The papers landed on the gray brick tiles right in front of my feet. Sign it. His voice went cold. This confession. You'll read it out loud, in front of the media. Admit how you tricked Mushue into bed, how you extorted the Su family, how you played both women. He gave a soft laugh. Lin Yuan, the Su family isn't unreasonable. Sign it. and you can still walk out of here on your own 2 feet today. Quite the little scheme. The Su family didn't dare cross Jiang Shaoan head-on, so they wanted to smear my name instead, make me unwelcome in Jiangcheng, make the public believe the Su family were just victims fooled by a shameless man. 4 muscular bodyguards stepped forward. The one in front, a burly man with a buzz cut, had a scar across the web of his right hand, the kind you only get from years of gripping a blade. The reporters knowingly adjusted their lenses. I glanced down at that confession. Then I raised my right foot and stepped on it. A grind of the toe. Ryup. The paper tore. The whole hall went silent. Su Chongqing's teacup lid froze in midair, and the shutter clicks cut off for a beat. I lifted my eyes to the old man in the grand chair. I came here today for 2 things only. My voice wasn't loud, but it left no room for anyone to interrupt. First, to take back my woman. Second, to help Xiaonuan settle the debt you people ran up all those years ago. Behind me, Su Xiaonuan's eyes burned. Her hand was still trembling, but in that moment, she suddenly felt that Vermilion Gate wasn't so towering anymore. How dare you? Su Chongqing slammed his teacup to the floor, porcelain shards scattering everywhere. He turned to the media, as if he'd been waiting for this exact moment. Members of the press, you all saw it. This thug broke into a private residence, tore up a settlement document, and threatened my family. We're acting purely in self-defense. A few reporters who'd taken the bribe money nodded immediately. Some had already zoomed in, waiting to capture the shot of me pinned to the ground. Su Chongqing roared, "Break him for me." The 4 bodyguards moved at once. One went for the ribs, one for the throat, 2 circled behind, all aiming for the knees and the back of the neck. Not to subdue, to cripple. My right thumb brushed along the seam of my pants. The next second, I shifted to the side and raised my right leg. Bam! The lead bruiser didn't make a sound. His entire body went flying sideways. Crash! 200 pounds slammed into the rosewood screen, and the $1 million partition exploded on impact, with splinters raining across the floor. The remaining 3 froze, their faces changing. They hadn't even seen how the kick came. I raised my foot again. Bam! 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 3 figures went hurtling backward, crashing into the cluster of reporters. Cameras toppled, tripods snapped, and several reporters shrieked like slaughtered pigs, crushed under the weight. From start to finish, less than 3 seconds. All that remained in the hall was the electric buzz of shattered equipment. The reporters who'd been so eager to capture my humiliation now shrank back one by one. Some shielded their cameras, some deleted half their headlines with shaking hands. I rolled my neck and looked over at the grand chair. The Su family. That's it. Su Chongqing's face went bone white as he collapsed back into his chair. The powder crumbled off the second aunt's face as she shrieked. Murder. Call the police. He's a lunatic. He's after the Su family fortune. But this time, not a single reporter dared raise a camera. The way they looked at me, it was like looking at a monster wearing human skin. Su Xiaonuan looked at the bodyguards moaning across the floor, then at the back of the man standing in front of her. Her hand was still trembling, but she couldn't fight back the smile tugging at the corners of her lips. This was her Mr. Lin. She had feared the Su family for over 10 years. He had shattered their dignity in just 3 seconds. The floor was covered. Crack. The Su family patriarch slammed his cane down, punching a white gash into the bluestone tile. The old man who'd ruled the Su family for decades glared at me, the muscles at the corner of his eye twitching. Young man, you've got some brute strength. No wonder you dared come raise hell in my house. He slowly rose to his feet. The remaining bodyguards, instead of rushing forward, quickly backed away, clearing a wide space in the center of the hall. But in Jiang City, the ones who really decide who lives and dies were never street brawlers like you. His voice dropped lower. Since you're a trained fighter too, then let Grandmaster Li teach you what discipline means. The curtain to the back hall stirred. Tap, tap. An old man in a gray robe, silver-haired, stepped slowly out of the shadows. The Su family's retainer, a grandmaster of ancient martial arts. The 2 reporters nearest to him retreated 3 steps in unison, though no one had pushed them. They couldn't say what felt wrong, but their legs caved first. When Su Chongqing saw who it was, his fear vanished in an instant, replaced by wild joy. Lin Yuan, you're dead. Master Li is a true grandmaster of internal martial arts. That brute strength of yours is worth less than paper in front of real internal force. The second concubine found her courage again too. Master Li, cripple him. Make him kneel. Grandmaster Li stopped 3 meters in front of me, not even glancing at the bodyguards on the floor, as if they were nothing but chairs in his way. He lifted his chin, and his withered right hand slid out from his sleeve. You've disturbed my rest. His voice was hoarse, weighted with menace. Young man, too much violence in you. That kind of thing shortens a life. His right hand rose slowly. Kneel. Kowtow 3 times to the Su patriarch. Or, I'll do it for you myself. The reporters quietly raised their cameras a little higher. They figured the script was back on track. I looked at this gray-robed old man radiating pure arrogance, went silent for 2 seconds, then rubbed my nose. You sure talk a lot. Grandmaster Lee's right foot stamped the bluestone, and using the recoil, both fists came whistling through the air, aimed straight at my heart. That's internal martial arts. A few reporters excitedly lifted their telephoto lenses, wanting to capture this scene that looked straight out of a movie. Su Chongqing's mouth was already curled into a vicious grin, as if he could already see my sternum shattering. I stood right where I was, calm enough, even, to notice the veins bulging on the back of his hand. When the fists were just half a foot from my chest, I moved. Same as always. I raised my right leg. Bam! A dull, teeth-grinding thud. Grandmaster Lee's body bent in midair like a shrimp, then shot backward at twice the speed he'd come. Crash! He slammed hard into a load-bearing pillar, slid down like mud, and coughed up a mouthful of blood. Silence. The shutter clicks stopped dead. The reporters' mouths hung open wide enough to fit a light bulb. Su Chongqing's vicious grin froze on his face, like a ridiculous mask. I pulled my leg back, scuffed my dress shoe against the bluestone, shoved my hands back into my pockets, and looked down at the twitching old man. That's it, I said, dripping with mockery. This is what you call a grandmaster? Not even close to that Ling Suzhen woman. Grandmaster Li, who'd still been struggling, went rigid all over. He stared at me, his voice leaking air. You know Grandmaster Ling? The corner of my mouth twitched up. Just as I thought, the old hag's name still had some use. I lowered my voice so only he could hear. Know her? That's putting it mildly. Last week she came running to my apartment, begging me to lend her my jeans so she could have a kid. She set a 3-month deadline, insisted on testing what I'm really made of. I watched his ashen face. So tell me, should I give her that honor or not? Grandmaster Li's mind exploded. Borrow his jeans. Test what he's made of. He'd only ever met Ling Suzhen once. 10 years ago, up in the Northern Territory, drafted by the National Emergency Task Force. That pack of ninjas from the Island Nations Guild had slipped into Longwa's northern border. That terrifying woman had pinned a Jonin down in a public restroom and beaten him for a solid half hour. The man supposedly went on to become chairman of the Ninja Guild. Every martial artist who took part in that operation worshipped her like a god, and this young man in front of him actually dared to call her that woman. Grandmaster Li's psychological defenses collapsed completely. Ignoring his broken ribs, he bent both knees and knelt bolt upright on the shattered tile. This old fool had eyes but couldn't see. His forehead pressed to the ground, cold sweat mixing with blood as it dripped down. Thud, thud, thud. With the strongest master kneeling, the dozen or so disciples serving as bodyguards behind him dropped down in a single wave. The atmosphere in the hall had gone eerie beyond words. The patriarch's hand shook violently on his cane. Su Chongqing, drained of all color, slid back into his chair. What are you doing? We're the ones who raised you. Get up, get up. The second concubine looked at the people kneeling all over the floor and screamed hysterically. She whipped her head around, glaring daggers at Su Xiaowan, jabbing a finger at her and cursing. So what if he's strong? This is a society of laws. A criminal's daughter coming back is an insult to our century-old family. She shouted at the trembling reporters. Film it. Expose him. He's a violent maniac. He brought this little bastard here. Her father was a thief. She only came to fight over the inheritance. Su Xiaowan's thin frame swayed. Criminal, she said, head bowed, her voice very soft. The next second, she snapped her head up. Those eyes, cowed for so many years, were now bloodshot, tears swimming in them, but not falling. Because on her shoulder rested my hand. This hand had given her the courage to face hell head-on. My dad was a gambler. He stole the land deed. He deserved to be beaten to death, she said through gritted teeth, her voice growing louder. But the night you broke his legs and threw him out the front gate, my mom knelt outside all night long. She pulled a phone out of her Chanel handbag. My mom was gravely ill, coughing blood all over the floor. She didn't want the inheritance. She just wanted to borrow 10,000 yuan to buy medicine. The tears finally crashed down. And what did you do? You don't know this, do you? The last time my mom came begging for help, she was afraid you'd smear her name, so she recorded it. She never told me, right up until she died. I only found it going through her things. Su Chongqing's expression changed drastically. Xiaowan, family shame shouldn't be aired in public. She ignored him completely, swiping the screen open with trembling fingers and tapping the audio file she couldn't even bear to listen to a second time. She turned the volume all the way up. In the silent hall came a crackling, staticky hiss. Then, a woman's extremely weak voice, broken by violent coughing, pleading. Second brother. Please save Xiao. Worm's dad. Cough cough. Just lend me 10,000. I'll work like a slave for you all. On the recording, second aunt's shrill sneer cut through. It's not that I won't lend it. The old man has spoken. Your whole family's nothing but bad luck. You'd be better off dead out there. Now get lost. Don't dirty the Su family's doorstep." Then came the sound of a door slamming hard, followed by a woman's desperate sobbing in the pouring rain. The recording ended. You could have heard a pin drop in the entire hall. Those reporters who'd taken travel money and come prepared to watch the Su family righteously purge their own. Their faces went through a whole spectrum of emotions. A century-old family? Scholars and gentry? These were nothing but a pack of animals who'd devour a person and not spit out the bones. One reporter refunded the Su family's transfer on the spot. Several younger reporters were the first to swing their telephoto lenses toward the Su patriarch and second aunt. The camera flashes fired off again, except this time, they exposed the festering rot beneath the Su family's hypocritical facade. Second aunt was white as a sheet, covering her face and backing away. "Turn it off. Stop filming. That's all fake. It's been doctored." The Su patriarch squeezed his eyes shut, his chest heaving violently, his cane slipping from his hand to the floor. The Su family's reputation was finished. I wrapped my arm around Su Xianwan's trembling shoulders, pulling her halfway into my chest, my other hand brushing the seam of my slacks. I lifted my head, sweeping my gaze across every member of the Su family, then stared straight into the cameras. "Today, let the media present here bear witness." My voice was ice cold. "From this moment on, Su Xianwan and her mother have absolutely nothing to do with the Su family." I patted her back. "Every debt the Su family owes her, I'll settle it one by one." The words had barely left my mouth when my right foot slammed down. Crack. A granite floor tile shattered clean through. A flick of my toe whoosh. A shard of stone the size of a fingernail shrieked skyward. Bang. The gilded Su Manor plaque, hung above the main hall for over 100 years, was struck dead center. Cracks spread out like a spiderweb. Crash. The heavy solid wood plaque split in two and crashed down onto the altar table. The incense burner toppled, scattering ash across the floor. The Su patriarch's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed stiff and unconscious in his throne-like chair. Su Changqing shrieked and rushed to catch him. The hall dissolved into chaos. I didn't spare the broken wood a single glance. I turned my head and locked eyes with second aunt, who was trying to shrink back toward the rear hall. "Where's Su Mushua?" Second aunt's legs gave out, and she dropped to the floor. In the ancestral shrine, out back. Her teeth chattered as she scrambled to her feet. "I'll show you the way. Please don't kill me." I said nothing. Taking Su Xianwan by the hand, I headed straight for the rear hall. The reporters parted to make a wide path. We crossed the covered walkway. The rain came down harder and harder. Second aunt stopped, shivering, outside the shrine. A heavy brass lock hung on the thick wooden door. I stepped forward, with no intention of asking for a key. I reached up and gripped the lock, easily 2 pounds of solid brass, and pressed down with my thumb and forefinger. Screech. The pure copper core deformed under my grip, then clanged to the ground. Nothing more than a lump of scrap metal. I lifted my leg and kicked the door open. Through the smell of rotting dust, the glow of the eternal lamp seeped out. I scanned the interior of the shrine. One glance was all it took, and a cold fury surged up from deep inside me. Behind me, every hair on Su Xianwan's body stood on end. The eternal lamp burned dim, and several ancestral tablets wobbled on the altar table. On the cold granite floor, a person lay sprawled. Su Mushua's limbs were twisted backward at angles that defied anatomy. Her once spotless white shirt was smeared with gray-tinged blood. Her long hair fanned out across the floor. At the sound of the door being kicked in, she lifted her head with tremendous effort. That stunningly beautiful face was drained of all color, beaded with cold sweat. She recognized me, and Su Xianwan, whose hand I was holding. This Ice Empress, who never gave an inch even when facing a knife-wielding attacker in the ER, felt her defenses collapse completely in that moment. Her eyes went red, but no sound came out, only her violently shaking shoulders. So that was it. No wonder that in the last life, when the zombie horde stormed the Su family estate, she, an S-rank Esper, had simply stood on high ground and watched dozens of Su family members get bitten to death. Given her temperament, even without me disrupting things, she would never have accepted a family-arranged marriage meeting, which meant that in her previous life, she'd had her limbs broken in this very shrine, too. No wonder she didn't save them. Su Xianwan let go of my hand. She lost a shoe as she stumbled forward and dropped to her knees in the ash. She didn't dare touch those twisted limbs, only carefully cupped Su Mushua's cold face. "Auntie." Her voice cracked, and her tears broke like a dam. This was the one person in over 10 years who had secretly slipped her money for food. Su Xianwan wiped the blood from the corner of Su Mushua's mouth, a fierceness in her voice she'd never had before. "Auntie, you used to protect me. Now Mr. Lin is taking us home. In this whole world, no one can touch you anymore." Su Mushua looked at this little niece who once hadn't even dared to raise her voice. She wanted to speak, but her jaw had been dislocated. All she could manage was a low, agonized whimper. She wanted to lift a hand to stroke Xianwan's hair, but that arm just hung limp against the floor, twitching once. Su Xianwan's tears fell into her own palm. I walked over, crouched down, and placed my fingers on her twisted right arm. Bear with it. The words had barely landed when I forced both hands down hard. Crack. NNNGH. A scream tore from her throat, her body convulsing wildly, cold sweat soaking through her clothes. I didn't stop. Crack. Left arm. Crack. Right leg. Crack. Left leg. Finally, I gripped her jaw with one hand and pushed with my thumb. Click. Her jaw snapped shut. The whole process took less than 10 seconds. The pain blacked out her vision. She gasped for air, her body going slack as she pitched forward. I reached out with my right arm to catch her around the waist and lifted her sideways into my arms with one hand. Instinctively, she gripped the suit jacket over my chest and buried her face against me. In that moment, she wanted nothing. She only wanted to leave this man-eating hell. With my left hand, I took Su Xianwan's hand again. Let's go. The three of us stepped over the shrine's threshold. Second aunt was still slumped in the walkway 2 meters away, the stench of urine wafting from her. I asked Su Xianwan whether she wanted to give the old hag a beating. She shook her head. Not because she didn't hate her. She just couldn't be bothered. Ding. Target Su Xianwan's affection plus 2%. Current. 97%. I strode toward the front courtyard. The rain poured down in sheets. The granite pavement was already packed with kneeling people. Su Chongqing had long since chased off the reporters, paid them hush money, and retreated to the back courtyard supporting the patriarch. The moment I returned, every head pressed toward the standing water, shoulders trembling, everyone holding even their breath. I passed through the middle of them without so much as a glance, walking straight to the vermilion front gate. I stopped. Holding Su Mushua, I slowly turned my head, my gaze sweeping past the kneeling crowd to settle on the towering eaves of the rear hall. Find whoever spread that rumor. Whether anyone heard me or not, I turned and climbed into the George Patton. The Su family thought they'd survived. But I knew better. When the red moon rose, Su Mushua would come back herself and freeze this ancestral hall into a tomb. Boom. The black steel behemoth vanished into the night. Ding. Target Su Mushua's affinity plus 2%. Current. 12%. Cloudtop Heaven Palace. Villa number 12. The AC in the guest room was set to 75 degrees Fahrenheit, a faint smell of alcohol lingering in the air. Su Xianwan came out of the bathroom carrying a basin of warm water, sat on the edge of the bed, and gently dabbed at the bruises left on Su Mushua's body from having her joints wrenched. Su Mushua had changed into a set of Wang Ye's pajamas. Now that she'd relaxed, she'd fallen into a deep sleep, though her brow was still tightly furrowed, and even in her dreams her hands clutched desperately at the corner of the blanket. Watching her once spirited, high-flying aunt reduced to this, Su Xianwan felt a stab of pain in her chest. She remembered the day she'd been thrown out of the house. It was her aunt who had secretly slipped a bank card into the pocket of her school uniform. And now, the only person who had ever protected her had been broken like this. For the first time, she understood clearly. Gentleness couldn't save anyone. Only Lin Yuan could. She tucked in the blanket, checked once more that all the limbs had been reset. Nothing wrong. Turned off the light, and tiptoed out, pulling the door shut behind her. At the end of the hallway, the door to the master bedroom was ajar, dim yellow light spilling out. Su Xianwan pushed it open and walked in. I'd just showered, wearing a black bathrobe, an unlit cigarette between my fingers, watching the acid rain outside the window. She said nothing. She walked up to me, naturally bent down to pick up the lighter, and lit my cigarette for me. Mr. Lin. She looked down at her own hands. Just now, at the ancestral hall, I suddenly got so scared. I looked at her. Her voice was as soft as sleep talk. I'm afraid that one day, when I'm useless, you'll throw me away too. I stroked her head. I won't. As long as you stay loyal. Go lock the door. Ding. Target Su Xianwan's emotional fluctuation has reached maximum. Affinity critical hit plus 3%. Current. 100%. Affinity has broken through the critical threshold. An exclusive brand has been seared onto her soul. The target will never betray you. Ding. Condition met. A-rank spatial ability dimensional space has awakened. Crack. A burst of white light exploded in my mind. The next second, a vast, still, dark space appeared in my consciousness. I stared at the glass of water on the coffee table without lifting a finger, just letting a single thought move. Whoosh. The glass vanished into thin air. Another thought. Whoosh. And it reappeared, steady, right in my hand. With this space, the problem of moving those 2,000 tons of supplies from the meatpacking plant was solved instantly. I set the glass down. The lock clicked, Su Xianwan had already turned it behind her back. She walked over without a trace of hesitation, dropped to her knees on the wool carpet, and looked up at me. That pure, innocently seductive face was written all over with a sickly submission. Mr. Lin. Her voice was barely a whisper. I gripped her chin. I feel like there's a brand of yours on me now. She turned to the side and pulled open her collar. A spider lily brand, threads of purple and black interwoven, was blooming silently in a place where it never should have been. Tomorrow we go to the meatpacking plant. My fingers pressed down slightly. The strategy needs to change. She didn't answer, just gripped the hem of my bathrobe, her knuckles turning white. Out in the hallway, a pair of bare feet stopped soundlessly in front of the master bedroom door. It was Su Mushiwa. She'd woken at some point, one hand braced against the wall to barely hold herself up, the other hovering above the doorknob. Through the half-open door, Su Xianwan's tearful cries of Mr. Lin, bored clearly into her ears. Her hand froze in midair, fingertips curling slightly, then retreating. She turned around and walked barefoot, one silent step at a time, back to the guest room. The moment she closed the door, she slid down against it and sat on the floor. The warmth of my chest still lingered against her. She closed her eyes. In the darkness, her heartbeat was deafeningly loud. Early the next morning, I opened my eyes. That vast dimensional space was still crystal clear in my mind. 54,000 cubic meters, the equivalent of 20 standard swimming pools. The covers beside me stirred, and Su Xianwan curled up and nestled against me like a well-behaved cat. Awake. I leaned against the headboard and ran my hand through her tangled hair. She nodded, her eyes hazy. Go to the labor market and hire 200 temp workers. Split them into 20 rotating groups. Book out every Michelin and Black Pearl restaurant in Jiangxing, plus all the old classic establishments. I spoke rapidly. Full Manchuhan banquets, French fine dining, whole roasted lamb, fresh fried pan-seared buns, all of it. Have them cooking around the clock. The second a dish is done, package it up immediately. Huh. Su Xianwan sat up. Mr. Lin, cooked food doesn't keep. The self-heating meals and vacuum-sealed food we've stockpiled are already enough to last us decades. I didn't explain. I casually picked up an egg Wanya had just peeled, let a thought move, and the egg vanished into thin air. Then, like a magic trick, I made it reappear and popped it into her mouth. I watched Su Xianwan's eyes go wide and spoke slowly. Inside my space, time stands still. She swallowed the egg hard, unable to speak for a long moment. I gripped her chin. Now you know my secret. With this brand, you'll never be able to betray me, not in this life or any other. I never once thought about betraying you. She grabbed my arm, frantic. I used the motion to pull her into my arms, pressing my lips near her ear. In your last life, to cover my escape, you slit your wrists and used your blood to lure the zombies away. Her whole body stiffened. She looked up at me. And Shen Qinghua. She gave the only life-saving medicine to someone else. A flicker of savagery crossed my eyes. That's why I crawled back here from hell. The room was silent. Past life, rebirth, slit wrists to lure zombies. She didn't ask about a single one. The moment that egg vanished and reappeared out of thin air, nothing in this world was impossible anymore. She just stared at me, blankly, and the tears came crashing down without warning. She could feel the pain I carried. Slowly, so slowly, Su Xianwan bit down on my shoulder, not hard, but refusing to let go. Her scalding tears splashed against my skin. I didn't push her away. Instead, I rolled over and enveloped her in my shadow. What are you crying for? In this life, you don't have to die. It's other people who deserve to. From sacrifice to favored subject, her whole body went soft as water, actively arched her neck upward, until an hour later, when the master bedroom door was timidly knocked. Mr. Lin, breakfast is ready. It was Wang Ye's slightly trembling voice. Su Xianwan bit down hard on the pillowcase, letting out a muffled plea for mercy. At 10 in the morning, I finished assigning tasks and got ready to head out. Passing by the guest room, the door was shut tight. Su Mushiwa hadn't come out for breakfast. Last night, when she'd walked past the bedroom door, my mental awareness had already sensed her. The Ice Empress still needed some time to adjust. At least her affection rating hadn't dropped, right? 2 kilometers away, Hongfa meatpacking plant. The black George Barton rolled over a puddle and stopped in front of the office building. I pushed open the door and stepped out. Wang Hongfa, the former plant manager, came forward with his beer belly leading the way, 2 young men in reflective vests trailing behind him. He'd been camped out here for days, and today he'd finally gotten someone in charge to show up. Boss Lin, I've been messaging you and never got a reply. He deftly held out a cigarette. Miss Su didn't come today. What do you want? I kept my hands in my pockets, ignoring the cigarette. His hand froze in midair. His eyes darted around. Boss Lin, we've got some accounts to settle today. He pulled a contract from his briefcase and gave it a shake. Miss Su signed a contract with me. She's buying my plant, plus the 100 tons of frozen pork I've got stockpiled. But there's a clause. Those 100 tons don't get delivered until you pay off the balance. He took a hard drag. Lately, pork prices in Jiangxing change by the day. They've already shot up nearly 70%. Several people have reached out to me. So, either you pay now at current market price. He crushed out the cigarette. I'm a man of my word. I'll deduct it from the balance at the contract price when we signed. Fair enough, right? I glanced at him, then walked straight toward the depths of the plant. That look sent a chill down his spine. Gritting his teeth, he brought the two young men and followed. Since the plant had been transferred to my name, I hadn't hired anyone, only bringing in temp workers to watch over shipments when goods came in. Wang Hongfa and his crew, who knew the place well, easily kept pace. The cold storage doors opened, and a white fog at -20 degrees rushed out. Cardboard boxes stacked up to the ceiling. On the left, 10,000 tons of assorted frozen goods and supplies. On the right, his 100 tons of frozen pork. See that? I told you nothing's left the warehouse this whole time. My meat's all right here. Wang Hongfa grinned. I ignored him and walked alone into the tall shelving deep in the freezer, the blind spot for the surveillance cameras. I opened my palm, aiming it at that little mountain of 10,000 tons of frozen goods. In my mind, the space responded to my call. My temples throbbed faintly. In a single thought, all the frozen meat, poultry, and seafood inside the boxes, including Wang Hongfa's 100 tons of pork, were precisely extracted in half a second. Over 10,000 tons of goods filed neatly into my dimensional space, leaving behind nothing but hollow cardboard shells. The -20 temperature had long frozen the cardboard as hard as wood, layers nested together, wrapped in 3 or 4 rounds of tape on the outside. Even hollowed out, the rigid shells stood perfectly still, solid as a brick wall. I turned and walked out from the shelves, brushed the frost off my clothes, and pulled out my phone. Xianwan, send Wang Hongfa a breach of contract notice. My tone was flat. Since he doesn't want to sell, I don't want it anymore. Wang Hongfa froze for 2 seconds, then suddenly burst out laughing. Boss Lin, are you just throwing in the towel? He pointed at the 2 mountains, smug. You don't want it? Fine. But your goods are piled up on my turf. Want to haul them out? Starting today, you're paying daily storage fees. He thought he'd grab me by the throat. Tens of thousands of tons of goods, and no way to find a second cold storage in Jiangxing to take them on short notice. I looked at him. Sure, you take good care of them for me. With that, I turned and left. Wang Hongfa spat on the ground. So you're rich, big deal? Still got you right where I want you. He pulled out his phone. Mr. Zhang, the pork deal's done. All 100 tons, just knock off a little more for me, and we can load up this afternoon. 2 in the afternoon, Yunding Tiangong. I returned to Villa number 12. Lu Yan stood in the living room covered in mud and dust, handing over the engineering blueprints. Boss, all of Tiangong 1's hardware, defensive walls, water recycling, air filtration, complete, 3 days ahead of schedule. He pointed at the load-bearing structure. We had time to spare, so we added 30-centimeter composite armor plating to the walls. I gave the blueprints a quick scan. Start the interior work. Also, dig a tunnel from beneath Villa number 13, where you live, to the underground garage of Tiangong 1. That was the safety passage I'd reserved for apocalypse security. Only my women and I would live in Tiangong 1. I couldn't have the goddesses doing the dirty, exhausting work. Understood. Lu Yan turned and strode off. No sooner had he left than the phone in my pocket buzzed urgently. Incoming call. Li Jianguo, principal of Stanton International School. I hit answer. On the other end, the background was full of sirens and screams. Chairman Lin, a student in class 3, grade 11, bit someone to death during lunch break. Tore his deskmate's throat open, blood sprayed all the way to the ceiling. That student's still out in the hallway, lunging at everyone he sees. What are we supposed to do? You're the principal, aren't you? Lock down the school immediately, quarantine all students at home. The city will handle the losses collectively. The line cut off abruptly, leaving only a dial tone. I watched the acid rain outside fall thicker and thicker. The authorities had gotten involved. In my previous life, this kind of maneuvering didn't last a week, for districts of Jiangxing fell simultaneously. Forcefully suppressing it only made the collapse hit harder. I sent Lu Yan a message. Activate the perimeter drones early. Evening, Villa number 12. Fat Dragon's men held black umbrellas as they helped Lin Modong down from the off-road vehicle. A few drops of dried, blackened blood spattered the cuffs of the girl's school uniform. Tong Tong, are you okay? Wang Yi came forward, first shooting a quick glance at me on the sofa, confirming my expression was normal, before crouching down to check on her daughter. I'm fine. It's someone else's blood. Expressionless, Lin Modong pulled off her jacket and tossed it aside, then walked straight up to me. That student who bit people, his skin was gray, his pupils were white. Once he bit down, he wouldn't let go. You couldn't pry him off. She stared into my eyes, and I felt it 3 minutes before he snapped. What's even stranger is, he was biting everyone in the hallway, but when he got in front of me, she paused. He suddenly turned around and ran the other way. I leaned back on the sofa and took a sip of coffee. An image from my previous life flashed through my mind. A blood moon hanging high. Jiangxing turned into a living hell, a young girl standing atop the highest point of the ruins, an overwhelming tide of corpses behind her surging like a flood. The maids parted around her, none daring to come within 10 feet. I set down my cup. Go take a shower, I said flatly. Starting tomorrow, you don't need to go to school anymore. Lin Modong didn't ask why. She just nodded and headed upstairs. Wang Ye opened her mouth to say something, but seeing me pick up my phone again, she wisely swallowed her words. Upstairs, the sound of running water filled the bathroom. Lin Modong stood beneath the showerhead, staring at the faint scars the acid rain had burned into the back of her hand. There was no pain in her eyes, only a trace of confusion. She felt somehow more comfortable now. Late that night, in the first-floor guest room, Qin Yumal walked in wrapped in a white towel, her damp red hair clinging to her collarbone. Tang Qiqi was clutching a cup of instant noodles, her tablet propped against a pillow playing the latest anime. You didn't eat enough at dinner? Qin Yumal strode over. Tang Qiqi jumped, quickly hugging the noodles to her chest. There was a new episode that dropped right at dinner time. I didn't have time to eat. Qin Yumal snatched the noodles away and tossed them in the trash, then grabbed the back of Tang Qiqi's neck, lifting her up like a stray kitten. Instant noodles? Don't you care about your figure anymore? Tang Qiqi pouted and muttered. You need to keep your figure to please the Demon King. I don't have to. Thud. Qin Yumal slammed her down onto the bed and delivered a crisp smack. Domestic abuse. Tang Qiqi shrieked and struggled, and the two of them tangled up on the bed. In the end, Tang Qiqi surrendered to the Valkyrie's sheer strength, and with tears welling in her eyes, choked down a big bite of healthy abalone. The next morning, after finishing her workout with me in the gym, Qin Yumal walked into the first-floor bathroom drenched in sweat. Tang Qiqi watched the bathroom door close, and a sly gleam flickered in her eyes. 5 minutes later, Qin Yumal turned off the shower and reached for the sports bra on the rack, empty. She yanked the shower curtain open and scanned the sink. Every piece of clothing, every towel gone. All that remained was a small hand towel. In their place hung a layered pink lace off-shoulder Lolita dress, with a sticky note beside it. Accept your righteous punishment. A vein throbbed on Qin Yuma's forehead. After searching everywhere, she realized with despair, if she didn't put on that dress, her only other option was to walk out naked. 10 minutes later, in the first-floor living room, Wang Ye was raising a glass of warm water to her lips when an extremely awkward series of footsteps came from the stairs. She looked up and immediately sprayed water all over the floor. Qin Yumal emerged stiffly, her face dark as a storm. That pink dress on her 5'8", well-muscled frame was jarring beyond belief, like a giant pink cream cake radiating the killing intent of someone ready to draw a blade at any moment. Xiao Qinyu. Wang Ye covered her mouth, her face turning red from holding back laughter. Tang. Qi. Qin Yumal roared and sprinted toward the room. Help! Demon King, save me! Tang Qiqi darted out, frantically fleeing around the leather couch. The pink hem of the dress flapped wildly as Qin Yumal gave chase, the whole scene absolutely absurd.